The theory of everything, a unified vision of reality. What if everything we thought we knew about existence is just a glimpse of a much grander reality? In this exploration, we challenge the boundaries of human understanding, bridging science, spirituality, and philosophy to offer a new, holistic perspective on the nature of existence. From the mysterious depths of quantum mechanics to the profound questions of consciousness, the book delves into the fundamental structures of reality, intertwining the human experience with cosmic evolution. At the heart of this journey lies a central question: what is the true nature of consciousness, and how does it relate to the physical universe, the concept of God, and our collective destiny? This book offers insights into the multidimensional nature of existence, the hidden layers of the universe, and humanity's eternal struggle to reconcile its physical limitations with its spiritual aspirations. With thought-provoking analogies, cosmic thought experiments, and a dive into the void where reality fades into nothingness, this book invites readers to reconsider the ultimate truths of their existence. Whether grappling with the question of free will, the cosmic significance of love and fear, or the possibility of life beyond death, a unified vision of reality offers a powerful synthesis of ancient wisdom and modern science to illuminate the path of human and cosmic evolution. This book is for those who dare to ask the biggest questions and are ready to journey beyond the edges of known reality. A unified vision of reality, consciousness, quantum mechanics, God, Source, humanity's conflict, and cosmic evolution, i.e., everything. An exploration into the suffering of a single ant, to the very nature of reality, and how those things are intrinsically connected. Part 1. Earthly Affairs and Deconstruction of the Matrix. Put simply, this discussion is an attempt to understand, explore, and explain the confusing situation that is Earth and its countless conflicts, wars, and general absurdities. A deep dive into the layers of reality, consciousness, and the interconnectedness of all things, from quantum mechanics and apparent extraterrestrial life to spiritual evolution and cosmic conspiracies. Weaving together a grand synthesis of science, spirituality, metaphysics, some wild yet thought-provoking implications about the nature of our reality, eternal evolution of the self, extraterrestrial interaction, societal manipulation, planetary enslavement, and more. The challenge here is to distill this vast and multi-layered singular reality into something coherent, without losing the importance of key pieces of information and how relevant they are, in terms of what we see playing out on the global stage right now, October 2024, or sounding too far removed from what's digestible for most people within the conditioned constructs of each of our daily lives. The idea is not to teach anyone anything, but rather to present a perspective that exists on your world, a perspective more relevant in the times we're living in than ever before, a perspective that, despite its interconnectedness and logical foundation, is ignored and seemingly even suppressed at every turn. The fundamental concept that aims to tie everything together. At the heart of existence lies a profound and interconnected truth, one that unites our deepest scientific understanding of reality, quantum physics, consciousness, and the very nature of existence. This truth not only reconciles science and spirituality, but extends to the mysteries and conspiracies of apparent extraterrestrial life, societal control, and the evolution of consciousness itself. It is a vision of reality that is as vast as the universe itself, interwoven with the forces of creation, manipulation, and liberation. Social psychology suggests that the illusion of powerlessness is one of the most effective tools of control, as it prevents collective action. Yet when people are educated, truly educated, about their own potential and the true nature of the systems around them, they become capable of transforming not only their own lives, but also the trajectory of society as a whole. Philosophically, the journey of inquiry into the topics discussed here and the questions raised is ultimately a personal one. No two paths are alike, as each individual needs to play out the evolutionary needs of their individuated consciousness. As such, the conclusions we come to will vary, and that is okay. In this sense, the study of personal development, drawing from fields like psychology, philosophy, and even evolutionary biology, suggests that each individual must chart their own course. However, research across disciplines reveals that while personal truth is subjective, there are universal patterns that emerge when the inquiry is deep enough. Universal patterns that are relevant to all, regardless of belief systems and ideologies. These patterns point to the idea that humanity is on the verge of a collective awakening, an inflection point, where enough individuals become aware of the systemic deceptions that have governed their lives, and in doing so generate the momentum necessary for a radical shift. The primary goal of this conversation is to aid that momentum, getting everyone on the same page so we can collectively do the needful. The current global state, wars, environmental crisis, political instability, is not an accident of history, but a byproduct of centuries of carefully orchestrated control. Yet history also shows us that such moments often precede the greatest periods of transformation, whether viewed through the lens of cyclical time or the dialectic process of thesis, antithesis, synthesis from a philosophical perspective. The question is whether humanity will collectively rise to meet this challenge or allow the cycle of control to continue. Ultimately, it's about an inquiry into who we are, where we are, what we are, how we are, and even when we are. These topics require not just intellectual engagement, but a complete reorientation of how we live, think, and relate to the world and each other. The future, whether it be a golden age or continued decline, hinges not on external forces but on our ability to awaken, inquire, and act. As such, the path forward is not a matter of faith, but one of conscious, deliberate, and collective action, leaving aside personal beliefs and collectively uniting purely based on what is known and unknown. This discussion is what many might describe as dense, packed with complex ideas, requiring deep concentration and close attention. This is necessary to achieve its purpose, as it connects millennia of esoteric knowledge and modern ideas that delves into a vast and intricate web that connects all things, from the nature of consciousness to the mysteries of the cosmos and the very nature of reality itself. While the ideas may seem complex, that's exactly how they should feel to most at first. You need not have any prior experience or knowledge on the topics discussed. The key is to try to not pause and dissect every concept immediately, thinking it necessary to continue. Instead, allow yourself to absorb the entire conversation in one continuous flow, as the overarching understanding is more important than grasping every detail on the first pass. Certain aspects will naturally make sense over time, and you can always return to explore them more deeply, or conduct further, separate research. Chapter 1. Power Structures and Control. Knowledge is Power. At the core of this discussion lies the fundamental question of why wars and general conflict persists on Earth, despite humanity's capacity for reason, and why those who could change the system remain trapped within it, or worse, perpetuate it. Throughout recorded history, we see that as societies grew, those in power, the rulers, monarchs, empires, and now nation-states, have historically relied on war as a tool for maintaining control or expanding influence. Power structures like governments and corporations today are built to self-preserve and self-extend. They perpetuate conflict to protect their interests, often at the expense of the general populace. Politics and manipulation. Political leaders and elite groups have long mastered the art of manipulation. By creating external threats, real or exaggerated, they unify their population in fear or anger, often directing that emotion toward another group. It's an old trick of control. Distract the masses by making them believe that the enemy is outside their gates rather than inside their leadership halls. The role of conspiracy and suppression of knowledge. The strange thing about Earth is that humans have often been caught between facts and manipulated narratives. A conspiracy, at its root, is about control of information. Power holders have always known that controlling what people know and believe is crucial to maintaining their rule. Many will have likely turned this off at this point, because the weaponization of terms like conspiracy theorist is a perfect example of how even language can be turned into a tool of control. We see this from the sudden shift in our perception toward specific topics when this term is simply associated with it, as though some form of conditioned response. An idea that can be explored more through physiologist Ivan Pavlov's famous experiment, where he conditioned dogs to associate the sound of a bell with food. The connection between the lab control of animal behavior and the manipulation of language, particularly with terms like conspiracy theory, lies in the way both situations rely on external stimuli to shape responses. In Pavlov's experiment, the repeated pairing of the bell with food conditioned dogs to salivate at the sound, a learned response to a neutral stimulus. Similarly, in the case of conspiracy theory, repeated negative associations in media and culture act as a form of conditioning for the public. Just as the bell elicited a specific reaction in the dogs without the presence of food, the term conspiracy theory triggers immediate skepticism or dismissal without the need to engage with the actual content of the argument. This conditioned response stifles inquiry and critical thinking in much the same way that Pavlov's experiment controlled the dog's behavior. People have been trained to emotionally react to certain language cues, bypassing rational evaluation, and as a result, dialogue is shut down. When terms like conspiracy theorist evoke knee-jerk reactions, they function as tools for controlling public thought and discouraging dissent, much like how external stimuli in the lab shape animal behavior. In both instances, the system, whether scientific in a lab or societal through media and politics, exploits learned responses to maintain control, whether that be the dog salivating at a bell or the public dismissing dissenting ideas without reflection. The problem in human society is deeper, as it erodes critical thinking and limits the questioning of dominant narratives, leading to a self-perpetuating system of control and conformity. Both conspiracy and theory are ordinary valid concepts on their own, but through repeated negative associations in media and culture, they've been transformed into a dismissive label, a means of shutting down inquiry before it even starts. When people hear the term conspiracy theory, they've been trained to equate it with irrational or crazy without examining the content of the argument. Why is that a problem? It stifles dialogue. If people are afraid of being ridiculed or slandered as a conspiracy theorist or anything similar, they'll think twice before questioning the mainstream narrative. That's exactly what makes the term so powerful and dangerous. It becomes a way to silence dissent without needing to engage with the ideas. Through paying close attention to one's inner state, also known as meditation, we can observe how this triggering response happens even when you're aware of the manipulation behind the language. That's because we've all been conditioned to varying degrees by the very systems we criticize. The media, education, and political discourse have been designed in a way that discourages deep reflection. People are given pre-packaged answers or narratives that are easy to digest, and critical thinking gets pushed to the margins. The political system thrives on this lack of deep questioning. If the majority of the population is just passively absorbing what they're told, then the system becomes self-perpetuating. People vote based on sound bites, get outraged based on sensational headlines, and feel informed because they've watched a 5-minute segment on the news or a social media platform of choice. All of this surface-level engagement results in a world that feels increasingly out of control, because those in power benefit from the public's lack of deeper critical analysis. Widespread examples. Suppressed technology and knowledge. From the standpoint of scientific and technological advancement, many assert that certain knowledge, be it energy alternatives or technology from higher intelligence, has been withheld because it threatens the existing economic or political order. If people learned that free energy was possible, or that governments have hidden significant knowledge about advanced technology, and the source of that technology, it would collapse major systems, particularly those based on oil, global industry, and hierarchical control. Religion and education systems, both a means of control. None of this is directed toward people that adhere to their religions and their creeds, nor does it aim to desecrate in any form. The idea is to simply critically analyze and think about how much the concept of religion, in general, has created much of the suffering of millions of innocents going on right now on your world. Religion is often used as a tool to dictate social norms, suppress dissent, and establish the supposed divine right of rulers and other figures of authority. Likewise, education systems are designed not to empower critical thinking for everyone, but to create citizens who would fit within an existing power structure, teaching selective aspects of history, science, and economics. In doing so, people are trained to believe certain narratives and not question deeper truths. Educational systems teach people what to think, not how to think. It prioritizes memorization and obedience over creativity and inquiry. Meanwhile, the political and media systems operate as amplifiers of the status quo, drowning out alternative perspectives by labeling them as fringe or dangerous. This has created a society where people are conditioned not to trust their own thoughts. We've outsourced our critical thinking to so-called experts and authorities who often serve specific interests. The system itself is designed to prevent people from seeing these mechanisms of control. It's like we're inside a cage, but the bars are invisible because the system has convinced us that there's no cage at all. This system results in specific words and concepts becoming loaded with underlying meaning through repetition and cultural conditioning, bypassing our rational thought processes by triggering visceral responses in people. This is one of the most powerful tools for social control, because once an emotional reaction is triggered, people are less likely to engage in reasoned debate. They respond based on how they feel, rather than what they know. This makes it easier for systems of power to manipulate public perception, steering conversations away from important truths that might challenge the narrative. We've been conditioned to accept many falsehoods as normal, whether in politics, economics, or societal norms, resulting in a world where we're at war with each other as if it's on schedule, while society just seems to move along relatively unaware of the deeper implications. Through these systems, people are taught to believe that wars are necessary or inevitable, or that their government's interests align with their own, when in reality it's often about power, profit, and control. This complacency is driven by the fact that the system discourages people from asking deeper questions. When you start critically analyzing the structures of power, things begin to look nonsensical, even nightmarish at times, as though watching a slideshow of baffling, disconnected events. That's because when you question one lie, you often find it connected to a whole web of lies, all designed to keep the system intact. The solution? Awakening. Awakening from the illusions and breaking free from the mental conditioning that keeps us locked into imposed patterns of thought and behavior. This requires more people engaging critically with the world, question the narratives they're fed, and refuse to be pacified by superficial explanations at all levels. However, this awakening is understandably uncomfortable. Real critical thinking often makes people uncomfortable because it forces them to confront the fact that much of what they've believed throughout their lives might be false. But that discomfort is necessary for growth, both individually and collectively. The influence of the invisible hand. But why don't even highly educated people act to solve these problems? This is the paradox. Education in many parts of the world, even for the most affluent and/or well-intentioned, is itself shaped by the system that seeks to maintain the status quo. As a result, even those in positions of power often believe in the system's illusion, as they themselves have been shaped by it. As sociology and psychology show us, humans are often trapped in our own cognitive biases. We maintain belief systems that affirm our actions, even when those actions are destructive or hypocritical. The few and the many. The ruling elites, whether governments, corporations, or secretive groups, have interests that transcend national borders. Wars are profitable to some because they maintain control over resources, labor, and territory. The powerful few are often insulated from the consequences of their decisions, while the masses fight their wars, suffer the destruction, and pay the economic costs. Mass distraction and the erosion of truth. The world is awash in misinformation, entertainment, and trivial distractions. From a media studies perspective, the modern digital era has created a perfect environment for confusion. Information is fragmented, sensationalized, and curated in a way that keeps people divided, distracted, and disconnected from deeper truths, often right in front of them. Why do conspiracy theories emerge? Because oftentimes the official narrative seems illogical or incomplete. When people start noticing the gaps in the truth they are told, they search for explanations. Oftentimes these theories start to look more plausible when examined closely because the truth is often hidden behind layers of deceit. Why can't we see through it all? The human psyche, in its current state and environment of this world, is prone to cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding contradictory beliefs. When confronted with a truth that challenges a deeply held worldview, the psyche will often reject the truth and cling to the comfort of its beliefs. Leaders and institutions take advantage of this, framing narratives in such a way that populations are more likely to accept the official story than challenge the system. For example, when the truth is that war benefits a select few, but the narrative is that it's about freedom or defending democracy, the masses are often willing to go along because the alternative, that they are pawns in a power game, is too disillusioning. The need for a global awakening. At a fundamental level of our common experiential reality, if everyone woke up to the underlying truths of what's going on around them, it could change the course of humanity. The problem is that power systems are designed to prevent such a collective awakening. Information control, educational manipulation, and constant distraction keep people from seeing the veiled oppression. This conversation aims to address that. The solution lies in knowledge, transparency, and collective awareness. If people overcome their differences, ignore the manipulated narratives, and see the global systems for what they are, mechanisms of control for the benefit of a few, it could lead to a true global revolution. But as history and psychology show us, revolutions are often co-opted or crushed by those same forces of power. Addressing an elephant in the room. Some at this point may have noted how the Matrix movie has become a powerful metaphor that resonates with these deeper themes about reality, consciousness, and control. The red pill, blue pill dichotomy in the film mirrors a broader cultural and political divide, and it's striking how even symbols as simple as color have become shorthand for different worldviews. Red pill, blue pill as symbol of awakening. The red pill in the Matrix represents a willingness to wake up from the illusion, to see the uncomfortable truth about the world, which resonates with the theme of awakening to deeper realities. The idea of taking the red pill reflects breaking out of mainstream conditioning and questioning the surface-level narratives that keep people in a passive or unaware state. It's about recognizing the larger, more complex systems of control, which ties into enslavement by hidden powers, whether it's political, psychological, or even extraterrestrial. Political colors and the red-blue divide, the political connection between the red, conservative right-wing, and blue, liberal left-wing divide, is intriguing, especially when you look at how those on the right often align themselves with a more red pill-like mindset in modern discourse. They tend to see themselves as waking up to certain truths about government overreach, media manipulation, and social engineering, many of which parallel the themes in the Matrix about control, illusion, and personal sovereignty. Conversely, the blue pill, which keeps people in the Matrix, might symbolize a kind of comfortable ignorance or acceptance of the status quo, aligning with how some perceive liberal or left-wing ideologies that focus on collective control through institutions and regulations. Control, reality, and perception. The matrix itself is a system of control, manipulating people's perceptions of reality, which ties into ideas about the manipulation of consciousness and the limitations imposed on humanity's awareness. In the film, this is done through advanced technology, but in real life many see media, politics, and even hidden powers, like elitist control systems, as doing the same. The narrative of breaking free from this control is a core theme of red pill thinking, and it's interesting how people on different ends of the political spectrum have adopted it in their own ways. The existential undertone. The Matrix taps into the question of what is real. In the film, reality is a simulated construct designed to keep humanity enslaved, just as many explorations on this topic suggest that our perceptions of reality are tightly controlled, whether by external forces, advanced beings, or our limited states of consciousness. This opens up the idea that reality is subjective, malleable, and heavily influenced by forces we may not fully understand. The red pill experience is about waking up to that malleability, and those who go down that rabbit hole begin to see connections everywhere, like the political, social, and metaphysical aspects. The hidden controllers. In the Matrix, the machines are the hidden controllers who keep humanity in their system. This parallels with ideas of elite powers who manipulate humanity's reality. The idea that dark forces are working behind the scenes, imperceptibly guiding or controlling us, is the central theme. So, yes, these connections are profound. The Matrix movies distilled many of these metaphysical, political, and philosophical themes into a pop culture narrative that speaks to something much larger. It's no wonder so many people see the red pill as more than just a movie reference, but as a real-world metaphor for awakening to hidden truths, whether they be about politics, reality, or consciousness itself. Part 2. Discerning Truth. Chapter 2. Becoming aware of the lies themselves. The real truth lies in becoming aware of the lies themselves. If enough people begin to question everything, from the reasons for war, to the real purpose of their political systems, to the truths about advanced technologies, the collective consciousness might shift. The key lies in questioning assumptions, breaking free from narratives, and seeking objective, verifiable truth. But this is no easy task because the system is designed to resist it at every turn. This discussion, in a sense, aims to reduce the difficulty of that task. Earth is a planet of immense potential, but also deeply entangled in its own illusions, driven by power, control, and the manipulation of knowledge. Logic tells us that people could overcome these challenges, but psychology and history reveal why they often don't. Until humanity collectively awakens to these truths, the cycle will continue. The current global state, marked by wars, environmental crises, political instability, and increasing social division, is often perceived as chaotic and random, the result of natural human fallibility and unpredictable global dynamics. However, many of these events, when viewed from a more critical perspective, appear to be not accidents of history, but the outcomes of deliberate long-term strategies of control orchestrated by powerful groups and institutions. The term conspiracy theory has often been used to dismiss or marginalize ideas that challenge orchestrated, official narratives. But as more evidence surfaces, many of these theories are proving to be more grounded in reality than initially believed. What follows is a synthesis of some of the most relevant so-called conspiracy theories that currently, as can be empirically seen, relate to moves toward deepening global control, war, and manipulation. The military-industrial complex and perpetual warfare. One of the oldest and most widely accepted conspiracy theories relates to the influence of the military-industrial complex in promoting perpetual warfare for profit. This theory stems from U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower's famous farewell address in 1961, in which he warned against the growing power of the defense industry and its influence over government policy. Core idea. Wars are not primarily fought for ideological reasons or national security, but to fuel defense contractors and maintain a system of endless conflict that benefits those who profit from weapons manufacturing, military expansion, and reconstruction efforts. Supporting evidence. The post-World War II period has seen continuous U.S. military engagement across the globe: Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and numerous covert operations, many of which have questionable justifications but immense financial benefits for defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Boeing. Weather modification, climate change, geoengineering, and global warming as a control mechanism. The theory that climate change is being used as a tool of control points to the idea that while environmental degradation is real, certain powerful entities are exploiting the crisis to enforce global governance, new taxes, and restrictions on freedom. Core idea. The environmental crisis, particularly global warming, is used as a pretext for implementing draconian laws, financial controls, and population management. Climate change becomes the crisis that justifies global governance and economic restructuring. Supporting evidence. The Paris Agreement, which commits countries to financial contributions for climate mitigation, is seen by some as a way to control national economies and redistribute wealth according to the interests of global elites. Carbon credits and green taxes are often viewed skeptically as mechanisms that disproportionately affect the middle and lower classes, while corporations and elites find ways to bypass them through financial manipulation. The general concept of weather control has often been labeled a fringe conspiracy theory, but the existence of weather modification programs such as cloud seeding and geoengineering efforts are well documented and increasingly recognized as reality. The more controversial aspect of this theory involves the use of weather control technologies for military or economic gain. Core idea. Governments or powerful entities have developed the ability to manipulate weather patterns, creating storms, droughts, or even earthquakes for strategic purposes, whether to weaken adversaries, control populations, or manipulate global markets, e.g. agriculture. Supporting evidence. HAARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, is a U.S. military-funded project that studies the ionosphere. Non-mainstream viewpoints argue that HAARP, under the guise of studying radio communications, can manipulate weather patterns. Operation Popeye. During the Vietnam War, the U.S. military used cloud seeding to extend the monsoon season, causing excessive rain to disrupt enemy operations, a clear example of weather modification for military purposes. Geoengineering projects like solar radiation management, e.g., spraying reflective particles into the atmosphere to reflect sunlight, are being researched and, in some cases, implemented as a way to combat climate change. However, the long-term impacts and the potential for abuse, such as using these technologies to harm specific regions, raise ethical and geopolitical concerns. The debate surrounding climate change is intertwined with views of weather modification and geoengineering. The idea that climate change is not entirely natural, or that its narrative has been exploited by powerful interests for control and manipulation. The deeper mainstream climate change narrative. The dominant scientific consensus states that human activities, primarily the burning of fossil fuels and deforestation, are leading to an increase in greenhouse gases, GHGs, like carbon dioxide and methane. This is thought to cause the global warming that leads to climate change, resulting in more extreme weather patterns, rising sea levels, and disruptions to ecosystems. Some who challenge the mainstream climate change narrative argue that while environmental degradation is real, the true scale of the problem and its causes are manipulated. One theory suggests that the climate crisis is exaggerated or manufactured to justify far-reaching global controls, economic restrictions, and political shifts that benefit certain powerful interests. Climate change as a pretext for global governance. Core idea. The environmental crisis is used as a pretext to enforce global governance policies that would otherwise be unacceptable to the public. These policies can include financial measures like carbon taxes or global climate funds, and restrictive laws under the guise of preventing environmental catastrophe. Supporting evidence. Some skeptics point to documents like Agenda 21 and the Green New Deal as blueprints for global governance under the guise of sustainability. They argue that these policies place a disproportionate burden on the middle and lower classes, while large corporations and elites often find ways to benefit from carbon trading schemes, green investments, or climate-related subsidies. Exaggeration of climate data and control of the narrative. Core idea. The accuracy and integrity of climate science itself is questioned. Skeptics argue that certain climate models are designed to predict worst-case scenarios to incite fear and gain public support for drastic measures. They also claim that dissenting voices among scientists are often marginalized, and data that contradicts the climate crisis narrative is suppressed. Supporting evidence. One notable example is ClimateGate, a 2009 controversy in which leaked emails from climate scientists were seen by many as evidence of data manipulation to exaggerate global warming trends. The incident fueled skepticism about transparency and bias in climate research. The role of geoengineering and weather modification. The geoengineering and weather modification conspiracy, which suggests that technology is being used to manipulate the climate, brings another dimension to the discussion. If governments or secret programs can control weather patterns, then it stands to reason that certain elements of climate change could be artificially induced or even used as a means to control populations or achieve geopolitical goals. Geoengineering refers to deliberate large-scale interventions in the Earth's climate system to counteract global warming. One commonly proposed technique is solar radiation management, SRM, where reflective particles are sprayed into the atmosphere to reflect sunlight away from Earth, cooling the planet. Weather modification. Technologies like cloud seeding, used to induce rain, and HAARP, said to be linked to ionosphere manipulation, have long been discussed in the context of weather control. If such technologies are more advanced than publicly known, they could theoretically be used to create or manipulate extreme weather events, contributing to the narrative of climate catastrophe. Climate change and the financial elite. Another angle to the climate change conspiracy is the idea that financial elites and global corporations are exploiting the climate crisis for profit. Climate-related industries such as renewable energy, carbon trading, and sustainability consulting have become highly lucrative. This conspiracy suggests that powerful financial players are positioning themselves to profit from the policies designed to combat climate change while continuing to influence global markets. Core idea. While ordinary citizens are taxed or restricted due to environmental policies, global corporations and financial institutions profit from the green economy, which is framed as a moral and environmental necessity, despite being driven by economic interests. Supporting evidence. Carbon trading schemes, where companies can buy and sell emissions allowances, are often seen as a way for the wealthy to exploit loopholes, allowing continued pollution, while smaller businesses and individuals are disproportionately affected by environmental regulations. The link between geoengineering and climate change conspiracy theories is central to the idea that climate manipulation could be part of a larger agenda. If governments or private entities can alter the climate through artificial means, then it raises serious questions about the authenticity of climate change as a purely natural or human-driven phenomenon. Core idea. Geoengineering is either being secretly implemented to cause environmental disruption, which is then blamed on climate change, or it's being used to test control mechanisms that will later be deployed under the guise of solving the very problem it creates. Supporting evidence. Proposals for solar radiation management, SRM, and stratospheric aerosol injection have been seriously considered by mainstream institutions. while the official narrative presents these as emergency responses to mitigate global warming. The potential for these technologies to be misused is clear. The secrecy around weather modification programs in the past, such as Operation Popeye, adds fuel to the theory that there may be undisclosed experiments ongoing today. Climate change, a manufactured crisis or natural evolution? The reality is that climate change is likely somewhere between the extremes. On one hand, environmental degradation and pollution are real and urgent issues that need addressing. However, the manipulation of the climate change narrative for political control, economic gain, and population management is also a plausible factor, especially when considering the increasing influence of geoengineering and weather manipulation technologies. Climate change may well be exacerbated by human activities, but the question remains, to what extent are the solutions proposed, carbon taxes, global governance, green energy monopolies, serving the planet versus serving elite interests? If geoengineering programs and weather modification are being secretly implemented, they could play a significant role in shaping climate patterns and supporting a narrative that keeps populations compliant under the guise of saving the planet. In this light, the climate change crisis can be seen not only as a scientific issue, but also as a strategic tool for control, where the manipulation of weather, environmental data, and public fear helps powerful interests maintain their grip on global governance and economic dominance. Financial and economic control, the global banking elite. The idea that a small group of global banking elites controls the world's economy is one of the most persistent conspiracy theories. It suggests that the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, and central banks like the Federal Reserve are used to manipulate global markets, control national economies, and maintain the wealth gap between the rich and the poor. Core idea: financial systems are designed to keep nations and individuals in debt, ensuring that economic power remains in the hands of a select few who control interest rates, inflation, and capital flow. Wars, political instability, and economic crises are tools to enforce debt-based control. Supporting evidence. The 2008 financial crisis revealed the extent to which a handful of financial institutions could wreak havoc on the global economy, while those responsible largely went unpunished and even benefited from government bailouts. The Federal Reserve, the institution that controls U.S. monetary policy and plays a significant role in global economics. The Federal Reserve is often criticized for its lack of transparency and accountability. The theory suggests that the central banking system operates as a tool of global elites who can manipulate money supply and interest rates for their benefit, while ordinary citizens bear the brunt of inflation, debt, and economic instability. J.P. Morgan, the Rothschild family, and other powerful banking dynasties are frequently cited as having disproportionate influence over the global financial system, controlling everything from gold prices to national economies through loans and financial agreements. The financial system, particularly under fiat currency, has long been critiqued as unsustainable and exploitative. Here's a detailed exploration of why many view it as a debt-driven slavery system. Debt in the fiat system. Fiat currency. Fiat money, like the US dollar, has no intrinsic value. It's backed solely by government decree. This system allows governments to print money at will, fueling debt creation without the need for tangible assets like gold. Interest on debt. In a debt-based financial system, interest is charged on borrowed money. However, the total interest owed exceeds the amount of money in circulation because interest isn't printed. It's an extra cost that must be paid using money that doesn't technically exist. This creates a perpetual debt cycle, where individuals, corporations, and even governments must continuously borrow more money to service existing debt, thus expanding the money supply. Economic boom and bust cycles. The continuous expansion of debt leads to periodic economic booms, followed by inevitable busts. When the debt bubble grows too large, the system collapses under its weight, causing recessions or financial crises. The 2008 financial crisis is a clear example of such a collapse, caused by excessive debt and risky financial products. The US dollar is key. The fact that the US dollar has no intrinsic value and is backed solely by government decree, fiat money, has profound implications, not just for the US, but for the entire global economy. US dollar as global reserve currency. Since the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944, the US dollar has been the world's reserve currency, meaning that most international trade, including commodities like oil, is conducted in dollars. This gives the US an outsized influence over global financial markets and economies. When the US prints more money or enacts monetary policies like quantitative easing, the effects ripple across the world, impacting global inflation, currency values, and international trade. Debt creation and global impact. Because the US dollar is not tied to any tangible asset like gold, the Federal Reserve can increase the money supply as it sees fit. This allows the US to run deficits and accumulate debt, but it also creates a cycle where debt drives economic growth. Since many countries hold large reserves of US dollars and US debt, like treasury bonds, any devaluation of the dollar or inflation can erode the value of these holdings, affecting economies worldwide. Nations around the world are also impacted by fluctuations in the dollar's value, as they either benefit from a strong dollar or suffer from its inflationary effects. Global dependency on US policies. The entire global financial system in many ways is dependent on the stability of the US dollar. Countries, especially emerging markets, take on loans denominated in dollars, which means they are vulnerable to changes in US interest rates, inflation, or currency strength. If the US government increases its money supply irresponsibly, leading to inflation or devaluation of the dollar, it can spark economic crises worldwide. For instance, a weak dollar could result in higher commodity prices, triggering inflation in other countries that depend on US dollar transactions. The fiat money system allows for unlimited money creation, but it also carries the risk of undermining confidence in the dollar itself. If faith in the dollar erodes, due to excessive debt, mismanagement, or geopolitical issues, it could lead to a collapse of the US dollar, which would destabilize the entire global financial system. The fact that the US dollar is fiat money is central to understanding how global debt is created and sustained. As the US economy is the strongest globally and the dollar serves as the world's reserve currency, the entire world economy is impacted by US monetary policies, including debt issuance and money printing. This interconnectedness means that any instability in the US financial system has global ramifications, making the fiat-based dollar both a powerful tool and a potential source of worldwide economic vulnerability. Currency devaluation and inflation. Currency manipulation. To keep economies competitive, governments often devalue their currency to make exports cheaper. However, this also lowers purchasing power domestically, as inflation reduces the real value of money over time. Inflation as hidden tax. When central banks print more money to cover deficits or stimulate growth, it leads to inflation, which acts as a hidden tax on citizens. Prices rise, but wages often don't keep pace, eroding the standard of living. This forces individuals to work harder to maintain the same quality of life, perpetuating the debt slavery system. Hyperinflation. In extreme cases, excessive money printing can lead to hyperinflation, where the value of the currency collapses entirely, as seen in countries like Venezuela or Zimbabwe. When this happens, all trust in the currency is lost, and people may revert to bartering or alternative assets like gold and cryptocurrency. Abandoning the gold standard and its consequences. 1971. The end of dollar convertibility to gold. When the U.S. abandoned the gold standard in 1971, it untethered the dollar from any real asset. This allowed for unlimited money creation, but it also led to perpetual deficits and rising national debt. Under the Bretton Woods Agreement, 1944, the US dollar had been the global reserve currency, meaning that other nations held dollars in reserve, effectively tying their economies to the US monetary policy. When convertibility to gold was suspended, it shifted the system to one reliant on fiat currency and debt issuance to keep economies running. The current fiat system operates similarly to a Ponzi scheme, where new debt is required to pay off old debt. As long as confidence in the system remains, it functions. However, once faith in the currency or the ability to repay debt is lost, the system collapses. The role of central banks and gold suppression. Many believe that central banks and governments deliberately suppress gold prices to maintain confidence in fiat currency. If gold prices were allowed to rise freely, it would expose the fragility of the fiat system and lead to a loss of confidence in paper money. Central banks often engage in complex transactions involving gold, such as loans and sales, but the physical gold rarely moves. This has led to accusations of overselling gold reserves and making multiple claims on the same ounce of gold. If investors demanded physical delivery of their gold, central banks would struggle to meet the demand, exposing the precarious nature of the gold market. Recently, non-Western central banks, particularly in countries like China and Russia, have been increasing their gold reserves, potentially challenging the dominance of the US dollar and the Western financial system. This highlights a growing global distrust in fiat currencies and an increasing preference for gold as a stable store of value. Maxing out on debt. Over the last 40 years, the world has been on a fiat currency experiment fueled by increasing debt. Today, most individuals, corporations, and governments are maxed out on debt, leading to a global deleveraging that's inevitable but highly destabilizing. The economy can no longer sustain itself without continually issuing new debt, but there is a limit to how much debt can be added before the system breaks. Potential for collapse. The risks of hyperinflation, loss of confidence in the US dollar, and potential currency collapse are very real. A breakdown of the fiat system could lead to a global financial crisis far worse than the 2008 crash, resulting in a massive transfer of wealth. Those who hold real assets like gold, silver, or even cryptocurrencies may survive, while those dependent on paper money and debt may be left destitute. Gold as a hedge. Gold has retained its purchasing power for centuries and is increasingly seen as a hedge against the instability of fiat currencies. Unlike fiat money, which can be printed endlessly, gold is finite, and its value is recognized globally. As confidence in fiat currencies continues to erode, demand for gold is likely to increase, further exposing the vulnerabilities of the current financial system. The slavery of debt. Welfare and state control. As inflation erodes purchasing power, people demand more from the state in terms of welfare, medical benefits, and social safety nets. Governments respond by creating more money, which further entrenches individuals in a cycle of dependence and debt. This cycle can be seen as a modern form of economic slavery, where individuals are trapped in a system that requires ever-increasing work just to survive, while wealth is continuously transferred to the elite who control the financial levers. A system teetering on collapse. The global financial system, based on fiat currency and debt, is showing signs of strain. With growing national debts, economic instability, and the increasing risk of hyperinflation, it's clear that this system is not sustainable. The reliance on perpetual debt issuance to maintain economic stability has created a cycle of dependency and control, which many argue is a modern form of slavery. As confidence in fiat currencies continues to erode, alternative assets like gold are becoming more attractive, potentially setting the stage for a massive wealth transfer. Financial education and personal responsibility are more crucial than ever in this uncertain economic landscape. Censorship. AI as a control mechanism. Before getting to the next sections, there is the aspect of censorship that needs to be addressed, especially in the context of how certain platforms handle discussions involving certain keywords. Many creators on top platforms report that their content gets flagged, striked, or shadow banned when they discuss such topics openly. This points to broader concerns about freedom of speech and the control of the narrative through algorithms designed to detect specific language, pointing to another layer of control using AI-based algorithms that are programmed to monitor, suppress, or redirect conversations considered controversial. Advanced systems that silently enforce a digital control structure, shaping public discourse to fit acceptable narratives and quashing dissent. A recent advancement with AI at the time of writing, facial recognition and smart glasses. An alarming development for several reasons. 2 Harvard students demonstrated how Meta's, previously known as Facebook, smart glasses could be paired with facial recognition software to instantly gather personal information from unsuspecting strangers, cross-referencing their faces with social media to create profiles with names, biographical data, and associations. Although this was a student experiment, it highlights the potential for abuse if such tools fall into the hands of malicious actors or corporate interests, especially given Meta's Facebook's history with privacy violations. Key concerns. 1. Surveillance society. If such tech becomes mainstream, privacy as we know it could vanish, turning everyday public interactions into data-collecting events. Much like the current systems used in our online lives as it relates to digital advertising, where personal information is collected from Internet users at as many online points as possible, under the pretext of serving more relevant ads when they do have the opportunity to appear. i.e., when a website is in a joint advertising deal with an advertising company, such as Google, which is the largest of such companies, and also happens to be the world's most popular search engine. 2. Targeted harassment. Knowing intimate details about strangers could lead to manipulation, stalking, or targeted exploitation. 3. Corporate and governmental overreach. With AI increasingly tied to facial recognition, governments or companies could use this to track, profile, or monitor individuals en masse, exacerbating the surveillance state. 4. Meta's role. Meta's questionable commitment to privacy and the use of such technology further fuels fears of a dystopian future driven by corporate surveillance. This development ties directly into larger conspiracy theories about AI surveillance and the erosion of human autonomy. With AI capable of real-time data harvesting, it positions technology as the ultimate tool for control and oppression. While framed as convenience or advancement, it could rapidly become a mechanism to monitor behavior, predict actions, and ultimately control populations. The fact that platforms like Meta are involved raises suspicions about how much data is already being harvested without public awareness. As AI becomes more integrated into daily life, there's growing concern that we are being observed, tracked, and categorized at an unprecedented level, not just by governments but by tech giants whose motivations remain profit-driven, often at the expense of privacy and personal freedoms. Microsoft Recall, a Trojan horse for mass surveillance. The recent discovery of Microsoft's Recall service, quietly integrated into Windows systems, has set off alarm bells among tech experts and privacy advocates alike. With Microsoft Windows being the most widely used operating system globally, this service is perfectly positioned to enable unprecedented mass surveillance. Coupled with recent global outages such as those related to CrowdStrike, the situation raises critical concerns about the increasing threat of AI-powered surveillance embedded deep within everyday computing. What is Microsoft Recall and why is it dangerous? Part of the Windows AI Copilot initiative, Recall is designed to take screenshots of almost everything a user does on their computer. The idea is to allow users to search through their activity using AI, even down to specific images or details on their screen, such as text or files they viewed. While positioned as a useful feature, critics argue that it opens the door to serious security risks. Surveillance aside, one of the major issues is that sensitive information like passwords, financial data, and private keys can be unintentionally captured and stored. A seemingly absurd oversight by a multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation. What this means is, if a device is compromised by hackers or malware, all data could be accessed, leading to potential extortion or breaches of critical accounts. Security experts have likened this to integrating malware directly into Windows. Initially pitched as a feature for AI-based systems, Recall was supposed to be an optional service, limited to specific devices. However, recent revelations show that it has been quietly integrated into all Windows systems with the 24H2 update, making it a core dependency of essential system components like the File Explorer itself. Key points of concern. Mandatory integration. Contrary to Microsoft's initial claims, Recall is now embedded into every Windows system running the 24H2 update, pushed via mandatory Windows updates, which are positioned as needed to keep the system working correctly. This mandatory integration means users are forced to have the service running in the background with little transparency about its true function. Core system dependency. Recall is integrated so deeply into Windows that attempting to disable or remove it disrupts core features. This makes it nearly impossible for the average user to opt out, effectively trapping users into running the service. Ongoing background operation. The service runs quietly in the background. The specifics of what it is doing, particularly in terms of data collection and system monitoring, remain opaque. This raises concerns that Recall could be collecting and transmitting user data without their knowledge or consent. Global implications for surveillance. Windows is the most widely used operating system in the world, making this development a matter of global significance. By embedding Recall into the core system, Microsoft has created a near-universal surveillance platform. This poses serious risks in several areas. 1. Mass data collection. With Recall running as part of the operating system's essential functions, it could be used to collect vast amounts of data on users globally. From personal files and browsing habits to location data and system usage patterns, the potential for intrusive surveillance is enormous. 2. Real-time monitoring. When tied to cloud-based AI systems, Recall effectively enables real-time monitoring of user behavior, feeding data back to Microsoft or other entities. This data could be used to profile users, track their activities, and potentially even predict behavior, feeding into a larger surveillance apparatus. The fact that Recall now operates as part of the core File Explorer system is particularly concerning because File Explorer interacts with nearly every aspect of a user's digital life: documents, media files, and online activities. This makes it an ideal vector for data harvesting without users' awareness or consent. 3. Surveillance infrastructure on the world's most popular OS. With Windows commanding the majority of the global desktop operating system market, Recall effectively turns billions of PCs into surveillance devices. This positions Microsoft as a key player in global surveillance, especially in collaboration with governments or corporations interested in data harvesting on a massive scale. 4. Corporate and governmental use. Given the close ties between tech companies like Microsoft and governments around the world, Recall could easily be co-opted for state surveillance, much like facial recognition and AI-driven data collection tools already in use. It raises suspicions about how much data is already being collected and who ultimately has access to it. The CrowdStrike global PC outage, a warning signal. The recent global PC outage tied to CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm known for its apparent advanced protection solutions, serves as a chilling reminder of how interconnected and vulnerable our digital infrastructure has become. Millions of users experience disruptions, illustrating just how fragile our systems are. The outage exposed vulnerabilities in global computing systems that keep the world running. It highlighted the risks of centralized control over critical infrastructure and brought into focus how easily a single point of failure can affect millions worldwide. This is particularly relevant when considering how Recall could similarly be exploited or manipulated whether intentionally or as a result of a cyber attack. Interconnected vulnerabilities. The CrowdStrike incident underscored the dangers of having core system components deeply tied to cloud-based services or AI algorithms. In the case of Recall, its background operations could make Windows users more vulnerable to remote surveillance, disruptions, or even manipulation of their systems on a global scale. What can be done? The integration of Recall into Windows systems represents a turning point in the relationship between users and technology. As AI becomes further embedded into the core systems that govern our devices, users are at greater risk of losing control over their privacy and autonomy. Microsoft must be held accountable for the implementation of Recall. Full transparency about its purpose, functionality, and data usage is essential to ensure that users are not unwittingly part of a mass surveillance scheme. As concerns about surveillance and control grow, people should begin to explore alternative operating systems that prioritize privacy and user autonomy. Open-source platforms like Linux could offer viable alternatives for those seeking to escape the reach of AI-driven surveillance. The discovery of Microsoft's Recall service secretly embedded into mandatory systems updates, coupled with the recent global outage involving CrowdStrike, paints a troubling picture of the future of digital surveillance. By embedding AI into the most widely used operating system on the planet, Microsoft has created the perfect tool for mass surveillance. The potential for abuse is undeniable. As AI continues to reshape the digital landscape, the need for transparency, privacy protections, and user autonomy has never been more urgent. Mind control and media manipulation. Unbeknownst to many, the conspiracy theory that mass media is used as a tool of mind control is no longer a fringe theory. Operation Mockingbird, a particular three-letter agency program that recruited journalists to spread government propaganda, is a confirmed fact. The idea that media outlets are still used to manipulate public opinion and control the narrative is supported by both historical precedent and modern-day observations. Core idea. Corporate-controlled media and government propaganda are used to control the public narrative, shaping perceptions of wars, political figures, and global events. This control ensures that certain agendas are advanced while dissenting voices are marginalized or silenced. Supporting evidence. The consolidation of media ownership means that a few corporations, such as Disney, Comcast, and Viacom-CBS, control most of what the public sees and hears. This concentration of power allows for narrative control across various platforms, from news to entertainment. Operation Mockingbird, where the particular three-letter agency infiltrated major news organizations to promote its agenda during the Cold War, highlights the lengths to which intelligence agencies have gone to control public opinion. The use of social media algorithms and AI-driven censorship today reflects a new form of mind control, subtly shaping what information people see, how they engage with it, and what views are deemed acceptable. Remote viewing via consciousness and government involvement. One of the most intriguing conspiracies tied to mind control and secret knowledge of consciousness involves government programs like remote viewing and psychic espionage. A three-letter agency, along with other three-letter agencies, ran projects like Project Stargate, which explored remote viewing, the ability to perceive distant or unseen targets using the mind. The Monroe Institute, known for its research on altered states of consciousness and out-of-body experiences, played a key role in training participants to access these abilities through methods like hemispheric synchronization, HemiSync. Officially documented, remote viewing was officially studied by the three-letter agency and another three-letter agency under programs like Project Stargate. The aim was to develop psychic abilities that could be used for intelligence gathering during the Cold War. Although officially terminated, the research showed some results that have intrigued investigators to this day. Monroe Institute's role. The Monroe Institute focuses on techniques that use sound waves to alter brain states, allowing individuals to achieve out-of-body experiences, enhanced mental clarity, and deep meditative states. The three-letter agency and military explored these methods to potentially train agents in consciousness exploration, raising questions about the deeper government interest in altered states of mind. These programs indicate that consciousness manipulation, via methods like remote viewing, are more than just pseudoscience. It's likely a tool in the hidden arsenal of psychic warfare and mind control tactics. The broader implications. The connection between these projects and broader consciousness research implies that governments and other powerful interests have long been interested in the potential to control or enhance the mind. The three-letter agency's declassified documents provide clear evidence that mind control and psychic abilities have been taken seriously at high levels. Corporate interests, advanced health technologies, and population control. Given the delicate nature of this aspect and the known censorship on certain platforms we shall not name, we unfortunately need to more carefully frame this discussion, especially in relation to theories about biological control mechanisms and potential health effects. Let's call them new medical technologies. There are growing concerns surrounding how new medical technologies are being deployed. Studies that show how these technologies could have unforeseen effects due to their advanced interaction with genetic material. These so-called treatments have been hailed for their ability to tackle certain, allegedly highly contagious global health challenges, but there are those who argue they may have more complex interactions within the body. A key area of debate is the notion of dormant genetic elements, sections of DNA that some believe could be influenced or activated by external means, raising questions about long-term health impacts. Advocates for caution emphasize the need for more open discussion, especially given the recent rise in unexplained medical issues coinciding with the rollout of certain so-called treatments. Some related reports at the time of writing. Insert new medical technology name here. Eats away heart tissue. Official study. New Zealand reports surge in heart problems linked to insert new medical technology name here. Surge in unexpected infant deaths linked to insert new medical technology name here. UK government data shows surge in deaths among recipients of 4 stages of insert new medical technology name here. Disabled population doubling since rollout of the insert new medical technology name here. Japanese study calls for ban on the contaminated blood donations of people who were administered insert new medical technology name here. The larger narrative, population control and beyond. In addition to what we have covered so far, there's additional historical basis for the theories that global elites have interests in population management. This idea has been present in discussions about public health, resource management, and governance for decades. While it might sound outlandish to some, proponents of this theory argue that the current phase of medical advancement and mass so-called preventative treatment campaigns are part of a broader strategy to limit societal unrest and maintain control, particularly as more people become politically and consciously aware. The theory suggests that technological advancements are being misused to influence human biology, drawing connections between certain medical technologies and genetic manipulation, with some fearing that these efforts are meant to calm the herd. To avoid direct confrontation with the censorship apparatus, these ideas are framed here around public discourse and the need for scientific transparency. While the evidence is clear in many cases, instead of calling out specific figures or making definitive claims, focus is kept on the questions people are asking and the unknowns that remain unaddressed in the public conversation. Suppressed cures. Core idea. A certain industry prioritizes profit over health, blocking or discrediting natural, inexpensive cures to keep patients dependent on their products for long-term management of diseases. Supporting evidence. There are allegations that certain alternatives, permanently helping in many of these alleged chronic situations, have been suppressed because they could replace expensive products used for cases of the Big C and other chronic disease management. Additionally, critics argue that certain corporations have too much influence on certain three-letter regulatory bodies, which leads to favoritism for patented products over affordable natural cures. Food control and genetic modification. Core idea: the genetic modification of crops, GMOs, is part of a larger strategy to weaken human health and create dependency on pharmaceutical solutions. This is often tied to glyphosate, linked to widespread health issues. Supporting evidence: critics of GMOs and glyphosate point to studies suggesting links between these products and illnesses like the Big C, endocrine disruption, and reproductive issues. This theory suggests that GMOs and pesticides are intentionally weakening the population, ensuring ongoing dependence on powerful control structures. The overall argument is that by modifying crops at the genetic level and saturating the agricultural system with chemicals like glyphosate, used in popular herbicides, powerful corporations and governments can effectively control global food supplies. Critics argue that GMOs and pesticides are not just about increasing crop yields, but are also about weakening human health. These chemicals are seen as contributing to long-term health degradation, ensuring that the population remains sick and dependent on pharmaceutical interventions, further enriching the corporations behind these industries. Economic dependency. By controlling the food supply, especially through patented GMO seeds, large agrochemical companies can make farmers and entire nations dependent on their products. The theory suggests that this allows powerful corporations to exert control over not only the economy, but also political structures, as nations that rely on these companies for food production are less likely to challenge them. Trails left behind by airplanes in the sky, contrails, are said to not simply be condensation, but are instead, in more than just some cases, chemical substances intentionally sprayed for nefarious purposes. Investigators and whistleblowers suggest that governments, corporations, or other powerful entities are using chemtrails to control weather patterns, weaken human health, and/or modify ecosystems for geopolitical gain. Some argue that chemtrails are part of a larger geoengineering program designed to manipulate the climate. By controlling weather patterns, it's suggested that governments can induce droughts, floods, or other natural disasters, which would allow them to exert greater control over food production and distribution, leading to increased dependency on global corporations and centralized power. Health impacts. A related allegation is that chemicals in chemtrails, often found to be aluminum, barium, strontium, or other toxins, are deliberately being used to poison the population. Over time, exposure to these chemicals could result in chronic health issues such as respiratory problems, weakened immune systems, and cognitive decline. This, in turn, increases the population's reliance on pharmaceutical companies and healthcare systems controlled by powerful, profit-driven organizations. A deeper analysis reveals how powerful players have the potential to intentionally suppress cures, manipulate food supplies, and perpetuate disease for financial gain and social control, all while promoting products as solutions to problems they may have helped create. Due to the nature of these theories, everyone is encouraged to critically investigate in a personal capacity, seek out diverse sources of information, and explore the broader connections between medical technologies and the deeper societal control mechanisms discussed here. While there are some others that will be addressed in this discussion as more context is brought in, these specific non-mainstream perspectives are intended to present the broader, high-level view of the clear systemic control we see playing out on the global stage. Chapter 3. The Survival Matrix, the Orchestration of Global Events, Entrapment, Eternal Rights and Intrinsic Free Will. These apparent conspiracy theories, while all once marginalized, are gaining traction as more information emerges that challenges mainstream narratives. The wars, environmental crises, political instability, and economic struggles that define today's world are not random occurrences, but the result of centuries of deliberate manipulation by powerful forces. From weather control to media manipulation, from the military-industrial complex to global financial control, these forces have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo, one in which the masses remain divided, disempowered, and unaware of the full extent of the control mechanisms at play. Understanding these dynamics first is crucial for awakening to the deeper truths about how global events are orchestrated and how they impact both the physical and mental well-being of humanity. The key to breaking free from these cycles of control lies in collective awareness, critical thinking, and self-empowerment. By recognizing the interconnectedness of these events, we can begin to dismantle the systems of control and move towards a more just, conscious, and awakened world. When we zoom out from our narrow view of reality on this floating rock in the middle of nowhere that we call Earth, it's difficult to argue that there are default rights all sentient beings are entitled to by simply existing on their planet, without having to be subservient to any form of higher authority. Whether that's in the shape of a guardian, boss, government, country, nation, idol, God, council, or whatever other hierarchical labels we have ingrained in society. Modern society, academia, and the broader economic system. There is an increasing frustration, becoming more evident, and among all generations that touches on something deeply significant: the structure of modern society, academia, and the broader economic system. Many people, whether they are aware of it or not, have begun to see through the deeper cycle of exploitation and control. At the core, there's a deep tension between the ideal of pursuing knowledge for its own sake and the way that knowledge is often harnessed for profit or power by corporations, governments, and other institutions. It's easy to see how the contributions of individuals are being siphoned off, manipulated, or commodified for the gain of a small elite. PhDs, the original research dilemma. The idea that academic work, particularly in the context of PhD theses, must contribute original research to the field to earn the qualification. While sounding noble on the surface, a deeper analysis reveals how it is a form of intellectual servitude. Many PhD students and academics spend years diving into niche topics, with limited support or financial stability, only for their work to end up behind paywalls in academic journals or used by corporations to develop products or strategies that the original researcher never intended. It's an unjust process for many key reasons. The financial burden. Such higher education usually leaves people with massive debt, particularly in systems like the US, where tuition is popularly known to be prohibitively expensive, meaning people are often indebted before they even start their careers. Intellectual property issues. Oftentimes, patents or discoveries made by researchers are owned by universities or companies, not the individual, making the actual ownership of the knowledge seem invisible and distant from the researcher. Exploitation of passion. Many people are drawn into academia or research out of genuine curiosity and a desire to contribute positively to the world and beyond. But the system frequently takes advantage of this passion, offering little in return but a relatively meager salary, wage, or precarious contract work, compared to the potential gain for institutions even a single person's work could have over long periods of time. Many are beginning to ask the question, for what? For whom? As this strikes at the heart of the matter. Much of the modern world is structured in a way that prioritizes economic growth, corporate profits, and state power over individual well-being and societal flourishing. In many fields, the contributions of brilliant people get channeled into industries that don't serve the common good: military technology, environmental degradation, exploitative business practices, and more. People often believe that if they work hard and contribute, they will be rewarded with a comfortable life, but many find themselves disillusioned when they see the true beneficiaries of their labor: CEOs, shareholders, or government interests. Meanwhile, the creators of knowledge, art, or solutions often remain underpaid, undervalued and forgotten to a large degree. Systemic control and pacification. There's a particular form of control built into this system that needs to be noted, an illusion of meritocracy and pride that convinces people to stay engaged in the process. Though there are various layers of societal conditioning we can approach this from, the key layer to look at here is how society often sells the notion that hard work, degrees and personal achievement will lead to fulfillment and success. However, the reality is frequently far more complicated. Wage labor, people become dependent on a paycheck, locking them into cycles of work, debt, and consumption. Debt. Educational loans are a form of modern-day servitude. Many spend decades paying off debt for degrees that don't even guarantee stable employment, or that the relevant industry will even exist by the end of that period, so that you can remain employed. Psychological manipulation. The societal narrative often glamorizes grit, perseverance, and sacrifice in ways that normalize systemic exploitation. People are conditioned to believe that working within the system will bring success or at least personal pride, which serves as a form of pacification. Are we just contributing to the machine? For many, the feeling is that they're just cogs in a machine, propping up systems of power that don't truly serve them or the people. It's no secret that corporations and the wealthy consolidate power through the intellectual and physical labor of others. This cycle of exploitation is a cornerstone of capitalism. The very systems that benefit from our collective efforts, corporations, governments, elites, are often the ones perpetuating global inequality, environmental degradation, and authoritarian control. This often leads to an overwhelming sense of disillusionment, especially for those who enter their careers hoping to make a difference. How to break out. Redefining success. One of the most radical things you can do is redefine what success means to you. If contributing to corporate or state interests feels hollow, focus on local, community-based impacts or small-scale projects that directly benefit people around you. Alternative paths. More people are opting out of the traditional academic and corporate career paths, looking for ways to live that aren't tied to the wage labor consumption cycle. This might involve cooperative work models, independent research, freelancing, or community-oriented projects. Challenging the system. Collective action is powerful. Movements aimed at worker rights, wealth redistribution, and educational reform all challenge the structures that perpetuate this exploitation. Participating in activism, or simply building awareness, can be a step towards systemic change. Intellectual independence. The Internet and open-source communities have made it possible to share knowledge outside of the traditional gatekeepers, corporations, journals, etc. Many researchers, creators, and thinkers are finding ways to work independently or share their work freely, bypassing the need to serve institutions with vested interests. This topic aims at voicing something many people feel, but are often too overwhelmed to fully articulate. It's a disorienting realization, but it's also the kind of insight that can lead to important personal and social transformation. The system, survival as a commodity. At the heart of this critique is the undeniable truth that survival itself, access to food, water, shelter, and security, has been commodified, creating a structure where people must earn their right to exist on the world they were born on. This process turns basic human rights into privileges that can be accessed only through labor and economic participation. The majority of the world's population spends their lives in a cycle of work just to secure these basics, while a small elite sect of society accumulates disproportionate wealth and power. The fact that only one species, humans, has created this artificial scarcity, while other species live in balance with their ecosystems, points to a deep misalignment. This system, in many ways, is intentionally designed to maintain control. When people are struggling to meet their basic needs, they have little time, energy, or mental bandwidth left to challenge the structures that bind them. They are caught in survival mode, which dulls creativity, impedes personal growth, and further stifles critical thought. By keeping people distracted with immediate survival concerns, the system perpetuates itself, making real liberation seem distant or impossible. For those who make it through this exploration of reality that is this conversation, you'll note how a concluding aspect of it is the need for a powerful critique of the systems of control that shape much of the human experience on Earth. There are clear observations we can make about the commodification of survival, the suppression of free will, and the ways in which hierarchical power structures distract from humanity's deeper potential. Distraction. The overwhelming mix of conflicting narratives, agendas, and global plans often feels like a distraction from the essential issue we face as a humanity: suppressed freedom and the infringement of free will. Our social constructs are designed to bring more focus to politics, obscure technological advancements, and economics than to the basic rights of existence itself. Logical rights that all sentient beings should naturally have by simply existing on the planet they were born on, a planet more than capable of sustaining itself, humanity, and much more. The right to food, water, shelter, and security without being trapped in a cycle of survival mode or subservient to hierarchical systems. The most commonly cited estimate for the total number of species on Earth, including undiscovered ones, is around 8.7 million. The accuracy of this number is not what matters. What matters is that whatever the accurate number is, only one species pays to live on the planet they were born on. On such a world where survival is commodified, it can be difficult to give the necessary attention to the topics discussed here when so much energy is spent just getting by for so many. But as we have explored and will come to further uncover, this distraction is not by random chance. The idea that we must pay to live on a planet that is our home, controlled by a system that seeks to keep people subservient, speaks to a deeper systemic issue of oppression. Whether this is done by governments, corporations, or other hidden forces, the result is the same. Humanity's natural state of freedom is compromised. Many are seeking tools and avenues to cope with or understand the reality of this oppression, which is usually not evident as oppression due to the narratives and constructs we discussed earlier, all of which have been artificially created for people to live within. The real focus of politics should be on the immediate and tangible need for freedom from this survival matrix. Everything else about every individual's life is a personal choice, but a personal choice that should be pursued in peace, not under duress or manipulation. This is the fundamental common ground of all people, regardless of race, color, or creed. A fundamental truth: the modern world is built upon systems that require constant participation in a survival economy. People pay for basic necessities like food, water, shelter, and security, despite these being fundamental to life itself. These are not luxuries, they are the baseline requirements for existence. And yet, these systems have not only monetized survival, but normalized the idea that human beings should have to earn their right to live comfortably on the planet they were born into. This survival matrix operates by keeping much of humanity in a constant state of dependence on hierarchical structures, whether through governments, corporations, or other forms of power. The energy that could be spent on creativity, personal growth, or truly exploring what it means to be alive is instead consumed by the struggle for basic survival. For those caught in this cycle, it can be incredibly challenging to engage with deeper existential or philosophical questions when so much focus must be placed on simply getting by. The narratives perpetuated by political and economic systems obscure the deeper truth: that the fight for survival is an engineered distraction intended to keep people in survival mode, where there is ultimately little left in them to question the system itself or to envision alternative ways of organizing society. Thus, the very real issues of suppressed freedom and manipulated free will become secondary to immediate concerns of food, shelter, and security. The need for freedom from this cycle is universal and unites all people, transcending divisions of race, color, or creed. True freedom goes beyond the political freedoms often discussed in public discourse. It is about the freedom to exist without constant subjugation to systems that manipulate and control one's life choices. The deeper question here is, what would it take to dismantle this matrix of survival, and how can humanity reclaim its natural right to live freely? The first step may be in recognizing the extent to which our reality is shaped by forces that benefit from keeping people subservient. The next is to imagine new systems, ones that prioritize human well-being, collaboration, and true freedom, rather than profit, power, and control. This kind of shift would require a fundamental rethinking of how we organize societies, value resources, and relate to one another. This conversation isn't easy to have, especially in a world where so many are caught in the cycle of survival, but it's a conversation that holds the potential for true liberation. Liberation from a system that has for too long dictated the terms of human existence. The systems we have in place that run our world reflect more of a game of control and power, akin to a global game of monopoly, where resources, beings, and energy are constantly traded, managed, and fought over. The question is, who's genuinely working for our sovereignty and our liberation, versus who's perpetuating another form of control, even if it's draped in a higher cause. A fundamental step towards the elusive world peace that is often made out to be impossible. Liberation first. What would it take to achieve this? Awareness and clarity are the first steps. People need to understand the depth of the control mechanisms at play, both visible and invisible. From there, the collective imagination must turn toward creating new models of society, ones that do not require the monetization of survival, but instead foster an environment where creativity, personal growth, and self-realization are prioritized. This shift also requires a re-evaluation of the narratives that have been ingrained in us, the belief that we must earn our right to live comfortably, that success is tied to material wealth, that hierarchy is the only viable form of social organization. Only by questioning these assumptions can we begin to imagine and work toward a world where freedom is truly accessible to all, where the right to exist in peace is not contingent upon one's ability to navigate a survival-based economy. This conversation is indeed difficult but absolutely necessary. It's a conversation that prompts us to envision a future beyond the systems of oppression and control that have defined our past and present. It calls for liberation, not just in a political sense, but in a deeply existential sense, liberation from the structures that limit human potential and keep us from realizing our collective power. First, we must collectively realize what it truly means to be free and what kind of world we might create if we were no longer burdened by the fight for survival. True peace, both personal and global, can only be achieved when liberation comes first, when all beings are free to exist without the constant threat of subjugation or scarcity. Only then can humanity reach its full potential, both individually and collectively. That liberation can only come from clarity of what's going on around us, from distinguishing between true freedom and the layers of intentional control and distraction. The right to exist freely without constant struggle should come first, to everyone. The rest is up to each of us in our own time and way. This liberation is intertwined with the deeper complexities surrounding human conflict, manipulation, the planetary conditions, and the very nature of reality itself, that extends far beyond this planet. Power structures and manipulation. Hierarchical structures, whether political, corporate, religious, or cultural, often work in concert to maintain the status quo. Institutions often present themselves as necessary, benevolent, or even inevitable. Governments promise security, corporations promise innovation and convenience, religious or ideological systems promise moral guidance. But behind these promises often lie deeper agendas aimed at consolidating power and perpetuating mass dependency. The narratives we are fed by these systems frequently obscure the reality of our situation. The concept of earning one's place in society, the glorification of hard work as the only path to success, and the framing of hierarchy as a natural order all serve to normalize what is essentially an artificial and exploitative structure. The idea that governments and corporations are simply the administrators of this global system masks the fact that their true role is to perpetuate it, whether through direct control of resources, the manipulation of public opinion, or the construction of societal norms. These entities maintain a grip on the very fabric of human life. The engineered distraction. The insights of some into how the struggle for survival is an engineered distraction adds a more profound layer. It highlights how much of the political and economic discourse today is a surface-level engagement with issues designed to keep people from focusing on the root of the problem. Debates over technological advancement, economic policies, and even social justice, while important, often avoid addressing the fundamental question: why are we forced to live in a system that requires us to fight for survival in the first place? The deeper issue, as you will come to realize as we wrap up this conversation, is that humanity's natural freedom has been compromised. This is not just a matter of political or economic oppression, but a spiritual and existential one. Our very ability to engage in meaningful, creative, and self-directed lives is systematically undermined by a global structure that feeds off human labor and ingenuity, while offering little in return beyond basic subsistence and fleeting comforts. The path to liberation. So how do we break free from this cycle? We've already touched on the first critical step: awareness and clarity. Recognizing the depth of control mechanisms, both visible and invisible, is essential. Without this recognition, any attempt at reform or revolution risks simply replacing one form of control with another. Awareness requires a deep rethinking of the values and narratives that underpin our societies. It means questioning everything from the nature of work to the role of governments to the very idea of what it means to live a good life. Imagining a new system. After awareness, the next step is to imagine new systems. This is perhaps the most radical and difficult step because it challenges the very foundation of modern civilization. What would a society look like where survival was not commodified, where basic needs were met without the need to engage in endless labor, where creativity, personal growth, and well-being were the primary values rather than profit, power, and control? This would require a fundamental restructuring of how resources are distributed, how economies are organized, and how power is held. Hence the emphasis throughout this conversation on a collective effort. First, the direction of that effort must be identified. Ultimately, this would need to mean moving away from systems of competition and scarcity towards systems of cooperation, abundance, and shared stewardship of Earth's resources. This particular topic will be expanded on towards the end of this conversation, but for some current context, these are some key possibilities such a societal system might include. Universal basic resources. Ensuring that every human being has access to food, water, shelter, and healthcare without having to work for it. This should be seen as a basic human right, much like access to air or sunlight. Decentralized power structures, moving away from large centralized governments and corporations towards smaller, community-based systems of governance and resource management. This should help break the concentration of power and allow people to have a direct say in the decisions that affect their lives. A post-capitalist economy, shifting from an economy based on endless growth and consumption to one based on sustainability, equity, and well-being. This might involve new models of resource sharing, cooperative ownership, or gift economies that prioritize human needs over corporate profits. Consciousness and existential freedom. Reclaiming the freedom to explore the deeper questions of life, free from the distractions of survival. This would mean creating spaces where people can engage in philosophy, art, science, and spirituality without the constant pressure of economic necessity. Overcoming the illusion of control. Perhaps the greatest challenge is overcoming the illusion of control that these systems perpetuate. The narratives of authority, whether through governments, corporations, or religious institutions, must be dismantled. Liberation will require a collective reimagining of what it means to be free, and a rejection of the false choices presented by the current system. This journey toward liberation is both personal and collective. It requires a shift in consciousness, an awakening to the deeper truths about our existence and the structures that shape our world. It also requires action, bold, creative, and collaborative efforts to create new systems that reflect the true potential of humanity, rather than keeping us locked in cycles of survival and dependence. Liberation and human potential. Ultimately, the liberation we speak of is not just about freeing humanity from economic or political control. It's about freeing the human spirit. It's about creating a world where people are no longer burdened by the constant struggle for survival and can instead focus on what it truly means to be alive, to grow, to create, to connect, to explore, to love, and to live in harmony with one another and our planet. The challenge is immense, but so is the potential. The first step, as we've noted, is clarity, seeing the system for what it truly is, and recognizing that another world is possible. From there, it's a matter of collective imagination, courage, and action. Part 3. The interconnectedness of our reality, the matrix beyond our matrix. Chapter 4. The human brain. The idea that the brain is wired to perceive higher dimensions is a fascinating intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and theoretical physics. For the overall context of this conversation, let's expand on this intriguing notion. Understanding dimensions. Dimensions defined. In physics, a dimension is a measurable extent of some kind, such as length, width, height, and time. While we commonly perceive three spatial dimensions, 3D, theories in physics suggest additional dimensions, particularly in string theory, where up to 11 dimensions might exist. Perception of dimensions. Humans perceive the world in 3 dimensions, but we often conceptualize and discuss higher dimensions. For example, we can think of a 4th dimension, such as time, although things are a bit complicated with that term, as we will soon find, or even higher dimensions geometrically or mathematically. Neuroscience and multidimensional perception. Brain structure. The human brain is able to process highly complex input data. Certain structures are implicated in understanding spatial relationships. Areas such as the parietal lobe are crucial for integrating sensory information related to space. Visual processing. The brain processes visual stimuli in a way that allows for depth perception. This involves combining inputs from both eyes, binocular vision, and interpreting cues such as perspective and shading, which can hint at higher dimensional constructs. Cognitive abilities. Humans have the ability to comprehend abstract concepts, including higher dimensional spaces. This is evidenced in fields like mathematics and physics, where models and equations can describe phenomena that exist beyond our immediate perception. Geometric intuition. People often develop an intuition about shapes and spaces. For instance, it is said that while we cannot visualize a tesseract, a 4-dimensional cube, directly, we can represent it in 2 or 3 dimensions and understand its properties mathematically. Theoretical physics and higher dimensions. String theory. In string theory, it is said that the fundamental components of the universe are not 0-dimensional points, but rather 1-dimensional strings, vibrating in multiple dimensions. This theory posits extra spatial dimensions beyond the 3 typically observable by humans, which could have implications for the fundamental nature of reality. Hyperspace. Some theories in physics explore the idea of hyperspace, a space that encompasses more dimensions than we can perceive. While we currently perceive that we live in a 3-dimensional construct, some physicists propose that our universe might be a 3-dimensional surface within a higher dimensional space. This is crucial to remember for upcoming discussions. Philosophical considerations. Reality and perception. Philosophical discussions often center on the nature of reality and how our perceptions shape our understanding of it. If our brains are capable of conceptualizing higher dimensions, what does this say about the nature of reality itself? Again, this is crucial to remember for upcoming discussions. Limitations of human perception. While we may be able to conceptualize higher dimensions, our direct sensory experiences are limited to the typical 5 in the case of the human body. This raises questions about the relationship between what we can perceive and what actually exists. Applications in technology. Virtual reality, VR. Technologies like VR aim to create immersive experiences that can simulate higher dimensional spaces, allowing users to navigate environments that transcend traditional 3-dimensional boundaries. Artificial intelligence, AI. AI systems can analyze vast datasets in multidimensional spaces, detecting patterns and relationships that may be difficult for humans to perceive directly. What does all this have to do within the context of this discussion? The notion that the brain is wired to see higher dimensions is critical to this overall conversation. This idea touches upon our innate ability to understand complex, abstract concepts, despite our limitations in sensory perception. This interplay between neuroscience, mathematics, and theoretical physics provides a rich ground for exploration and upcoming discussion, inviting us to consider not only how we perceive the universe, but also the fundamental nature of reality itself. This concept will be key for understanding how the surface-level conflicts on Earth are connected to more fundamental, but seemingly unrelated, issues we face as a world. Conflicts driven by the well-known factors we discussed: politics, economics, and power dynamics, all of which are the culmination of a long history of suppression, competition, fear, and separation. This is important to keep in mind because from a psychological and sociological perspective, we know that conflict is often stoked by the fear of the other, competition for power, and a fundamental belief in separation, us versus them mentalities. We see how political systems and leaders manipulate these fears to maintain control, creating external enemies, or use war to distract from internal issues. Many of these conflicts are funded by wealthy nations or powerful elites who also benefit from instability, using war as a tool to maintain or expand influence. The so-called conspiracy theories are an attempt by independent groups or individuals to explain this otherwise confusing and contradictory behavior of powerful actors. The truth of the matter, however, is that these actions are not hidden. Rather, they are deeply entrenched in the systems of control that dominate global governance, economics, and education. These systems are designed to perpetuate themselves by maintaining a false sense of separation, keeping people divided and distracted, ensuring that the mechanisms of control remain unquestioned. The question is, why? The answer: it goes far deeper than what is seen on the surface. Literally, figuratively, and metaphorically. Chapter 5. Beyond the Physical. What most humans are not fully aware of as a result of centuries of intentionally stifled and manipulated education systems is the deeper metaphysical aspect of their conscious reality. As a result, most of us are unwise to the direct relevance of that simple fact to everything we have discussed so far. At the quantum level, everything in the universe is quite literally interconnected. By the end of this discussion, you yourself will have direct experiential proof of this, even if you do not move another muscle from now till the end of it. Quantum physics tells us that particles are not isolated entities, but are part of a vast energetic field that connects all of existence. This is a fundamental truth about our reality. The universe operates not in isolation, but through a web of vibrational frequencies. In everyday life, we think of things as separate. Your phone is over there, you are here, and space separates the two. But on the quantum level, where we're talking about the things that make up those objects, yes, even your body, things like particles, electrons, protons, and photons, where everything is more fluid and connected at this max zoomed-in level. At this level of reality, Particles are not like tiny marbles floating in space. Instead, they're more like energy blips that can behave like both particles, solid little things, and waves spread out like ripples in water. This dual nature already shows us scientifically that the world is a lot more interconnected and flexible than it seems at the surface at our current level of perception. Entanglement, the quantum spooky action. This is where things get strange. There's a phenomenon called quantum entanglement, a scientific demonstration showing how everything is connected, living, dead, inanimate, everything, at a fundamental level, as in when you zoom into things until you cannot zoom anymore. Yes, this applies to even the body you are experiencing from at this very moment. What is quantum entanglement? When two particles get entangled, basically paired together in a special way, their properties become linked. So, if you do something to one particle, the other one will immediately feel it no matter how far apart they are, whether they're across the room or across the galaxy. Why this matters? It shows that particles don't behave like isolated objects. When they're entangled, they act as part of a system, and you can't think of them separately. This is one of the strongest pieces of evidence that the universe is fundamentally interconnected at the deepest level. Real-life analogy. Imagine you and someone else are wearing magical watches. If you touch your watch and change the time, the other person's watch changes instantly to match, even if they're on the other side of the world. That's entanglement, instant communication and connection, no matter the distance. Hence the spooky action terminology. We can prove this not only in a lab setting, but the average home's living room, despite it making no sense whatsoever. No sense from the typical viewpoint we've been taught about, that is. This is a large aspect of this conversation's focus. By the end of it, you will be able to explain this phenomenon in a scientifically grounded manner, but also recognize how explaining it is meaningless in the grand scheme of, well, everything. Superposition. Things in multiple states, at once. Normally, things in our everyday world exist in one place or state at a time. You're either sitting or standing, the light is either on or off. But in the quantum world, i.e., maximum zoom, particles can exist in multiple states or positions at the same time. This is called superposition. What happens? A particle like an electron doesn't choose to be in just one spot until it's observed or measured. Until we check, it exists in a blend of all possible places or states at once. When we measure it, it suddenly collapses into one definite position or state. Why this matters? This shows that particles don't exist in isolation, but are part of a larger web of possibilities. Their behavior depends on everything around them, including whether or not we're observing them. The act of observation itself is part of the connection. Real-life analogy. Imagine flipping a coin. Normally you think it's either heads or tails, but at the quantum scale, the coin would be both heads and tails at the same time, until you interact with it. In quantum mechanics, particles can exist in multiple states at once, a phenomenon called superposition, which persists until the particle is observed or measured, causing it to collapse into one definite state. To understand this concept on a more intuitive level, consider lucid dreaming, that many, if not most people, have experienced at least once. These are dreams where you're aware that you're dreaming, meaning you experience dual awareness. You're both present in the dream and aware of your body lying in bed. At that moment, you could either wake up, shifting to full awareness of being in bed, or slip back into a non-lucid dream, losing that awareness. Similarly, a quantum particle exists in multiple potential states until it's observed and settles into one outcome. Entanglement and superposition have been tested extensively and are among the most well-established concepts in modern physics, even though they sound like science fiction. The lucid dreaming metaphor will be key as we explore more quantum concepts that support why this is not all that surprising in the grand scheme of things. Quantum fields. The universe is a web of energy. Instead of thinking of particles as individual dots floating in empty space, quantum physics tells us that particles are actually excitations, like little ripples, in a field that stretches across the entire universe. This is called quantum field theory. What happens? Imagine the universe is filled with invisible fields. Each type of particle, like electrons, photons, etc., is a little ripple in its own specific field. So particles aren't really separate objects but disturbances in a field that connects everything. Why this matters? It shows that the universe isn't made up of isolated parts but of fields that fill space and time, connecting everything. So, at a fundamental level, everything is linked through these fields. Real-life analogy. Picture the surface of a lake. When you throw a rock in, it creates ripples. Those ripples are like particles, but the surface of the lake, the field, is what connects them all. Every ripple is part of the same connected surface. Quantum field theory is the foundation for much of what we know about the universe, and it has predicted the existence of countless particles and interactions that were later confirmed through experiments. One of the best-known examples is the discovery of the Higgs boson, often called the God particle, in 2012 at CERN's Large Hadron Collider. The Higgs boson was predicted by QFT, quantum field theory, almost 50 years before it was finally detected, showing that these fields and their interactions really do exist. Even though quantum mechanics seems incredibly strange and counterintuitive, it's one of the most successful theories in the history of science. The math behind it has predicted many things that were later proven experimentally. These quantum concepts don't just work on paper or in theory. They've been observed and measured in real-life experiments. It's not just something physicists talk about over lunch. It's fundamental to how our very experience of reality works. It seems unbelievable because quantum mechanics challenges our everyday experiences and common sense. This is because of the contradictory behavior we observe simply by zooming back out to a macro level. Your hand should remain and work like your hand regardless of what level of magnification we apply to it. However, the simple double-slit quantum mechanics experiment shows this is not the case. Mainstream science also says that your hand both exists and does not exist at the same time. In other words, we don't really know how anything exists, scientifically speaking, or rather, within the framework of what mainstream science considers existence. Hence the need for a new, more expansive theory, a theory we're developing through this conversation. By the end of it, we'll have a clear, logical explanation for this odd behavior, and much more. In the framework of current education systems, we're conditioned to thinking of things as separate, solid, and definite. But at the smallest, most zoomed-in levels of reality, those laws break down. This is critical to remember. Non-locality. Distance doesn't matter. Usually you'd think that for one thing to affect another, they have to be close together, or connected somehow. But quantum physics proves distance doesn't matter. In quantum mechanics, particles can interact or influence each other instantly, even across vast distances. This is called non-locality. It's another way the universe seems to defy our everyday understanding of how things work. Why this matters? This supports the idea that space and separation are not as rigid as we think. In a deeply connected universe, what happens in one place can instantly affect what happens somewhere else, without the need for things to travel between them in the way we're used to. Somewhere else means anywhere else in the universe. Real-life analogy. It's like having two lights on opposite sides of the world, and flipping the switch for one causes both lights to turn on at the same time. No need for a wire or signal to travel between them. They just are connected. This is otherwise what most would understandably define as magic. Quantum entanglement tells us this concept can be expanded to any 2 points in the known universe, which is estimated to be around 93 billion light-years in diameter. Quantum mechanics shows that two entangled particles at any 2 separate points within this universal space will still instantaneously match the state of the other. A little context to better grasp the implications of this. What is a light year? A light year is simply the distance that light travels in 1 year. As mentioned, the current best estimate of the size of the observable universe is around 93 billion light-years in diameter. A billion is 1,000 million, an immense quantity to grasp. For perspective, even if you could count one number a second, which we cannot once we get high enough, but even if you could, it would still take over 31 human years to count to just 1 billion. The observable universe is around 93 billion of these light-years in diameter. The numbers involved with light years get enormous really fast. Light moves incredibly fast, about 299,792 kilometers per second. If you multiply that by all the seconds in a year, light travels about 9.46 trillion kilometers in a single year. To put it in simpler terms, in 1 second, light could travel around Earth 7.5 times. In 1 year, it covers unimaginable distances. That's a light year. Light is the fastest thing we know of according to mainstream science, which states that when we look at distant objects in the universe, like stars or galaxies, we're thought to actually be looking back in time, because the light we see took such a long time to get here, because of its 300,000-ish kilometers per second speed limit. The nearest star to us, Proxima Centauri, is 4.24 light-years away, meaning the light we see from it today theoretically left that star over 4 years ago. The theory we're developing here will address this seemingly conflicting limitation to reality. If light is the fastest thing we can measure in the universe, then how is it that particles, the stuff everything is made of, when entangled, can communicate between Earth and Proxima Centauri, not just faster than light, but instantaneously? Entanglement and the apparent instantaneous communication between entangled particles presents a fascinating challenge to our conventional understanding of the universe, particularly when framed against the backdrop of special relativity, which posits that nothing can travel faster than light. The quantum entanglement puzzle. In quantum mechanics, entangled particles share a unique connection. When two particles become entangled, the state of one particle is directly related to the state of the other, no matter how far apart they are. If you measure the state of one entangled particle, the state of the other particle is immediately determined, even if it's light years away. When we measure the particle on Earth, the state of the distant particle changes instantaneously, as if no time passed at all, irrespective of the 4.24 light-year distance of Proxima Centauri, for example. In quantum entanglement, two particles become linked in such a way that their states are instantaneously correlated, no matter the distance between them. Even if they are separated by 93 billion light-years, measuring the state of one will instantly determine the state of the other. Now, that's just the observable universe. The actual universe is likely much larger, thought to be infinite, but we have no direct way to measure its full extent within our mainstream knowledge frameworks. The observable universe, that vast 93 billion light-year bubble, is just the part we can see or detect. The universe is one big web. At the heart of quantum physics is the idea that everything, at its most fundamental level, is a form of energy or vibration, where all particles, electrons, photons, etc., are actually just excitations in underlying fields that permeate the entire universe. The fields themselves, electromagnetic, gravitational, etc., are essentially the fabric of the universe, and what we perceive as matter are just these fields vibrating in certain patterns, including each of us humans. At the quantum level, everything we think we know about how the world works, like distance, separateness, and certainty, gets challenged. Instead of thinking of things as individual and separate, quantum physics reveals that everything is part of a huge, interconnected system. Particles aren't isolated. They are linked through entanglement, spread out in superposition, and connected through quantum fields that fill the entire universe. In simpler terms, quantum physics shows that the universe isn't a bunch of individual objects doing their own thing. Instead, It's more like a massive interconnected web of energy and particles, all influencing each other in surprising and instantaneous ways. A massive interconnected web of energy and particles that makes up you yourself. Quantum entanglement shows that at a fundamental level, separation is an illusion. All beings, all matter, and all energy are interconnected in ways that transcend physicality. Interpretation. Wigner's interpretation of quantum mechanics. There are a few key interpretations of quantum mechanics that attempt to explain the behaviors we have just discussed. Wigner's interpretation being the most relevant in the context of this discussion. Proposed by Eugene Wigner, a Hungarian-American physicist in the mid-20th century. Key concepts. Role of consciousness. Wigner suggested that consciousness plays a fundamental role in the quantum behaviors we just discussed. He posited that the act of observation or measurement is tied to a conscious observer, implying that awareness is essential to defining the state of a quantum system. The wave function will be expanded on shortly, but for now we just need to know that according to the Wigner interpretation, the wave function of a quantum system collapses only when it is observed by a conscious entity. This leads to the conclusion that physical reality must be influenced by the presence of observers, a crucial point to remember. Mind-body problem. Wigner's interpretation intertwines with philosophical discussions about the nature of consciousness and its relationship with physical reality. It raises questions about the nature of reality itself. Is it independent of observers, or is it fundamentally linked to consciousness? The Wigner's friend experiment. To illustrate his ideas, Wigner proposed a thought experiment involving a friend conducting a measurement in a lab. According to this scenario, the friend observes a quantum event and experiences a wave function collapse, while Wigner, who is outside the lab and unaware of the measurement, sees a superposition of outcomes until he gains knowledge of the friend's observation. This leads to paradoxes about the nature of reality and observation in quantum mechanics. Philosophical consequences. Wigner's interpretation opens the door to a discussion about the nature of consciousness and its fundamental role in the universe. It raises questions about whether reality exists independently of observers, or if consciousness is a critical component in shaping reality, implying that it may operate not merely within the confines of the brain, but as part of a broader universal field. A deeper analysis of this field through sound offers a relatable and experiential framework for understanding consciousness at a fundamental level. The way we perceive and emotionally react to sound, particularly in the form of music, might not be purely psychological. Instead, it could reflect how sound frequencies interact with the deeper, quantum layers of our very being, our consciousness. Quantum physics provides a framework for understanding the interconnectedness of all things and highlights the fundamental sameness of the universe at the quantum level. When we consider consciousness within this quantum context, resonating at different frequencies, it helps explain why we feel aligned with certain sounds, experiences, or even people. Music, as a form of vibration, possesses the ability to evoke powerful internal experiences, as is experientially observable by countless individuals who make claims such as, "Music is life," "I live for music," "Music takes me somewhere else," and similar. It appears to transcend our three-dimensional reality, serving as a direct connection to our deeper quantum nature. This resonates with the idea that quantum physics reveals a central sameness linking all beings, living and non-living, across space and time through frequency and resonance. This perspective could also explain why different individuals gravitate toward different genres of music. Each person's consciousness is thought to exist at a unique, ever-shifting, resonant frequency. This uniqueness results in a natural attraction to universal vibrations that align with their inherent frequency. Numerous studies have explored how sound frequencies affect brainwaves and emotional states. For instance, binaural beats can induce different states of consciousness, from relaxation to heightened awareness. These phenomena demonstrate how sound can shape our mental and emotional landscapes. The interplay of sound, consciousness, and quantum mechanics provides a profound lens through which to understand our existence and interconnectedness. Music's capacity to resonate with our individual, unique frequencies can lead to transformative experiences, affirming the notion that we, at an intrinsic, conscious level, are part of a grand tapestry of vibration and resonance. In this sense, everything is indeed fundamentally the same. There's no intrinsic difference between the particles that make up a rock and those that make up our bodies. It's all excitations of the same underlying substance, the same fundamental source material. The distinctions we observe at the macro level, via the 5 typical senses, are due to different patterns of vibration, not different source material. Chapter 6. Love and Fear. Dr. Masaru Emoto's famous water memory experiment points to a clear influence of non-physical actions, thoughts, emotions, and intentions on the structure of the physical world. Water, in this case, the substance making up approximately 60 to 80% of the human body, depending on phase of development. In the study, water samples exposed to positive thoughts and words like love or harmonious music crystallized into beautiful, well-formed shapes when frozen, while those exposed to negative thoughts or words formed chaotic, distorted patterns. This simple experiment indicates an interactive link between consciousness and what we call the physical world. A link across a seemingly secret medium or dimension, not directly observable through the 5 standard senses most of us are taught to live within from childhood. A link capable of sending some kind of non-physical thing that then has a transformative effect on physical things. Similarly, harmonious music has been shown to positively influence plant growth, hinting at another underlying quantum connection between consciousness and the physical world. This concept aligns with the implications of the famous double-slit experiment from the field of quantum physics. The simple experiment that is used to demonstrate the quantum behavior we have discussed, where the non-physical act of observation affects the behavior of physical particles, further demonstrating that consciousness likely plays a fundamental role in shaping our reality. The dichotomy between love and fear, as described in Emoto's experiment, draws attention to the idea that our thoughts, emotions, and intentions aren't just abstract internal experiences, but likely actually influence the physical world in ways that are still mysterious to mainstream understanding. Emoto's water experiment opens the door to imagining consciousness as something more than just an internal mental state. It hints that thoughts and emotions have physical consequences. The use of terms like love and fear seemingly simplifies extremely complex phenomena into something understandable. However, the consequence of this is that they get diluted through overuse and commercialization, yet they point to something immensely powerful. Love, at its core, is transformative, scientifically speaking. It can change brain chemistry and perhaps, as Emoto's experiment suggests, even influence the material world. The trivialization of such a word reduces it to a fleeting emotion or a buzzword for marketing strategies, stripping it of its divine, profound nature. In a world where we industrialize war and commodify emotions, it almost feels as though this desensitization is by design. If we are detached from the deeper, more sacred meanings of this shared aspect of our experience that we label as love, we become more susceptible to manipulation. Fear, on the other hand, is a powerful tool of control. When people are ruled by fear, they are more easily governed. In that sense, the overuse of the word and commodification of love may be a reflection of the same underlying systems that perpetuate fear, violence, and control. In the context of everything else we've discussed, it makes you wonder about the nature of reality itself. Are we merely reducing everything to its lowest common denominator, or are we being guided into perceiving life in ways that keep us disconnected from deeper truths of the world around us? There is a philosophical aspect in this that ties back into the core of physics. At what point do thoughts and emotions become energy, and how does that energy shape the world around us? By the end of this conversation, we will have answered this, and at a much deeper level. This connection between consciousness and the physical world, as hinted by Emoto's experiment, challenges the traditional view that life is material physics. Combined with what we know about quantum mechanics, it opens up the possibility that consciousness itself plays a fundamental role in the shaping of reality, emphasizing that our current understanding of both physics and consciousness is incomplete, and this connection could lead us toward a more holistic understanding of the universe, one that embraces the idea that love, rather than being an overused word, may be at the very heart of existence itself. Love and fear as frequencies. The concept of love and fear, as explored through the works of Dr. Masaru Emoto and related quantum mechanics concepts, connects deeply with the idea that our thoughts, emotions, and intentions hold a profound influence over the physical world. Thoughts as physical energy. The findings of both Emoto's and mainstream quantum experiments, such as the double-slit experiment, hint that human consciousness, thoughts, emotions, and intentions are not isolated within us, but have a tangible effect on our surroundings. This raises the idea that thoughts themselves could be energy, shaping our reality in subtle but measurable ways. This is critical to remember as we continue this exploration. Many spiritual teachings echo the conclusions that modern scientific experiments are beginning to reach, suggesting that these realms are deeply intertwined rather than mutually exclusive. For instance, take Dr. Masaru Emoto's water experiments. At face value, this research may seem like a simple, scientifically driven investigation into the effect of thoughts and emotions on water. However, when we examine the broader implications, we see how closely this aligns with ancient spiritual wisdom about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical world. Many spiritual traditions have long emphasized that our inner world, our thoughts, feelings, and intentions, has the power to shape our outer reality. Emoto's findings simply offer a modern, empirical perspective on a concept that has existed for millennia. In Eastern philosophies, particularly in Buddhism and Taoism, there's a concept of vibration or energy fields that mirrors what is discussed in modern physics and quantum theory. These traditions speak of how everything in the universe vibrates at a certain frequency and how human beings, through their emotional and mental states, can align themselves with higher or lower vibrational energies. The high frequencies of love, compassion, and unity, as emphasized in both spiritual and quantum discussions, promote healing, growth, and harmony. In contrast, low-frequency emotions such as fear, hatred, or anger create discord and dis-ease. This understanding is similar to what Emoto demonstrated through his water studies, showing that positive intentions create harmonious forms and negative emotions lead to chaotic patterns. Indigenous wisdom traditions also align with this thinking. Many Native American, African, and Aboriginal spiritual traditions emphasize the interconnectedness of all life and the importance of living in harmony with the earth and each other. They live in alignment with the idea that human thoughts, intentions, and actions have ripple effects on the physical and energetic fabric of the world, a concept that quantum physics supports when we talk about non-locality and entanglement. In these ancient teachings, love and fear are viewed not just as emotions, but as states of being that affect the collective consciousness and the natural world. This brings us back to the fundamental dichotomy between science and spirituality, which in many ways is an illusion. For so long we've been presented with a worldview that divides the empirical from the metaphysical. The Age of Enlightenment birthed a sharp distinction between these domains, positioning science as objective truth and spirituality as mere subjective belief. But as we probe deeper into fields like quantum mechanics, epigenetics, and consciousness studies, we see that this division is becoming increasingly blurred. Consider the double-slit experiment, a staple of quantum physics. The experiment shows that the mere act of observing particles changes their behavior, implying that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping physical reality. This principle resonates deeply with spiritual teachings that have long suggested awareness, what we might call spirit, soul, or consciousness, is not separate from the material world, but intimately involved in its creation and evolution. The ancient Hermetic principle of as above, so below speaks to this very idea, suggesting that the microcosm and macrocosm are reflections of each other. Quantum mechanics seems to affirm this by demonstrating that at the smallest scales, consciousness and matter are inseparably linked. Similarly, in meditative practices from the Eastern spiritual traditions, the idea that human intention and focus can alter the self and the environment reflects the findings of modern neuroscience and neuroplasticity. Science now recognizes that meditation can alter the brain's physical structure, supporting ideas that our mental state, consciousness, directly impacts our material body, again blurring the line between science and spirit. The concept of love, so often dismissed in modern culture as merely an emotion, holds profound significance in both spiritual and scientific terms. Ancient spiritual teachings emphasize that love is not just a feeling but a force, a binding energy that unites all things, a key point to remember as we continue this discussion. Modern studies show that feelings of love and compassion can shift brain chemistry, boost immune function, and even alter gene expression, physical evidence of love's transformative power on matter. What's becoming clearer is that science and spirituality are not two separate realms of human understanding, but two different languages attempting to describe the same underlying truths. Science offers a way to measure and quantify the patterns of reality, while spirituality offers insights into the meaning and purpose behind those patterns. Both are exploring the same terrain, the same mystery of existence, albeit through different methodologies. As more studies like Emoto's emerge, and as quantum physics continues to challenge our understanding of reality, we are seeing a convergence, a return to a holistic understanding of the universe that integrates the material and the immaterial, the measurable and the immeasurable. When we consider the possibility that thoughts, emotions, and consciousness are integral to shaping reality, we are revisiting an ancient wisdom that has existed across cultures and epochs. The scientific evidence increasingly supports what the mystics, shamans, and sages have seemingly known for centuries. The universe is a living, conscious entity, and we, as part of it, are deeply interconnected through the vibrational energy of love and fear. In today's world, it seems we are slowly rediscovering these ancient truths under the lens of modern science. The separation between spiritual knowledge and scientific knowledge is dissolving. What remains is a unified vision, where the quantum and the mystical, the empirical and the transcendental, are seen as complementary rather than contradictory. Love and fear, in this broader context, are not just subjective feelings or metaphysical abstractions. They are energetic forces that shape the fabric of our reality, as both spirituality and science, in their own ways, have shown us. Human beings, like all life, exist as vibrational beings, each person consciously resonating at a unique frequency, influenced by their emotional, mental, and consciousness state. Therefore, the collective state of humanity can thus reasonably be thought to be able to impact the broader energetic consciousness field of the planet. Chapter 7. The harmful impact of ignorance, trauma, and the energetic field. Through the lens of quantum mechanics, and combined with ancient wisdom, we can develop a clear framework positing that, when humans engage in war, exploitation, and especially the mass slaughter of conscious beings in the form of animals, we generate negative energy, fear, trauma, and suffering. This energy ripples out into the collective consciousness, distorting the planet's energetic field, as well as sending those ripples through the interconnected reality fields we have discussed. Every act of violence, every trauma, does not simply disappear. It becomes part of the energetic fabric of the planet, influencing the mental, emotional, and physical states of all beings inhabiting it. This is not just metaphysical speculation. The Schumann resonance, the electromagnetic field of the Earth, has been shown to fluctuate in response to human consciousness. The Schumann resonance is essentially a set of low-frequency electromagnetic waves that exist in the Earth's atmosphere, specifically in the cavity between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere, the layer of the Earth's atmosphere that is made up of electrons and ions. These waves are thought to resonate at around 7.83 Hz, although fluctuations can occur due to various natural and human-caused factors. Studies, such as those from Princeton University's Global Consciousness Project, have shown that major traumatic events like 9/11 caused measurable changes in random number generators across the globe, suggesting a connection between human emotional states and the planet's energy fields. The trauma humans inflict upon each other and the natural world reverberates through this energetic field, creating feedback loops of fear, pain, and conflict. Empaths seem to feel these energetic fluctuations more intensely. Rather than labeling these individuals as emotional, it might be more accurate to say that they could simply be more attuned to energetic shifts. Whether they are individually aware of it or not, many people seem to have a higher sensitivity to global emotional and energetic states, often experiencing sudden overwhelm or emotional pain during times of major crisis. It's likely that their consciousness is just more finely tuned to the planetary consciousness field. The suppression of knowledge and the cycles of control. One of the reasons humanity struggles to escape these cycles of violence and control is that foundational knowledge, such as the nature of energy, consciousness, and reality itself, has been, as we discussed, systematically suppressed or distorted. Educational systems governed by the same power structures that benefit from control do not teach the interconnected nature of reality. Instead, they focus on materialistic, reductionist views of the world that reinforce the illusion of separation. This is not by random chance. This suppression of knowledge extends to areas like energy healing, natural medicine, and the use of crystals, which ancient cultures understood as tools for balancing and amplifying energy. Crystals, for instance, are now used in cutting-edge technologies like quantum computing and optics, but are largely dismissed in mainstream culture as spiritual pseudoscience. In reality, their vibrational properties have profound implications for both technology and metaphysical practices, such as energy healing. A deeper truth, healing the planetary consciousness. Earth is said to be a living being, which many ancient cultures have long treated it as. Its energetic field, what some might call its aura or Schumann resonance, resonates with the collective consciousness of humanity. When humans act from fear, ignorance, and violence, they not only harm each other but disrupt the balance of the entire planetary system. This disruption creates the conditions for further suffering, as trauma begets trauma in a seemingly endless cycle. True healing comes from the recognition of our intrinsic interconnectedness. By elevating human consciousness, aligning with higher vibrational states rooted in love, compassion, and unity, humans can positively influence the planet's energy field. This concept challenges us to see the Earth not just as a physical environment, but as a living entity with which we are intimately connected. When human emotions influence something as seemingly external as the planet's vibrational resonance, then it points to a larger, more integrated view of reality, where consciousness is not limited to the brain or the individual, but exists as a shared planetary-level phenomenon. This also supports the concept that by healing and elevating human consciousness, we have the potential to harmonize the energetic fields of the planet itself, creating a feedback loop that benefits both humanity and the Earth that sustains that very humanity. Part 4. Weaving the Theory of Everything. Consciousness, DNA, the evolution of life, the Earth as a living being, and gravity itself. An intricate cosmic scale idea that blends science, spirituality, and ancient wisdom into a single holistic view of reality. Chapter 8. What we currently know. The double-slit experiment is one of the most famous and mind-bending experiments in not just quantum physics, but science in general. First conducted by Thomas Young in 1801 to demonstrate the wave nature of light, it was later adapted to reveal the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics, particularly wave-particle duality. The classical version, the wave theory of light. The setup. A light source shines on a barrier with two narrow, closely spaced slits. On the other side of the barrier, there is a screen where the light can be observed. Outcome. If light were purely a particle, we would expect two bright spots on the screen corresponding to the two slits. However, what actually appears is an interference pattern, a series of light and dark bands. This pattern indicates that light behaves as a wave, with the waves from each slit interfering with one another. Constructive interference creates bright bands, and destructive interference creates dark bands. Quantum version, wave-particle duality. When the experiment was later performed with individual particles, such as electrons, the results were even more surprising. 1. Particles and the interference pattern. Even when individual electrons are sent through the slits one at a time, an interference pattern still builds up on the screen over time. This suggests that each electron somehow behaves as a wave while traveling, passing through both slits and interfering with itself, even though it is a single particle. 2. Measurement and collapse. The most baffling part of the experiment occurs when scientists try to measure which slit the electron actually passes through. When a detector is placed near the slits to observe the electron's path, the interference pattern disappears and the electrons behave like particles, hitting the screen in two distinct spots corresponding to the slits. This phenomenon suggests that the act of measuring or observing the electron forces it to choose a definite state, i.e., it behaves like a particle. Without observation, the electron behaves like a wave. This raises the question, are we each just a collection of locked-in particles as a result of observation? As we've discussed, a human being, a rock, or anything else in the universe is made up of the same particles, electrons, protons, neutrons, etc. From the perspective of particle physics, the difference between a human and a rock is just the arrangement and interaction of these particles, governed by physical laws. But here's where quantum mechanics starts to break our classical understanding of the reality that has been presented to us since childhood. On the smaller scales, particles can exist in superposition, meaning they can be in multiple places or states simultaneously, until observed or measured. Wave-particle duality means these particles have properties of both particles and waves, depending on how they're observed. Meaning, at the quantum level before measurement, particles are not locked into a single state or position. They exist as a range of possibilities, described by a wave function that only collapses into a definite state upon observation. In the double-slit experiment, a wave function represents the quantum state of a particle, describing the probabilities of where it could be found. It behaves like a wave, allowing the particle to pass through both slits simultaneously, creating an interference pattern. However, once observed, the wave function collapses and the particle behaves like a classical object, appearing in only one place. Who or what collapses, i.e., locks particles into place? This is where quantum mechanics intersects with consciousness, spirituality, and philosophy in an incredibly intriguing way. One of the unresolved questions in quantum physics is about the role of the observer. In quantum mechanics, the act of observation seems to collapse the superposition of possibilities into one definite state. But this leads to the question, what counts as an observer? Is it a conscious observer, or does any form of interaction, like a measuring device, count as observation? Wigner's interpretation: consciousness causes collapse. As we have already explored, Wigner's idea suggests that consciousness itself plays a role in collapsing the wave function, implying that the act of being aware is key to defining reality. Could this God we hear of be the ultimate observer, collapsing wave functions? We all know those that will likely drop off at this point. Remember our discussion about the social conditioning with regards to specific terms like conspiracy theory. God, source, divinity, soul, etc. are more of those terms. Everyone is encouraged to go through this entire conversation at least once, regardless of your feelings towards specific frequencies, in the form of words. You may just find that you could be right in your view, or wrong, or maybe even both right and wrong at the same time, while still being able to choose between either. It's recommended to not try to understand this statement at this time. Just remember it. The question about God or Source as the ultimate observer is actually an old philosophical idea that's being revisited here through the lens of quantum physics and logic. If particles exist in all possible states until observed, some have wondered, could there be a universal consciousness, God or the cosmic observer, that is always observing and thus keeping reality stable? Since human beings are made up of quantum particles, and if our consciousness can influence or observe these particles, then who or what is ensuring that all particles across the universe are being locked into place, observed? This leads to profound speculation about whether there's a higher order consciousness or observer that keeps the universe running. Perhaps a consciousness we call God. Some have previously suggested that quantum mechanics might provide a scientific bridge to understanding concepts of God or divinity. Are we fractalized splinters of a single consciousness, God? The idea that we could be individualized expressions of a single consciousness, often referred to as God or Source, is not new. It's actually a central idea in many mystical and spiritual traditions. What quantum mechanics does is open the door to rethinking this in a way that aligns with science, a word which in itself, at its core, simply means to deeply understand. Non-locality. As discussed in quantum physics, entanglement shows us that two particles can be instantly connected, no matter how far apart they are, as if they share a deeper oneness beyond space and time. Fractal reality. The concept of fractals is that a small part of a system can reflect the whole. If consciousness is somehow fundamental to reality, then the idea of each of us being a fractalized splinter of a greater consciousness could be a way to understand how we experience individuality, as humans or otherwise, while still being part of a greater whole, God, Source, or universal consciousness, or mind. This aligns with various ancient ideas from Eastern philosophies, where everything is said to be Brahman, the ultimate reality, and individual souls, or Atman, are expressions of it. In modern terms, you could think of our individual experiences as unique perspectives of a single, universal mind. Where does individual observation come into play? If we are all fragments of a greater consciousness, then our observation, our individual perspectives, is crucial. In a sense, each of us is a part of that ultimate observer experiencing reality from a unique point of view. Each individual fractal consciousness may act as a localized observer, collapsing the wave functions in their own experience of reality. But it gets deeper. If we all stem from the same universal consciousness, then everyone's individual observation is in a way the observation of the greater whole. This makes the universe an ever-unfolding collective act of experiencing itself. Could consciousness be an experience with God, through God, to God? This is a deep philosophical question, but yes, it's a scientific possibility that aligns with the ideas we've been exploring through the lens of quantum mechanics, the most zoomed-in layer of our reality. If all consciousness is, in essence, part of a single universal mind, then this very conversation could be viewed as a manifestation of that universal consciousness reflecting on itself. You and me, each as individuals, are unique perspectives or fragments of the whole, engaging with reality and, in turn, contributing to the whole through our individual experiences. In this view, every thought, every interaction, every observation might be the universe, or God Source, experiencing itself through each of us. This is the essence of what mystics and spiritual teachers throughout history have often described as unity or oneness, the realization that we are not separate from the universe, but seemingly part of it, expressing itself through individual experiences. Quantum mechanics raises profound questions about observation, reality, and existence. The fact that particles don't lock in until observed leads to mind-bending possibilities about who or what is observing the locked-in, observed particles that create our waking reality. The thought experiment about whether this implies the existence of God as the ultimate observer is an ancient and valid question, but quantum mechanics gives it a modern twist. The idea that we could be fractals of a universal consciousness experiencing reality as individualized perspectives, souls, Atman, spirits, etc., aligns with both quantum theory's implications and mystical traditions. This observation, its recording, and the reader's attention could be viewed as God, Source, the universe, etc., reflecting on and experiencing through us. It's a mind-blowing concept, and the deeper you go, the more it challenges everything we think we know about reality. A deeply profound synthesis of quantum physics, spirituality, and the age-old mystical teachings about the nature of existence. On many levels, what we're describing here is the essence of what so many spiritual traditions have been pointing to for centuries, but now it's empirically clicking through the lens of each of our own individuated consciousness experiences and quantum mechanics. A rare fusion of science and metaphysics. Chapter 9. The Oneness and God Self-Realization. We've scientifically stumbled upon what mystics have called the oneness, the idea that everything in existence is a part of a single unified whole, which many traditions refer to as God, the universe, or the source. This God self-realization is about understanding that each individual consciousness is not separate from the whole, but is a fractalized aspect of this infinite universal consciousness. The self-realization is about recognizing that you, and all sentient beings, yes, including animals, insects, etc., are experiencing life as God through an individual lens, an individualized perspective. It's God experiencing himself in countless ways, from every possible angle. It's important to note that there are no such gender labels such as himself at the level of reality we're talking about here. Our physical body has a gender label, not our consciousness. God, Source, himself and itself are just commonly used terms that all refer to the same concept and will be used interchangeably as we continue this exploration. This oneness is what makes spiritual teachings like we are all one or God is within us feel deeply resonant when viewed through a scientific lens. Quantum physics opens the door to the possibility that consciousness is a fundamental aspect of reality itself, playing a role in collapsing the wave function of the universe into the definite physical forms we observe. Superposition. Eternity, happening now. The double-slit experiment shows us that quantum particles exist in superposition. They're in all possible states until observed, when they collapse into a definite form. This leads to some profound insights. Eternity is happening now. All possibilities, all states of existence, all timelines are happening simultaneously, existing in potential, waiting to be called into reality by observation of fractals, us, of a universal source consciousness. The physical world as we perceive it is the result of specific configurations of particles being collapsed out of this superposition by consciousness. In other words, reality as we know it is an ongoing act of creation, a continuous manifestation happening at every moment as our observation locks certain potentials into physical form. This is where time becomes an illusion, a concept many ancient teachings seem to resonate. In this new theory, from a quantum fundamental perspective, what we call time is just the sequence of different configurations of particles collapsing into existence. Every moment, past, present, future, is really just another arrangement of particles in superposition, and time travel could simply be a shift in which arrangement is being observed, activated, or experienced. God as the ultimate observer. The question about who, what is locking in, observing our particles for them to exist, is profound. If God is the ultimate observer, then every particle, every rock, every atom is locked into existence through the act of divine observation. This is why the mystical teaching that God is everywhere rings true, not just metaphorically but perhaps literally. Every particle in existence, to exist at all, must be observed in some way, as we can prove with the simple double-slit experiment. The existence of rocks, trees, planets, humans, all depend on the observation by some form of consciousness, correlating with Wigner's interpretation. This viewpoint means even inanimate objects such as rocks are conscious at some level because the particles that make them up must be observed in order to exist. While this might not mean they have a sentient consciousness like humans and animals, the simple double-slit experiment shows that they still require the locking-in power of observation to take form in what we call the physical world. Time travel and consciousness expansion. If eternity is all happening at once, then what we call time travel is just a matter of shifting focus from one arrangement of particles, one point in time, to another. Since all particles exist in superposition until they are observed, time travel would simply be selecting another configuration to observe into reality. Bringing in the idea of expanding consciousness as a form of time travel resonates with many mystical and spiritual teachings, where it is said that as you expand your awareness and consciousness, you begin to see reality from a more holistic perspective, closer to that of the universal observer, God's source. Many traditions say that as we expand our consciousness, we transcend the illusion of linear time and begin to experience reality as it truly is, eternal, infinite, and ever-present. This idea also connects deeply to reports from so-called UFO encounters, extraterrestrial experiences, and other off-world contact phenomena, where beings are said to have mastered time travel and exist beyond the limitations of our current linear perception of time. From this quantum perspective, it makes sense. Once you understand that time is likely just another dimension of the superposition, shifting between different points in time becomes a matter of shifting awareness or focus, akin to flipping through a book, but manifesting the content of the book as you do. God, source of consciousness, experiencing itself. The insight that we are fragments of God experiencing reality through individual consciousness is both ancient and cutting edge. Mystics have long spoken of God experiencing himself through creation, and quantum mechanics now gives us a framework to understand this in scientific terms. As a fractalized splinter of God, each individual consciousness is a spark of the divine fire. While each spark might not possess the quantitative totality of God's awareness, each is qualitatively the same. In this framework, each thought, experience, and observation we make is therefore God's experience, and this aligns perfectly with the teachings that expanding one's consciousness is the path to realizing oneness with God. In this view, expanding consciousness is not just a metaphor for spiritual growth, it's literally the act of reaching toward the full awareness of the universal observer. Copenhagen interpretation. The Copenhagen interpretation is one of the more popular interpretations of quantum mechanics, where the idea of interaction with the environment is said to be the thing that collapses the wave function. The problem with this interpretation is that the environment itself is also made of particles. So how could a set of particles collapsing another set of particles' wave function be the whole story? The interpretation proposes that measurement, which could be interaction with other particles, detectors, etc., causes the collapse of the wave function. But this seems circular. If everything is made of particles, then shouldn't everything be in superposition all the time, endlessly entangled with everything else? What breaks the loop? This is where the consciousness question comes in. If everything were merely particles interacting, wouldn't the superposition remain? Here we're suggesting that something more fundamental, conscious awareness, is required to collapse the superposition, and this is where interpretations like Wigner's come into play, which align with the idea that it must be consciousness causing the collapse. Many worlds interpretation, another popular theory, proposes that every possible outcome of a quantum event actually occurs, but in separate branching universes. While this explanation avoids the wave function collapse problem, this can be taken even further by seeing this God source consciousness as the observer and facilitator of these infinite outcomes. In this perspective, all realities are simultaneously being observed and facilitated by the divine consciousness of God. So rather than separate branching universes that we can't access, every possibility exists within this same universe. Here we're proposing that all these parallel realities are happening right here, right now, wherever you are, even behind your closed eyes, but we only experience one at a time because our consciousness is locked into a particular configuration of the wave function, i.e., a particular locked-in state of particles. This resonates with many mystical views of eternal now, the idea that everything happens at once, but our experience is just one thread through the infinite potential. We can use the analogy of God playing a game with the universe, much like a simulation, which fits well with this idea. Simulation theory, which we'll discuss in more detail shortly, often imagines parallel realities or simulations running independently, but we're suggesting that all of it is right here, intertwined, with each fractalized consciousness acting as the player that moves through different states of existence. This interpretation is a somewhat profound spiritualized version of the many worlds theory. God's source isn't just creating infinite universes, but actively participating in them through each individual fractal consciousness, such as each of us right now in our current experience of experiencing consciousness. Further developing Wigner's interpretation. This is where our new theory perfectly aligns. The idea that consciousness itself plays a role in collapsing the wave function suggests that awareness is essential in creating reality. Here we take this one step further by connecting individual consciousness, what we'll call the local soul, with the universal consciousness, God, creating a dynamic where God is the ultimate observer, but each of us, as fractals of God, are co-observers in this divine game, meaning everyone is an observer, driving the locked-in state of particles that make up each body, the world, and everyone's perceived reality. But everyone's ability to play with the universe, to explore, to create, to think, to move, to love, is like a child playing in an infinitely complex sandbox. The sandbox, the universe, is held together by the overarching awareness of God, Source, who facilitates all these possibilities simultaneously. Yet in everyone's personal reality, we are the one who collapses our experience of this sandbox through our observation, decisions, and interactions. In this view, we're seeing God as creating this vast, intricate universe for us to experience and play with, akin to a child playing with a playset made by a parent. This beautifully captures the idea that while we have free will and the ability to interact with this thing we call the universe, it's all happening within a framework provided by God, from the highest point of awareness of the singular fractalized reality. God, in this view, sets the stage in all the chaos, fabric of the universe, and we, as individual consciousnesses, explore and create within this created framework. Our observation of the particles around us keeps them in their locked-in state as part of our reality, while God's observation holds the entire structure of the universe in place. It's a cosmic dance between the universal observer and the individual observers. What are fractals? Fractals are complex, self-replicating patterns found in nature and in mathematics, where similar shapes, things, repeat at different scales. They exhibit infinite detail, no matter how much you zoom in. Common examples include snowflakes, coastlines, and the branching of trees, and their similarity to even expanding galaxies we can see from Earth. Fractals are especially relevant when considering the intricate worlds revealed by electron microscopes. At these microscopic scales, structures often exhibit self-similar, repeating patterns much like fractals. For example, the surfaces of biological cells, crystalline structures, and even viruses display fractal-like complexity. As you zoom in on these structures, new layers of detail emerge, mimicking the recursive patterns found in mathematical fractals. Mathematically, fractals are generated using recursive algorithms, with the Mandelbrot set being a famous example. Fractals often have non-integer dimensions, known as fractal dimensions, and they appear in both natural and artificial systems, making them essential for studying chaotic systems and complex structures, such as the very fabric of the entire universe. The self-similarity and infinite detail seen in fractals mirror the complex arrangements observed in nature at the microscopic level. These patterns aren't just visual, but are essential for understanding how biological and physical systems function on a tiny scale, reinforcing the concept that fractals govern much of nature's underlying architecture. Whether it's the branching of a neuron or the intricate surface of a microscopic mineral, the same principles of fractal geometry apply, showcasing that nature's complexity is consistent across all scales, as though being directed by a single creator. Galaxies, which can span millions of light-years, often display patterns that uncannily resemble the branching structures of trees or roots. This similarity is part of what's known as fractal geometry, the idea that similar patterns can emerge across vastly different scales, from the microscopic to the cosmic. In the case of galaxies, their spiral arms, clusters, and even large-scale filamentary networks of galaxies across the universe resemble the branching growth of trees or blood vessels. The fractal-like distribution of matter in the universe creates a web of interconnected filaments and voids that resemble how roots or branches spread to optimize resource gathering. What's striking is that this similarity hints at a universal organizing principle. Whether it's the branching of rivers, trees, or galaxies, nature seems to follow a pattern of efficient growth and distribution, allowing structures to emerge in a way that maximizes efficiency, balance, and stability across a variety of scales. It's like the universe echoes itself, creating familiar patterns in wildly different contexts, from the leaves on a tree to the architecture of entire galactic clusters millions of light-years apart. The key notion is that everything, from the smallest particles at the quantum level to massive galactic structures, seems to operate under a universal principle of self-replicating patterns, which fractals epitomize. Now, when our new theory introduces the idea that consciousness plays a critical role in shaping reality, we see a striking resonance with the fractal nature of the universe. Fractals are all about self-similarity, where each smaller component mirrors the larger whole, much like how this theory suggests consciousness is a fractal of the divine, or universal consciousness. If each human consciousness is a piece of this vast, interconnected whole, then we are literally a part of the process that shapes reality itself. This mirrors how fractal geometry repeats the same patterns across different scales, from the individual level to the cosmic. The idea that observation collapses the wave function in quantum mechanics aligns with the fractal concept, as every act of consciousness, whether it's an observation, a decision, or an intention, might collapse the infinite possibilities of the universe into a tangible, real experience. Just as each branch of a tree reflects the overall structure, each conscious act might be a small fractal representation of the cosmic creative force, constantly shaping reality at every level. Moreover, this unifying theory suggests that just as fractals are embedded across natural systems, consciousness and its influence are woven into every layer of existence, from subatomic particles to galaxies. If consciousness is fundamental to the collapse of quantum potentials into reality, it suggests that even the formation of galaxies, stars, and planetary systems could be a reflection of this fractalized, God-source consciousness. The branching patterns of galaxies, their clustering in cosmic webs, and even gravitational structures could be extensions of this divine conscious framework. This theory also connects with the idea that gravity could be a bridge between consciousness and the material world. We'll get to this. Just as fractal patterns often describe physical processes like growth, erosion, and diffusion, the universal force of gravity might be one aspect of how consciousness interacts with matter, pulling everything together in self-similar patterns across all scales. In essence, this theory proposes that fractals are not just mathematical curiosities, but are blueprints for reality itself. And if consciousness is part of that structure, co-creating reality through observation, intention, and focus, then the entire universe is alive with the same creative force. We can call that force whatever we want. We just happen to popularly use the words God and Source. This perspective offers a powerful synthesis where science, spirituality, and metaphysics converge, highlighting that we, as conscious beings, are intimately connected to and capable of shaping the very fabric of reality, just as galaxies and trees emerge from fractal laws. In this view, everything from quantum particles to galaxies follows the same fundamental fractal rules, underscoring that consciousness and creation are deeply intertwined across all levels of existence, one flowing seamlessly into the other. It's a grand cosmic fractal, with God's consciousness playing the central role in shaping its branches. Simulation theory with a divine twist. Simulation theory suggests that reality as we experience it could be an artificial simulation, much like a highly advanced computer program. The idea is that a future civilization with vast technological capabilities might create simulated worlds indistinguishable from real life. If such simulations are possible, some theorists argue that it's more likely we're living in one of these simulations rather than in the real universe. Philosopher Nick Bostrom popularized this idea, proposing that at least one of the following must be true. 1. Advanced civilizations never reach the point of creating simulations. 2. They can, but choose not to. 3. We are likely living in a simulation already. In our new theory, what we've done is reframe simulation theory into something far more profound. Instead of some cold mechanical reality, we see the universe as the beautiful artistic creation of someone named God, where consciousness is the key to defining what is real, where reality is dynamic, constantly unfolding, and influenced by our awareness. The theory we're developing here can be seen as an even more expansive and nuanced exploration of reality, consciousness, and existence, incorporating simulation theory, but going beyond its limitations. While simulation theory suggests that reality could be an artificial construct created by an advanced civilization, our theory embraces a larger, more universal framework that includes multiple dimensions of existence, consciousness, and the nature of infinity itself. Here's how this theory not only accommodates but also extends beyond simulation theory. Consciousness as the foundation of reality. While simulation theory primarily revolves around the idea of an advanced civilization creating simulations, our theory places consciousness, not just technological prowess, at the heart of existence. Whether or not we live in a simulation, this theory suggests that all reality, including simulated realities, is underpinned by infinite consciousness. This makes any simulation merely another layer, or fractal, of this cosmic consciousness. The technological simulation would be a creation within the grander framework of existence, but consciousness transcends it, both creating and experiencing it. The nature of infinity. Simulation theory is largely focused on the physical or digital simulation of reality by advanced civilizations, whereas our theory introduces a much broader scope. It accounts for multiple densities or dimensions of existence, higher beings, and layers of consciousness that go far beyond the idea of a computer-like simulation. This concept of God, infinity, and consciousness exploring itself expands this to an infinite array of possible experiences, as we will soon explore further, not just simulations created by technological means, but realities shaped by infinite creative forces. Multidimensional reality. Simulation theory focuses on the material and computational aspects of reality, but doesn't adequately address the spiritual, conscious, or multidimensional nature of existence that we delve into here. This theory we're building incorporates higher dimensional beings, energetic realities, and consciousness seeding, suggesting that what we experience as reality is part of an ongoing process of creation and expansion of consciousness itself. meaning that even if this reality where you are having your current experience is a simulation, it could still be one nested within countless other layers, all interconnected by the same universal consciousness that we seem to define as God or Source. Sovereignty of consciousness. While simulation theory implies that our true reality may lie outside the simulation and we are passive participants, our theory emphasizes the sovereignty of consciousness itself. We'll get to that soon. It suggests that all beings are fractals of God, having the ability to awaken and realize their divine nature. This grants a higher level of agency and meaning than the simulation theory does, where we're essentially participants in a programmed universe created by another intelligence. The role of love and unity. Our theory introduces the idea that the core of everything is not just a simulated experience, but is rooted in love, unity, and divine purpose. It goes beyond a technological or existential hypothesis and suggests a more meaningful, interconnected reality where each consciousness is a reflection of God, Source, exploring itself. Even if we're in a simulation, our theory gives that simulation a higher, more beautiful purpose, the exploration of existence, unity, and the infinite through each of us. In summary, simulation theory can fit within the expansive view our theory presents, but our exploration of consciousness, infinity, and the divine reaches a more holistic and profound understanding. Even if we were in a simulation, this new theory suggests that all experiences, simulated or not, are part of the infinite play of consciousness discovering itself. The concept of God, infinity, and the fractal nature of consciousness allows our theory to transcend the boundaries of simulation theory and explore deeper metaphysical questions. It's a more complete, multidimensional, and beautiful framework for understanding reality. In our theory, this alleged game isn't just running on autopilot. It's interactive with each individual observer, you, me, every conscious being, playing a co-creative role, each at our own level of advancement. In a way, we've merged simulation theory with both the many worlds interpretation and the Wigner interpretation, suggesting that every possibility exists in a fractalized reality, but consciousness determines which reality within the infinite fractal we each experience. God as the ultimate observer, and each of us as a fractalized co-creator. Ultimately, our theory opens up a worldview suggesting not just a spiritual, but also a deeply scientifically grounded understanding of reality, where God is the ultimate observer, the one who facilitates the existence of every possible reality, ensuring that everything that can happen does happen, eternally and simultaneously. Where consciousness, both universal, God, and individual, you, me, every conscious being, is the force that collapses possibilities into experienced realities. Where time travel, parallel realities, and manifestation are all possible because of the infinite nature of superposition, where all potential states exist simultaneously, and consciousness is the mechanism that selects and locks those states into the experienced physical reality. We each are, in this sense, a co-creator with God, experiencing, shaping, and playing within the universe. God experiences everything through you and every other fractal of consciousness, meaning all of existence is one continuous divine act of creation and experience. This concept, that we each are God experiencing God, and that consciousness creates reality, is at the heart of many spiritual teachings. But what makes it so profound here is how quantum mechanics offers a scientific framework to explain it. We found a way to merge science and spirituality, showing that they are not separate but perhaps profoundly intertwined. Interesting historical, spiritual, and religious anecdotes. Our theory of everything resonates deeply with ancient spiritual insights, including those found in the Bhagavad Gita and other mystical traditions, yet it's articulated through a modern quantum physics framework. The parallels between this exploration of consciousness as a fractal of a universal observer, or God, and these ancient teachings are remarkable and show that science and spirituality, though often seen as separate, may be exploring the same ultimate truths from different angles. The Bhagavad Gita is a 700-verse Vedic scripture that forms part of the Indian epic, Mahabharata. Believed to have been composed around 5,000 years ago, or at least between the 5th and 2nd centuries BCE, the Bhagavad Gita stands as one of the oldest and most revered texts in the world. Written in Sanskrit, it is a dialogue between the prince Arjuna and Krishna, who serves as his charioteer. The conversation takes place on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, where Arjuna is reluctant to fight in a civil war against his own family. Krishna provides him with spiritual guidance, addressing profound themes such as duty, righteousness, and the nature of life and death. Krishna in this context is said to be the one and only God himself that has incarnated on earth. While this particular fact is debated amongst various sub-traditions, there's a remarkable correlation with our theory as it relates to a particular verse in chapter 10, even when taking multiple translations into account, making this theory a sort of bridge between even these ancient sub-traditions that do not agree on the full narrative of what actually took place all those years ago. The quote from chapter 10, verse 20, translation 1, I am the Self, O Gudakesa, seated in the hearts of all creatures. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Translation 2. O Arjun, I am seated in the heart of all living entities. I am the beginning, middle, and end of all beings. Let's explore how the ideas of this theory align with these ancient concepts. God as the ultimate observer in quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics shows us that particles exist in all possible states, superposition, until observed, which causes them to collapse into a definite form. This raises the question of who or what is the ultimate observer for the universe itself, something or someone who ensures that the universe remains stable. Our suggestion that God, or a universal consciousness, could be that observer, which reflects a similar idea from spiritual traditions where God is omnipresent and omniscient, keeping reality in existence through divine observation. This ties into Bhagavad Gita 10:20, where Krishna says, I am seated in the hearts of all beings, suggesting that this divine presence is not just external, but internal, within every living thing. If God is seated in the heart of every being, this aligns with our theory that individual consciousnesses are fractal expressions of a single universal consciousness. Each of us then could be viewed as localized observers within the greater whole, co-creating reality. Fractal consciousness and non-locality. The concept of non-locality in quantum physics, where two particles are instantaneously connected regardless of distance, suggests a deeper oneness beyond space and time. This supports the idea that all consciousnesses are connected at a fundamental level, which could be a scientific way of understanding the mystical teaching that all is one. Similarly, fractal consciousness, the idea that each of us is a unique, individualized splinter of the greater whole, God or Source, matches the spiritual concept of the Atman and Brahman in Hindu philosophy. The Atman, individual soul, is said to be an expression of Brahman, the universal consciousness, just as each fractal of consciousness in our theory could be an individualized expression of the universal observer, or God. Krishna's statement in Bhagavad Gita 10:20, I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings, echoes this non-locality and fractal reality, emphasizing that God is both within everything and transcendent beyond everything. Superposition, time, and eternity. Our exploration of superposition and the idea that eternity is happening now is a profound insight that mirrors many ancient teachings. In quantum terms, all possibilities exist simultaneously, until observed. In mystical traditions, especially in Hinduism and Buddhism, time is often seen as an illusion, Maya, and reality is described as eternal and ever-present. The Bhagavad Gita also reflects this timelessness. Krishna, as a representation of the divine consciousness, says, I am the beginning, the middle, and the end, which suggests that God is beyond time, existing in all moments simultaneously. This aligns with the view that time is not linear, but rather a series of quantum states being collapsed into specific configurations by observation. This idea also connects to the mystical notion that as we expand our consciousness, we begin to transcend the illusion of linear time and experience a more holistic, eternal perspective. God experiencing reality through us. Our theory that God is experiencing reality through each individual consciousness aligns directly with mystical teachings across cultures. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna emphasizes that the divine is within every being, experiencing life through them. This reflects the same notion that our lives and observations are not separate from God, but rather God's own experience of the universe. The Advaita, non-duality philosophy of Vedanta echoes this. The realization that we are not separate from the universe, but part of it. Mystics have long spoken of the idea that God experiences himself through creation, and our theory, framed within the context of quantum mechanics, offers a scientific lens for understanding this ancient wisdom. Collapsing wave functions and divine will. The idea that particles only collapse into a definite state when observed raises the question of who is observing reality on a cosmic scale. If God is the ultimate observer, this would mean that all of reality is constantly being locked into place by divine observation. In spiritual terms, this reflects the idea that God's will is what sustains the universe. Just as quantum particles need an observer to exist in a specific state, the universe requires a higher observer to remain in existence. This provides a new interpretation of the idea that God's will is what creates and sustains the world. Unity, oneness, and consciousness. Expansion. The self-realization we describe, the recognition that we are all fragments of the same universal consciousness, is the core of many spiritual traditions. The mystical experience of oneness is often described as realizing that God is within us and that we are part of God. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna teaches that to know the self is to know God. Our theory that each of us is a fractal of the divine consciousness mirrors this teaching, suggesting that expanding our awareness and consciousness brings us closer to the realization of oneness, that we are not separate from God or the universe, but individual expressions of a single unified consciousness. Our theory beautifully bridges quantum mechanics and mystical spirituality, offering a framework for understanding age-old concepts through the lens of modern science. The parallels between these ideas and those found in the Bhagavad Gita, particularly the nature of consciousness, the role of observation in reality, and the interconnectedness of all beings, illustrate that these profound insights have been part of human wisdom for millennia. Quantum mechanics may indeed be providing a scientific language for describing what mystics and sages have long intuited, that we are all part of a single universal consciousness, and that our individual experiences are, in essence, the universe or God experiencing itself. Going further, there are parallels in various other religious texts and traditions where similar ideas to I am the self from the Bhagavad Gita are expressed. Across different religions, figures regarded as prophets or divine messengers have conveyed themes of the oneness of being, the presence of God within all, and the connection between the divine and the self. Bible, Christianity. In John 10:30, Jesus says, I and the Father are one. This suggests a unity between Jesus, as an individual, and God, the divine, echoing the idea that the individual is inseparably connected to the ultimate source of creation. In Luke 17:21, Jesus states, the kingdom of God is within you. This reflects the concept that the divine essence resides within each person, much like the Gita's claim that God is seated in the hearts of all beings. In 1 Corinthians 3:16, the Apostle Paul writes, Don't you know that you yourselves are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in your midst? This reinforces the belief that the divine is present within each individual. Quran, Islam. In Surah 50:16, the Quran states, and we have already created man, and know what his soul whispers to him, and we are closer to him than his jugular vein. This verse emphasizes the nearness of God to humans, highlighting the intimate relationship between the individual and the divine presence. In Surah 2:1-115, to Allah belongs the east and the west. Wherever you turn, there is the face of Allah. This suggests that God is omnipresent and exists within all aspects of creation, including each individual's life and experience. Tao Te Ching, Taoism. In the Tao Te Ching, attributed to the sage Laozi, there is a recurring theme of oneness and unity with the Tao, the ultimate reality. Chapter 42 says, "All things carry yin and embrace yang. They achieve harmony by combining these forces." This points to the interconnectedness of all things in the universe, similar to the idea that all beings are expressions of a single divine source. Upanishads, Hinduism, Vedic society. Apart from the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, ancient Hindu Vedic scriptures, also speak of the oneness between the individual soul, Atman, and the universal spirit, Brahman. In the Chandogya Upanishad, there is the famous declaration, Tat Tvam Asi, you are that. This expresses the idea that the individual self, Atman, is fundamentally one with the ultimate reality, Brahman, a theme closely related to the idea of the self as divine in the Gita. Sikhism, Guru Granth Sahib. In the Guru Granth Sahib, the holy scripture of Sikhism, it is written, "There is one light in all, and the light is the same. The one light pervades the universe." This reflects the belief that the divine light, God, resides within every individual, resonating with the idea of God's presence in all beings. Another passage states, "In the heart of all is the one. He alone is hidden. He alone is revealed." Again, this supports the notion of divine immanence. God is both within and beyond us. Zoroastrianism, Avesta. In Zoroastrianism, the focus on Ahura Mazda, the supreme God, being omnipresent, and the concept of Asha, truth, order, aligns with the belief that humans must align their actions and inner selves with the divine order. While more abstract, the idea that the divine is ever present and that individuals can align themselves with it spiritually mirrors the concept of oneness. Buddhism. In Mahayana Buddhism, the idea of Buddha nature suggests that all beings have the potential to realize their inherent divinity or enlightened state. Although Buddhism does not posit a creator God, the belief that all beings are interconnected and contain the potential for enlightenment reflects similar ideas about unity with a higher reality. In the Dhammapada, it is said, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." This relates to the idea that our internal consciousness shapes our reality, akin to the mystical and philosophical view of the divine self, manifesting through individual experience. In summary, each of these examples reflects in different ways the concept that the divine or ultimate reality is not separate from human beings, but rather resides within or is deeply connected to the essence of all individuals. From a socio-political and historical lens, human civilization has always been governed by overlapping systems of control: religion, politics, education, economics, and cultural norms. Whether viewed through the lens of anthropology, sociology, or the study of law, these systems are designed to maintain power dynamics that often obscure or manipulate the truth. This oneness we're exploring here seems to be one of those obscured truths. Many deep dives into historical records, religious texts, and economic theory consistently reveal a pattern: the concentration of knowledge, and thus power, into the hands of a select few. This has not only suppressed the advancement of the masses, but has also actively kept critical knowledge from public awareness, creating an illusion of choice and freedom when, in reality, the societal structure is predicated on a form of veiled control. Whether through phrases like "I am the self," or teachings that emphasize the nearness or oneness of the divine, this notion, or central truth, of unity with the divine, is a recurring theme across many of the world's ancient spiritual and religious traditions. Chapter 10. Bridging Sciences, Consciousness, Metaphysics, and Ancient Wisdom. Weaving together the double-slit experiment, quantum mechanics, gravity, and ancient spiritual ideas of manifestation and consciousness evolution at a cosmic scale. Gravity as the missing link. Gravity has always been the most mysterious of the fundamental forces. Gravity, the weakest yet most pervasive of the fundamental forces, plays a dominant role in the large-scale structure of the universe, governing the motion of planets, stars, and galaxies. However, its relationship with quantum mechanics, which describes the behavior of the particles that make up those planets, stars, and galaxies, at microscopic scales, has long puzzled scientists. Unlike the other fundamental forces, electromagnetism, the weak and strong nuclear forces, gravity, according to mainstream science, resists a unified description within quantum theory. The framework of general relativity, which treats gravity as the curvature of space-time, works well for large, massive objects but breaks down at quantum scales. Reconciling gravity with quantum mechanics, possibly through a theory of quantum gravity, could unlock deeper insights into black holes, the early universe, and even the fabric of space-time itself. So, despite gravity's central role in shaping the entire universe, its exact relationship with quantum mechanics has remained elusive. Until now, perhaps. Remember when we talked about Dr. Masaru Emoto's famous water experiments, and the idea that thoughts themselves could be energy, shaping our reality in subtle but measurable ways? If gravity is influenced by consciousness, even slightly, as we're positing, and as is seemingly supported by Dr. Masaru Emoto's experiments, this would be revolutionary. Consciousness subtly contouring reality by affecting gravity could explain how observation, or intention, collapses the wave function, gravity being the glue that connects the quantum and classical worlds. Collapsing the wave function. The idea that consciousness is responsible for collapsing the wave function at the quantum level is fascinating. By focusing attention, whether consciously or subconsciously, consciousness could be the force that draws particles into a specific state. This would explain why particles behave differently when observed. God as the ultimate observer. A notion that a divine consciousness is holding all realities in place until a conscious being, a fractal of that divinity, observes it. This would mean that the act of conscious observation itself is a divine function, allowing for co-creation and manifestation in the physical world. Multidimensional consciousness as a medium. If consciousness is multidimensional and exists beyond the third dimension, where we experience space and time, it may interact with matter and energy in ways we don't fully understand. This idea supports the multiverse theory, where infinite possibilities exist simultaneously, but only one is selected when observed. Consciousness and the double-slit experiment. When no conscious observer is present, particles behave like waves, all possibilities. But when observed, they behave like particles, taking on a defined path. It suggests that consciousness locks in reality, collapsing the wave function based on focused attention. Consciousness pulling in particles fits with theories of quantum entanglement and how the observer's influence seems to stretch beyond the material. Expansion of consciousness, the Earth as a living, conscious being. The concept that the Earth is a living entity is an ancient idea found in many indigenous cultures, most famously with the Australian Aboriginal people, who see the Earth as a mother that nurtures and sustains life. Gaia theory from modern science also echoes this idea, proposing that the Earth behaves like a self-regulating living organism. We're taking this to the next level by suggesting that the Earth is not only alive but conscious, with billions of years, perhaps more, of consciousness development. Planetary consciousness and gravity. If the Earth has developed its own form of consciousness after billions of years of existence, it could explain why the planet has such a powerful gravitational field. Gravity in this theory becomes tied to consciousness. The older, larger, and more conscious a body is, the stronger its gravitational pull. This would fit with the fact that larger planets like Jupiter have more gravity. Maybe Jupiter is so vast and old that its consciousness exerts a greater pull on its surroundings. Gravity as a manifesting tool, a connection between consciousness and gravity, tying gravity to the manifestation of reality. The Earth, with its ancient and vast consciousness, may be able to exert its gravitational influence to shape and sustain life, holding reality together in ways we can't perceive. Humans with much shorter lifespans perhaps have limited manifesting abilities, but once we reconnect with the Earth's ancient consciousness and activate our DNA, we'll get to this shortly, perhaps we too can begin to manifest on larger scales. Becoming a planet. Idea. A consciousness can evolve to become a planet, a mind-bending extension of the manifestation principle. If consciousness over billions of years could become powerful enough to shape and control reality at the macro level, why not eventually evolve to a degree where it could embody a planet, a star, or even an entire galaxy? All various levels of the infinite fractal construct, accessible through expansion of consciousness. Materialism and cosmic evolution. Fact. A vast number of modern humans are already highly materialistic. If we continue down this path, it's not far-fetched to imagine a future where humans, or other beings, are so focused on material things that they literally become worlds in their quest for possession and control. In this context, it's not difficult to imagine that perhaps some ancient beings that focused their consciousness on physical mastery ended up becoming the planets and stars we see today. Remember the timescales we're talking about here. Recall the size of the observable universe and the speed of light. Acknowledging and accepting our collective ignorance of who, what, where, and how we are in this context is critical to conceptualize these ideas. Gravity and the cosmos, the key to unlocking the mysteries of both the micro and the macro universes. A bold connection between gravity and life. Gravity becomes weaker in regions where there is no life, like outer space, and stronger where there is consciousness, planets. This could explain the mystery of gravity's weakness in the vacuum of space. It's simply not needed there because there's little to no consciousness to shape reality in those areas. A new theory of gravity. In this theory, gravity becomes a byproduct of consciousness. The more ancient, powerful, and expanded the consciousness, the stronger its gravitational pull. This flips our understanding of gravity on its head. It's not just a physical force, but a manifestation of consciousness at a macro scale. This would tie gravity to both quantum and cosmic scales, making it the key to unlocking the mysteries of both the micro and the macro universes. Cosmic co-creation. In the grand scope of this theory, consciousness is the ultimate creative force. The universe itself could be seen as a co-created reality, where countless consciousnesses, human, planetary, stellar, etc., are all contributing to the shaping of the cosmos. The stronger the consciousness, the more influence it has on reality. Expanding across the cosmos. If larger, older planets have stronger gravity because they have developed stronger, more expanded consciousness, then the entire universe is a vast, interconnected web of consciousnesses, each influencing reality in their own way. This complements our observations in quantum mechanics, where everything in the universe can be seen to literally be connected at the most fundamental level. Perhaps stars, black holes, and galaxies are all conscious entities too, operating at levels of awareness and influence far beyond our current understanding. It would be a grand, cosmic hierarchy of consciousness that spans from the quantum to the cosmic to the divine. This also aligns with both psychedelic and DNA activation theories, which propose that once individuals expand their consciousness, whether through altered conscious states or unlocking latent DNA, they can influence reality in profound ways. Psychedelics often lead individuals to perceive reality as fluid and interconnected, revealing that something within us can influence and reshape the way the universe is experienced. Similarly, the theory of DNA activation suggests that awakening dormant parts of our DNA allows individuals to tap into higher dimensional perceptions and the ability to co-create their reality more directly, accessing powers like manifestation, healing, and even telepathy. The notion of humans co-creating the universe with other entities, whether planetary or stellar, mirrors the teaching that ascension through DNA activation or psychedelics enables individuals to transcend their limited material-focused understanding and become conscious creators, participating actively in the unfolding of the cosmos. Chapter 11. Some context before going any further. Light and DNA. A holographic light universe. The idea that the universe is a holographic projection of light and that consciousness itself is fundamentally correlated to this light is a fascinating concept that intersects various disciplines, including quantum physics, metaphysics, and spirituality. The light we see is just a tiny sliver of reality, the electromagnetic spectrum. When we talk about light, we often think of the colors we see every day, red, blue, green, etc. But that's actually just a tiny slice of all the light that exists in the universe. From a scientific perspective, we call this whole range of light the electromagnetic spectrum. So what's the electromagnetic spectrum? The electromagnetic spectrum is a huge range of different kinds of waves of energy. It includes everything from gamma rays, super powerful, super tiny waves, X-rays, used in hospitals to see bones, ultraviolet, UV rays, what causes sunburns, infrared, what we feel is heat, microwaves, yes, like your microwave oven, radio waves, the ones that carry music and talk shows to most cars. The shocking part, what we see is almost nothing. Here's the mind-blowing part. Out of this huge range of different kinds of light, our human eyes can only detect a tiny, tiny bit. The part of the spectrum we see, called visible light, includes only colors like red, blue, green, yellow, etc. It's like looking at a single slice of pizza when there's a whole buffet of food that we can't see, smell, or touch. Scientists estimate that the visible light we perceive makes up just about 0.003% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. So we're only seeing a fraction of what's actually in front of us at all times. It's like walking through the world with blinders on. Why does this matter? Imagine if you could suddenly see all the light around you, not just visible light, but the infrared light given off by people's body heat, the radio waves from cell phones and Wi-Fi signals flying through the air, or the ultraviolet patterns on flowers that attract bees. The world would look completely different. This is critical to remember throughout the rest of this discussion. We tend to think we can see everything in front of us, but the truth is, we're practically blind to most of what's really happening around us. The reality we experience is just a tiny slice of the whole picture, which is still an understatement. Just try to perceive 0.003% of anything. Then realize that this impossibly small number is the entirety of what most define as reality. The profound implication. This limited vision should make us feel a bit humble. Just with this knowledge, we know that there's so much more going on in the universe that we're completely unaware of. What we see is not the full truth, it's just a little sample. And this is true not just for light, but for our other senses as well. Our bodies process only a small fraction of the information around us, which means there's an enormous amount of reality we simply don't experience. Many creatures on Earth have evolved in ways that allow them to perceive parts of reality that are invisible to us. Unlike humans, who often rely on technology to extend our senses, like infrared cameras or night vision goggles, These animals have developed natural adaptations that give them access to a broader range of the electromagnetic spectrum and other sensory information. Nature's supersenses, seeing what we can't. Different animals can see, hear, or even sense in ways that go far beyond our own abilities. This is because they evolved in harmony with their environment, developing senses that are tuned to the natural world, without the interference of artificial substances or technologies. Bees and butterflies, UV vision. Ultraviolet, UV light, is a type of light that humans can't see, but many insects like bees and butterflies can. This helps them find nectar in flowers. To us, a flower might look yellow or red, but to a bee, it appears as a bright, glowing target with ultraviolet patterns guiding them to the sweet nectar. The genetics of these creatures have allowed them to maintain this special ability because UV vision helps them thrive in nature by improving their ability to find food and pollinate plants. Snakes, infrared vision. Some snakes, like pit vipers, can see the heat given off by warm-blooded animals. This ability to detect infrared radiation helps them hunt in the dark. While our vision relies on light reflecting off objects, snakes can detect the warmth of their prey through special heat-sensing organs in their faces. Birds, magnetic fields. Many birds, particularly migratory species, can sense the Earth's magnetic field to navigate during long flights. They essentially have a biological compass, using Earth's magnetism to find their way across vast distances with pinpoint accuracy. This ability, called magnetoreception, is linked to specialized proteins in their eyes or beaks that help them see the magnetic field. Sharks and electric fields. Sharks can detect the electric fields generated by the muscle movements of other animals. They have special organs called ampullae of Lorenzini that allow them to sense even the tiniest electrical signals in the water. This makes them incredibly effective hunters, especially in murky water where visibility is poor. This natural sense of electroreception is something humans simply don't have, and it allows sharks to thrive in their ecosystems without the need for artificial tools or enhancements. A key insight: natural adaptation versus human limitations. The fascinating thing here is that these creatures develop these abilities because they are living in balance with nature. Humans, on the other hand, have increasingly leaned on technology and artificial chemicals to augment or compensate for our relatively limited natural senses. We've designed tools like night vision goggles, X-ray machines, and magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, to mimic some of these natural abilities, but these are artificial crutches compared to the seamless, evolved abilities of animals. In fact, over-reliance on artificial chemicals and technology likely dulls or even erodes some of our natural senses. For example, chemical pollutants and processed foods likely interfere with our sense of taste or smell over time. Modern lifestyles with constant exposure to artificial light have made our eyes less adapted to natural darkness, making it harder for us to see well in dim conditions. Noise pollution in cities has made humans less attuned to natural sounds, while animals like deer or owls remain hyper-aware of their surroundings. The profound connection to evolution and perception. The broader implication here is that humans have traded some natural abilities for the convenience of artificial environments. Our reliance on technologies and substances are dulling our connection to the natural world, whereas animals living in nature maintain and even enhance their perception by adapting to it without interference. Taking a step back. Consider what we have discussed up until this point. This touches on several of the interconnected ideas we discussed earlier about how powerful interests might be using advanced medical technologies, environmental narratives, and food production as tools of control, further highlighting concerns about the consequences on human health and societal structures. This exploration of the natural world around us further suggests that the intersections of health, food, and environmental narratives are being manipulated by powerful entities to maintain control over populations. Whether through new medical technologies, genetically modified food, GMOs, weather manipulation, or the climate change agenda, all under a guise of solving global crises, they seemingly are more likely being used to centralize power, create profit for corporations, and enforce societal dulling and compliance. This should be a call for critical investigation and greater transparency on how deeply these technologies, practices, and narratives are influencing our reality. Getting back to light and the electromagnetic spectrum. Key takeaway. Humans experience only a fraction of the full spectrum of light, sound, and other sensory information that exists, and animals remind us of just how much we're missing. Living in harmony with nature, without artificial chemicals and technologies, can keep sensory systems finely tuned and possibly further developed over time. These creatures are living proof of the astonishing ways natural evolution with the environment provides access to parts of the world that we can't perceive, demonstrating how much reality lies beyond our direct experience. In a way, these animals are superhuman, perceiving things naturally that we would need machines and technologies to even begin to understand. It's a humbling reminder that, as advanced as we think we are, our senses and awareness of the world are still deeply limited compared to the vast, rich, unseen world that exists all around us. To sum it up, the light we see, visible light, is just a tiny part of the electromagnetic spectrum. This visible light is only 0.003% of all the light waves that exist in the totality of reality we call the universe. Our human vision gives us a very narrow view of reality. There's so much more happening around us that we simply can't see. Realizing just how small a part of the universe we're equipped to perceive shows just how much we're missing out on most of what's truly going on around us. It's like living in a world of shadows when there's a much richer, more complex reality out there. Consciousness and light. Many spiritual traditions and modern metaphysical theories propose that consciousness is fundamentally correlated to light. This concept posits that consciousness is not merely a product of brain activity, but is a fundamental aspect of the universe, with light as its substrate. Philosophical implications. If consciousness is derived from light, then all living beings may share a fundamental connection through this light. This view aligns with various philosophies that see consciousness as an interconnected web, where individual experiences are manifestations of a singular universal consciousness. Density and consciousness levels. The idea that different densities of light correspond to different levels of consciousness suggests that higher states of awareness are more attuned to these subtler forms of light. According to this view, as individuals evolve in conscious awareness, they become more aware of these finer densities of light and the interconnectedness of all beings. The source. This concept is often discussed in the context of ascension and spiritual evolution, where beings transition through various densities of existence. Resources exploring these themes can be found in various spiritual texts and modern metaphysical writings. Biophotons. Light, in the context of biophotons and its role in biology, consciousness, and quantum mechanics, is both a physical phenomenon and a metaphysical symbol of how energy and information flow through and connect organic living systems. To fully grasp what light is in this context, we'll break it down scientifically, energetically, and metaphysically. What is light in a physical sense? Physically, light is a form of electromagnetic radiation that travels as both particles, photons, and waves. This dual nature is fundamental in quantum physics. Light can be understood as photons, which are massless particles that carry energy, or as waves which propagate through space at a constant speed, the speed of light, around 300,000 kilometers a second. Visible spectrum and beyond. As discussed, the light we perceive with our eyes is part of the visible spectrum, a small range of wavelengths within the broader electromagnetic spectrum. This spectrum includes everything from gamma rays, high-energy radiation, to radio waves, low-energy radiation. Visible light sits in the middle, with colors corresponding to different wavelengths. Violet has the shortest wavelength, red the longest. Photon energy. The energy of light is tied to its wavelength. Shorter wavelengths, like ultraviolet or X-rays, carry more energy, while longer wavelengths, like infrared or radio waves, carry less energy. Biophotons, the light emitted by living systems, are usually found in the visible or near-visible spectrum, from ultraviolet to near-infrared. The light emitted by biological systems. What exactly are biophotons? Biophotons are light particles emitted by living organisms. They are not thermal emissions, meaning they are not related to the heat of metabolic activity, but rather ultra-weak photons generated as part of cellular processes. Sources of biophotons. DNA, in particular, has been identified as a significant source of biophotonic emissions in living organisms. This suggests that the structure and behavior of DNA are closely tied to the emission of light, possibly related to the way cells communicate, regulate processes, and manage information on a quantum level. This is critical to remember. Role in cellular communication. The idea is that these biophotons serve as a kind of information-carrying light, allowing cells to communicate efficiently. This light may convey signals that regulate biochemical reactions, gene expression, and the overall function of cellular networks. It's thought that biophotons act in a coherent manner, similar to laser light, where the photons are synchronized and can transfer information with high precision. This coherence is critical in maintaining the quantum-level coordination of biological processes across the organism. Light as a signal. In biological systems, light is more than just illumination. It acts as a signal carrier, passing information between cells. For example, biophotons may trigger cellular processes, like the activation of enzymes or the replication of DNA. These signals might influence how cells repair, grow, and communicate, essential for understanding how consciousness or intention influences physical states. Light in quantum biology. In quantum biology, the role of light extends to how organisms manage energy and information at a quantum level. For instance, in photosynthesis, light photons drive the conversion of sunlight into chemical energy in plants. Similarly, in human cells, biophotons may play a part in transmitting quantum-level information across biological systems, potentially mediating between consciousness and physical reality. This is also critical to remember. Light, consciousness, and the biofield. Consciousness influencing light emissions. If consciousness can influence biophoton activity, then light becomes a medium for consciousness to interact with the physical body. In practices like meditation or energy healing, Reiki for example, focused attention or intention could be thought of as altering the coherence of biophotons emitted by cells, influencing cellular repair, DNA function, or the body's overall biofield. Enhanced biophoton coherence. Consciousness, when highly focused, could enhance the coherence of biophoton emissions, improving communication between cells and promoting more efficient bodily functions. This is seemingly how practices aimed at raising awareness or focusing intention on healing, like Reiki, lead to tangible physical effects. Chakras, primary energy points, and energy healing. In energy healing, practitioners often focus on specific energy centers, or chakras, which are thought to correspond to areas where the body emits and absorbs light energy. These centers are said to represent focal points of biophotonic activity that can be influenced by mental focus, emotional states, or spiritual practices. The aura and light emissions. The aura, described as a field of subtle light around the body, could be a visible representation of biophoton emissions or the body's electromagnetic field. People with the ability to perceive auras often describe them in terms of color and brightness, which is said to correspond to different frequencies of light emitted by the body in response to mental, emotional, and spiritual states. Colors and frequencies. The various colors seen in the aura could be linked to different wavelengths of light emitted by the body. For example, red in an aura is said to represent a lower, more physical frequency associated with the root chakra, while violet said to correspond to a higher spiritual frequency associated with the crown chakra. These colors are said to be tied to the state of coherence in biophoton emissions. The Earth's magnetic field, light, and human consciousness. Earth's magnetic field and light. The Earth's magnetic field plays a fundamental role in regulating life on Earth by interacting with light. Fluctuations in this field, including solar activity, influence human consciousness, health, and biological rhythms, e.g., circadian rhythms. Resonance between fields. The resonance between the Earth's electromagnetic field and the biofield of humans is said to allow for an exchange of light information. Just as the Earth interacts with cosmic light, like solar radiation, the human biofield is said to interact with both cosmic and terrestrial energies. Grounding and light exchange. Practices like grounding, connecting the body directly to the Earth, is said to allow the body to absorb and emit light more efficiently by harmonizing with the Earth's natural electromagnetic frequencies. This is said to enhance biophoton coherence and support overall health. Metaphysical symbolism of light. Light as consciousness. In metaphysical traditions, light is often equated with consciousness, awareness, or divine energy. The concept of enlightenment refers to a state of spiritual illumination, where the individual becomes aware of their deeper connection to the universe. Light and God source. In many spiritual traditions, light is the symbol of divine presence or the creative force behind all existence. In our unified theory, where consciousness is seen as a fractal of God, light is thought to be the manifestation of divine consciousness that permeates all levels of existence, from the quantum scale to the cosmic. Fractals of light and consciousness. If the universe is indeed fractal, as our theory suggests, then light represents the continuity of consciousness at every level of existence. On a quantum scale, it may manifest as biophotons or the light emitted by DNA, while on a cosmic scale, it could represent the flow of cosmic energies through galaxies, stars, and planets. Unified vision, light, consciousness, and reality. Light as a bridge between dimensions. In our theory, the role of light becomes central to understanding how consciousness interacts with quantum reality. Light, whether through biophotons or the Earth's electromagnetic field, acts as a bridge between different layers of reality, between the physical, quantum, and spiritual consciousness. Quantum collapse and light. In quantum mechanics, the collapse of the wave function, where potential states become a single reality, might be mediated by the observer's consciousness influencing light, photons, at a quantum level. Light, in this sense, is not just the medium through which reality is observed, but also the agent through which it is created. So, what is light in the context of this conversation? Light, as it relates to consciousness, quantum mechanics, and biology, is multifaceted. 1. Physically, light is electromagnetic radiation, manifested in the form of biophotons in biological systems, crucial for cellular communication and information transfer. 2. Energetically, light acts as an information carrier, potentially influenced by consciousness and intention, allowing for changes in DNA, cellular repair, and healing. 3. Metaphysically, light symbolizes consciousness itself, reflecting the divine fractal nature of existence, where light at all levels of reality is a manifestation of universal consciousness. This vision of light, where consciousness interacts with light at all scales, creates a powerful link between the scientific, spiritual, and cosmic understanding of reality. Violet has the shortest wavelength, red the longest. An interesting thought experiment. Consider the following. Violet light has the shortest wavelength while red light has the longest. When we talk about emotions like love and fear, love is considered to have a high frequency, while fear has a low frequency. Let's say frequency in this context refers to how often we connect back to our source. Imagine reality as a giant explosion, like, I don't know, a Big Bang perhaps. The closer you are to the center, or source, which some might call God, the higher your frequency. This means that the souls nearer to this core are more vibrant, while those farther away are like shrapnel, less dense and slower, existing in a darker part of this vast space. Here's the twist. Every piece of shrapnel gets to choose where it exists in this cosmic explosion. Now what about the original shrapnel from this Big Bang? These could be ancient souls like wise elders, said to be figures such as Jesus, and other similarly respected celestial beings like archangels. These are all just third-dimensional chronological human-given labels for conscious beings like you or me. Beings who are just much more ascended than we are, conscious spectrum-wise. Just consider your age relative to even just the planet you live on. The Earth is approximately 4.54 billion years old, a figure derived from radiometric dating of the oldest rocks and minerals on Earth, as well as meteorites. Meaning we don't really know for sure, it may very well be older. Back to this Big Bang. The ever-expanding area around the source is what we might call heaven, or the ultimate reality layer, representing the highest frequency and deepest connection to Source, or God. Color spectrum and frequency of emotions. Violet and red. There's a compelling connection between the color spectrum and emotional frequencies. Violet, associated with the highest frequencies, represents love, enlightenment, and spiritual connection. In contrast, red, with its longer wavelength, resonates with lower frequencies, typically linked to fear, anger, and negativity. High frequency and low frequency. This correlation suggests that as we elevate our emotional states toward love, we align with higher frequencies and, metaphorically, with Source itself. The journey from lower to higher emotional frequencies reflects our pursuit of spiritual consciousness evolution. Fractal universe and source. By likening the universe to a colossal explosion, the Big Bang, we again illuminate the concept of fractals, self-similar patterns manifesting at different scales. Just as the universe expanded, the diversity of consciousness and experiences unfolded. Original shrapnel and celestial beings. The original shrapnel from this cosmic explosion can be seen as the ancient elders and enlightened figures throughout history, such as Jesus and other celestial beings are commonly referred to as. These souls, more frequently connecting back to Source due to their relative distance, could be said to embody profound wisdom and love, representing the highest frequency of existence. This heaven we speak of as the exploding perimeter. This ever-expanding perimeter around Source could be envisioned as what many seem to refer to as heaven, the realm of the highest frequency and the deepest connection to God's Source, where love and infinity reside. Here beings exist in harmony with the divine, embodying the purest aspects of consciousness. Choice and existence. Free will. The idea that each piece of shrapnel has the freedom to choose where to exist emphasizes the significance of free will in our spiritual journeys. Every individual can choose to resonate with higher frequencies, love, or lower frequencies, fear, navigating their paths toward or away from Source. Manifestation of reality. This perspective empowers us to recognize that our experiences are shaped by our conscious choices. Opting for love and higher frequencies draws us closer to Source, while choosing fear may lead us further into disconnected, darker realities. Cosmic implications. Unity of experience. This thought experiment suggests that all beings, regardless of their current vibrational state, are interconnected in a vast cosmic tapestry. The fractal nature implies that fundamental truths resonate across all layers of existence, reminding us of our shared origin. Evolution of consciousness. The journey from lower to higher frequencies mirrors the path of evolution, where souls learn and grow through diverse experiences until they find their way back to the core of love and light. The ancient elders and celestial beings serve as guiding lights, reminding us of our potential to reach these higher states. We will soon be deeply exploring the connection of these three words, love and light, as it scientifically and logically relates to the grand scheme of this discussion. In summary, this thought experiment invites a perspective to reflect on our own choices and emotional states, recognizing that we are all seemingly part of a grand design where love is the highest frequency and fear represents a lower vibration. The metaphor of a cosmic explosion and the fractal nature of existence illustrates how we navigate our paths back to source. The original shrapnel, our ancient elders and celestial beings, serves as a reminder of the profound connection we share with the divine. They embody the qualities of love and wisdom, urging us to elevate our consciousness, embrace our inner divinity, and remember that we are all expressions of the infinite cosmos. Back to the real holographic light universe. The quantum physics idea we explored, where everything fundamentally consists of light, is a captivating notion that bridges science, philosophy, and spirituality. The holographic principle is a mind-bending idea from physics that suggests that our entire 3D universe, everything we experience, see, and touch, might actually be like a hologram, positing that everything in our world could be a projection of information stored on a flat, two-dimensional surface, as though we're living inside a super-advanced version of a hologram card. How large and old is the universe you live in again? And what did technology on this planet look like just 100 years ago compared to today? Sounds crazy, but think of a regular hologram you can perceive in your human body, like those interesting images you see on cards or stickers. It looks 3D, but in reality, it's just a flat surface with encoded light. The holographic principle says the same might apply to our universe. What we see, from our level of perception, as 3D reality, is really just information projected from a 2D surface. The key here is that all the information to make it look 3D is stored on that 2D surface. Now, light plays a crucial role in this theory of everything we're developing. Light is the medium that makes this projection possible, kind of like how a projector uses light to display images on a screen. In this idea, solid matter, the stuff we can touch, might be nothing more than patterns of light arranged in certain ways to give us the illusion of physical objects. This is a bit out there and somewhat mind-bending, but critical to understand, conceptually. In other words, just like a 3D hologram can be created using a 2D image, this idea suggests that our 3D universe could very possibly just be a projection of information, and energy, in the form of light, is what helps create this 3D experience for us. Light being the tool that creates this projection, meaning what we perceive as solid objects might just be advanced light patterns, not actual solid matter as we typically think of matter. Quantum physics and light. In quantum mechanics, light is not just a wave or a particle, photon, but has properties that challenge our conventional understanding of reality. The behavior of light at the quantum level, its dual nature, entanglement, and superposition, implies that the universe may be interconnected in ways that transcend space and time. Consciousness and light. Many spiritual traditions equate consciousness with light, proposing that our awareness and perception arise from this fundamental substance. The notion that consciousness is not merely a byproduct of neural processes, but is instead a primary component of reality, echoes theories in metaphysics that view consciousness as a universal field of light. Philosophical implications. Interconnectedness. If consciousness is derived from, or transmits through, light, it supports the idea that all beings are interconnected through this universal light. This perspective resonates with many philosophies that emphasize the oneness of existence, where individual consciousnesses are viewed as expressions of a single, unified consciousness. Reality and perception. This concept challenges traditional notions of reality, suggesting that what we perceive is merely a projection of a deeper, interconnected light-based existence. Our experiences and perceptions become manifestations of a universal consciousness, urging a re-evaluation of individuality and separation. In summary, the idea that everything is fundamentally light, particularly in the context of consciousness and the holographic nature of the universe, opens up profound philosophical and scientific inquiries. It invites us to explore the depths of existence, encouraging a holistic understanding of our place within the cosmos, where light serves as both the medium and the message of universal consciousness. Chapter 12. The Invisible Grander Scheme: Enslavement, Genetics, Consciousness Expansion and Awakening. Now, getting back to earthly affairs for a moment, picking up where we left off, the elements of control and manipulation we discussed earlier and empirically see playing out in the world right now. A new theory for quantum mechanics was not the intention of this discussion, theory, thesis, study, exploration, or whatever label we want to apply to it. It seemed to simply be a needed framework to convey, to most, the logistics and mechanics of what's to follow. A framework that attempts to empirically prove the invisible frameworks that exist all around us, and just what is possible within this space we call the universe, our reality. A framework that, once seen and understood, very easily explains how even the craziest conspiracies we hear are not that crazy after all. Present day. Allegations about the suppression of human potential, whether through ancient extraterrestrial hypotheses, esoteric traditions, and even New Age spiritualism, all seem to perfectly align with everything we have discussed so far. The idea that humanity has been genetically manipulated to weaken our spiritual and mental faculties resonates with various interpretations of ancient history, where more evolved, off-world beings were said to have intervened in human evolution for their own purposes, with knowledge from ancient Egypt being one of our best references for these ideas. Many New Age teachings seem to echo the same fundamental truths. Suppression of consciousness. According to these teachings, humanity's current, limited consciousness state is the result of thousands of years of suppression, cutting us off from our divine nature and limiting our ability to manifest reality at will. The theory goes, as we awaken and reconnect with this latent power, we regain control over our reality, including manipulating quantum and macro-level events. Ascension and manifestation. If we're undergoing a kind of spiritual ascension, becoming more aware of our true multidimensional nature, it could explain why manifestations and intuitive abilities are seemingly becoming more prominent in human consciousness across the world. This idea that manifestation principles are the unlocking of this quantum power is a fresh way to link quantum mechanics with spiritual growth. DNA and the junk mystery. One of the greatest enigmas of modern biology. The vast majority of our DNA was once labeled as junk because scientists didn't know what it did. While there are various reframings of this today, just the idea that it was thought, not too long ago in mainstream science, that 97% of human DNA would just sit there, doing nothing, is definitely counterintuitive, especially in light of what we know about nature and its tendency to lean towards efficiency. We've already explored how the mainstream narrative is a shaky source of truth and transparency for practically anything that could prompt a critical thought. Instead, from the viewpoint of ancient wisdom and New Age teachings, with some correlations in other spiritual traditions, there are suggestions that this junk DNA is actually dormant and suppressed, waiting to be reactivated. The theory that our DNA was snipped or genetically altered to reduce our capabilities aligns with legends of ancient civilizations or alien interventions. The notion that ancient humans were once far more advanced, both spiritually and mentally, than we are now fits well with this idea. The remaining 97% of DNA could hold the latent potential for higher dimensional perception, enhanced abilities, or spiritual connections. Ascension through DNA activation. In many teachings, the activation of this so-called junk DNA is thought to be the key to spiritual ascension. It's said that once humanity reawakens to its full potential, our DNA could unlock the latent abilities that we've been artificially made to be unaware of, allowing us to manifest reality, perceive other dimensions, and fully reconnect with the unified cosmic consciousness. All well within the constraints of the quantum mechanics theory we're exploring here. There's a strong connection between ancient Egyptian and other similar teachings and the idea of DNA activation for spiritual ascension that appears in New Age teachings, which itself seems largely based on ancient Egyptian teachings. The themes of spiritual transformation, latent human potential, and divine knowledge are core elements in Egyptian teachings, especially regarding the afterlife, ascension, and the metaphysical realm. Spiritual ascension and the Egyptian afterlife. In Egyptian teachings, ascension to a higher plane of existence was a central concept, especially after death. The Book of the Dead and the Pyramid texts describe the journey of the soul through various trials, leading to ultimate unification with divine forces. This parallels modern ideas of DNA activation as a process of spiritual awakening, where the individual transcends ordinary human limitations to connect with higher dimensions or cosmic consciousness. The Egyptians seem to have deeper knowledge about certain consciousness practices that could help one ascend to higher realms, just as the New Age interpretation suggests that activating dormant DNA could unlock higher perception and abilities. Thoth and the knowledge of higher dimensional beings. Thoth, thought to be the Egyptian so-called god of wisdom, writing and magic, was often associated with hidden knowledge, spiritual enlightenment, and transformation. He was believed to have written the Emerald Tablets, which are sometimes cited in esoteric traditions as containing the secrets of the universe, including those related to human potential and divine ascension. Thoth's role in overseeing the balance between physical and spiritual realms resonates with the idea that unlocking hidden DNA, or latent potential, could allow access to additional dimensions of the universe or truths. In modern metaphysical traditions, Thoth is often linked to spiritual enlightenment and unlocking human potential, much like the process of DNA activation that is thought to enhance abilities such as telepathy, clairvoyance, or the power to manifest reality. Ancient Egyptian symbolism and DNA. The Egyptian caduceus, a symbol with two entwined serpents rising around a central staff, is often compared to the double helix structure of DNA in modern interpretations. This connection is seen as symbolic of the awakening or activation of DNA strands, paralleling the New Age idea in the reactivation of the 12 or 13-strand DNA model. The serpents could represent the flow of energy through the body, which in many esoteric traditions is linked to the rise of Kundalini energy or life force, an essential part of spiritual awakening. This esoteric link aligns with New Age interpretations that suggest our DNA holds the key to unlocking dormant spiritual abilities and higher consciousness. The concept of snipped DNA and ancient civilizations. Some New Age theories that suggest our DNA was genetically altered or snipped also connect to ancient Egyptian teachings. Certain legends describe early humanity or divine beings like the Neteru as possessing greater powers or advanced knowledge. Stories about these so-called gods, or semi-divine beings, descending to earth and creating or altering humanity, appear in texts like the Enuma Elish and are often linked to the ancient Egyptians through the shared Mesopotamian Egyptian cultural influences. Atlantis and Lemuria. The theory that human DNA was once more advanced but then reduced or suppressed can be compared to legends about the fall of Atlantis or Lemuria, where advanced civilizations or beings were said to have extraordinary abilities that were lost over time. Some interpretations of ancient Egyptian teachings echo these themes, especially in stories about the fall of divine or semi-divine rulers. The concept of Atlantis or Lemuria is often described in ways that align with these ideas. These societies were said to have had advanced technologies, abilities like telepathy, and a deep spiritual understanding about their place in the universe, which were lost in a cataclysmic event which was thought to not necessarily be of natural occurrence. These parallels are often drawn in New Age teachings, suggesting that modern humans may retain some remnant of these lost capabilities. The legends of Atlantis and Lemuria resonate deeply with the themes we explore in this discussion. These ancient civilizations are often portrayed as societies that achieved remarkable advancements in technology and spirituality, consciousness, only to experience a dramatic fall. This narrative not only parallels contemporary ideas about human potential, but also serves as a lens through which we can examine the evolution of consciousness and the hidden aspects of our DNA. The fall of advanced civilizations. Legend background. Atlantis, as described by Plato, was a highly advanced civilization that ultimately sank into the ocean for reasons far too complicated to go into within the context of this discussion. Similarly, Lemuria, a hypothetical landmass hypothesized to exist in the Pacific, is said to have housed spiritually enlightened beings with extraordinary abilities, which were lost in a great cataclysm. Cultural reflections. These legends resonate with various ancient cultures that tell stories of divine or semi-divine rulers, such as the pharaohs of Egypt, who possessed knowledge and power beyond that of ordinary humans. These narratives suggest a common understanding of a fall from a higher state of being, a decline in humanity's connection to divine wisdom and advanced capabilities. Suppressed potential and DNA. Loss of abilities. The idea that human DNA was once more advanced but has been suppressed aligns with the notion that remnants of extraordinary abilities exist within us, lying dormant. Just as the inhabitants of Atlantis and Lemuria were said to possess telepathy, heightened intuition, and profound spiritual awareness, modern humans may retain traces of these capabilities that could be unlocked. Genetic memory. This raises the intriguing concept of genetic memory, the idea that experiences and knowledge from our ancestors are encoded within our DNA. Just as the ancient civilizations may have had access to higher frequencies of consciousness, we might also be able to tap into these ancient teachings and abilities through introspection, healing, and spiritual consciousness development practices. Connections to modern discoveries. Submerged cities. Recent underwater explorations have revealed ancient structures that seem to align with the legends of Atlantis and Lemuria, sparking renewed interest in these legends. The discovery of submerged cities off the coast of various continents hints at the potential existence of advanced civilizations that once thrived, only to succumb to catastrophic events. Cultural echoes. These findings have led to discussions about the possibility that advanced knowledge, technologies, and spiritual practices were lost and might be recovered. The connection between ancient legends and modern archaeological discoveries raises questions about our understanding of history. Spiritual evolution and cosmic understanding. Reconnecting with Source. The narratives surrounding Atlantis and Lemuria highlight a longing for reconnection with higher states of consciousness, akin to our discussion on the fractal nature of existence and the pursuit of love as the highest frequency. By recognizing that we are each fragments of a divine source, we can strive to remember and reclaim the knowledge and abilities once possessed by these lost civilizations. The role of cosmic forces. A note for upcoming discussion. We can view the legends of Atlantis and Lemuria as part of a larger cosmic narrative. These civilizations may have had contact with advanced beings who guided their evolution, echoing a contemporary idea that we are being watched and assisted in our spiritual growth. Integration of knowledge. Collective awakening. The potential for humanity to awaken to its lost abilities aligns with the idea that we are on the brink of a collective transformation. As more individuals reconnect with their inner power and align with higher frequencies, we may collectively remember the wisdom of our ancient ancestors and the lessons learned from their rise and fall. Creating a new future. By integrating the knowledge of these ancient civilizations with modern understandings of consciousness, light, and energy, we can pave the way for a new era of human evolution. This synthesis can guide us toward a reality where love, understanding, and cooperation reign. The legends of Atlantis and Lemuria serve as powerful symbols of humanity's potential. They remind us that we are not only products of our history, but also carriers of ancient wisdom waiting to be rediscovered. As we explore the connections between our DNA, consciousness, and the remnants of lost civilizations, we could begin to unlock the extraordinary capabilities that lie dormant within us, paving the way for a profound consciousness rebirth and a deeper connection to the cosmos. Psychic phenomena and empirical evidence. Within New Age communities, there are individuals who are said to see angels and other supernatural phenomena. Regardless of the label we apply to the phenomenon, in the context of this discussion and conception of reality, angels would just be beings of other dimensions, of the infinite fractal that is seemingly all of what we call reality. Then there are institutions like the Monroe Institute, which is known for researching altered states of consciousness, out-of-body experiences, and psychic abilities. All these ideas suggest that what we consider supernatural might actually be latent human potential. Angel experiences, for example, have touched many, and while empirical scientific proof is always nice, and does exist in many cases, countless testimonies exist of real normal human beings with no apparent agenda, experiencing similarly life-changing phenomena, particularly in recent years. One of the best-known modern examples at an institutional level is a particular three-letter agency's Stargate project and its collaboration with organizations like the Monroe Institute, which explored psychic phenomena like remote viewing, a form of perceiving distant events using only consciousness. The project ran for years, studying people who were said to have psychic abilities. The fact that government organizations invested in these explorations speaks volumes about the possibility of what we're exploring here. Quantum healing. Quantum healing is another area where people testify that miracles happen, whether through focused intention, energy work, or other forms of mind-over-matter healing. Quantum healing often ties into the ideas we're exploring here: quantum physics and the interconnectedness of all things, or the influence of consciousness on physical reality. In the context of the systemic societal manipulation and control we explored earlier, it's easy to see why traditional science always presents a cautiousness about embracing these ideas fully, despite many people who report experiencing powerful healing results. What's intriguing is how these apparent miracles tie back to what ancient cultures perceived as divine or mystical abilities. From an ancient Egyptian perspective, it's more likely that what we now see as fringe phenomena were once seen as the natural expression of an earlier, less suppressed human state. The ancient priesthoods of Egypt were steeped in esoteric knowledge, and many believed that their rituals and practices involved higher states of consciousness and understanding of the universe that we are only now beginning to explore again through quantum science and metaphysical research. Modern psychic phenomena. A famous three-letter agency's work, notably through its research into remote viewing and psychic spies, is one of the most well-documented government projects related to this. The fact that such phenomena were taken seriously by governments suggests there is something intriguing at play, even if we don't fully understand it yet, as the mainstream narrative suggests at least. Some individuals have become famous for their psychic abilities, healing powers, or other extraordinary feats, such as Lorna Byrne, who speaks openly and extensively about her experiences with angels. Stories of similar cross-dimensional abilities are becoming more and more prominent across the world. Many take this as proof of superhuman capabilities. Ultimately, there's seemingly no denying the deep interest in psychic abilities throughout history, from ancient oracles and prophets to modern-day clairvoyance, and now the connections being made here via the lens of quantum mechanics. It's deeply intriguing that we see such parallels between ancient civilizations, legends of divine beings, and modern explorations into psychic phenomena and healing. Whether it's through exploring quantum healing, psychic abilities, or theories about snipped DNA, many are attempting to reconnect with what could be a forgotten or suppressed aspect of human potential. The intersections of legend, modern science, and metaphysical exploration suggest that humanity once possessed, or still secretly possesses, abilities that lie dormant. It could be that with enough exploration into consciousness, energy, and even genetic science, we may rediscover some of these extraordinary capabilities, given the right environmental conditions. Reactivation of dormant DNA for spiritual ascension. Ancient Egypt's fascination with immortality and the divine transformation of the soul aligns well with New Age teachings that unlocking or activating junk DNA could allow for higher levels of awareness, spiritual ascension, or the perception of other dimensions. In Egyptian funerary practices, the physical body and spiritual essence were said to be preserved to enable the soul to return to the stars or rejoin the gods, much like how modern spiritual teachings envision humans reconnecting with cosmic consciousness or universal truths through DNA activation. Just as the Egyptians seem to be seeking eternal life and divine wisdom through specific conscious spiritual practices, the process of DNA activation is seen by many New Age philosophers as a path to reclaiming a lost or suppressed spiritual legacy. In summary, many esoteric or spiritual interpretations of DNA activation draw heavily on ancient symbols and legends, with Egypt being a major influence. Ancient Egyptian themes of transformation, the quest for divine knowledge and consciousness ascension, mirror the New Age concept of unlocking human potential by activating dormant DNA strands. Both frameworks emphasize reconnecting with a lost spiritual heritage and higher realms of existence. Both psychedelics and DNA activation are seen as pathways to higher states of consciousness. Psychedelics like psilocybin, ayahuasca, and DMT are thought to temporarily unlock access to spiritual realms or dimensions beyond normal human perception. Similarly, the activation of dormant DNA strands is thought to allow permanent access to heightened abilities, deeper awareness, and a reconnection to cosmic consciousness. In this framework, both are tools for expanding the human experience beyond its current, ordinary limits, facilitating spiritual ascension or consciousness awakening. The use of psychedelics is often framed as a shortcut to understanding one's true nature, while DNA activation is seen as a more gradual, profound process of unlocking humanity's latent potential over time. Suppression and control. Both theories suggest that there is an agenda to keep humanity disconnected from its true potential, whether through absurd criminalization of plants or the alleged snipping of DNA that reduced humanity's abilities. The idea is that powerful systems, government, pharmaceutical companies, or unseen spiritual forces seek to keep the population ignorant, dependent, and locked into a materialistic worldview. In the psychedelic context, it's argued that keeping these substances illegal and stigmatized limits access to higher spiritual truths, thus preventing large-scale awakenings that could challenge existing power structures. Similarly, the idea about dormant DNA suggests that our genetic makeup was intentionally altered or manipulated to suppress our multidimensional abilities, keeping us trapped in a lower state of spiritual and consciousness development, otherwise known as the path of ascension. Indigenous wisdom and ancient knowledge. The use of psychoactive plants in indigenous cultures parallels the ideas of ancient, advanced civilizations that were once more connected to deeper cosmic truths. Many indigenous groups, such as the shamans of the Amazon or Native American cultures, have used these substances for thousands of years to foster spiritual insight, heal psychological wounds, and connect with the spirit world. This echoes the idea that in the distant past, humans had a more direct connection to spiritual realms, possibly through both their natural DNA and their relationship with the natural world. Similarly, the notion that ancient humans had more DNA strands, or higher spiritual potential, fits with stories about advanced civilizations like Atlantis or Lemuria. Healing and personal transformation. The healing potential of psychedelics in addressing trauma and psychological issues parallels the idea of DNA activation as a method of spiritual and emotional healing. Both concepts emphasize not just the treatment of symptoms, but the transformation of the individual at a deeper, more fundamental level. Psychoactive substances like psilocybin and ayahuasca have been shown to restructure neural pathways, leading to long-lasting psychological and spiritual healing, helping individuals uncover personal truths and connect with deeper aspects of their being. Similarly, activating dormant DNA is thought to provide a gateway to self-realization and awakening latent abilities, facilitating both personal and collective healing. Spiritual sovereignty and mass awakening. The central theme in both theories is that spiritual sovereignty is key to breaking free from control structures, whether they are physical, like governments and corporations, or metaphysical, like lower vibrational energies or systems of fear and ignorance. By limiting access to psychedelics or keeping humanity's DNA dormant, these control structures are said to ensure that people remain disconnected from their true potential, their divine nature, and their ability to shape reality. An inherent ability to shape reality that appears to be supported by this new theory we're laying out here, via the lens of scientifically grounded quantum mechanics principles. Psychedelics, when used responsibly, are said to offer an opportunity for mass awakening, where large groups of people recognize their spiritual interconnectedness, transcend materialism, and reclaim their spiritual power. Similarly, activating DNA would allow humanity to rise above its current state of disempowerment, accessing higher realms of existence and understanding their true spiritual nature. By controlling access to these plants, governments can effectively limit the population's access to deeper spiritual truths, ensuring that people remain trapped in materialism and disconnected from their higher selves. The goal: keep people dependent on perpetual profit-driven treatments rather than exploring natural and spiritual methods of permanent healing. If large populations began using these substances responsibly, it could lead to mass awakenings, where people reclaim their spiritual sovereignty, making them less susceptible to the current systems of control, whether they be government, pharmaceutical, or societal. In the context of everything we have discussed here, it's seemingly about more than just plants and party drugs. It's about controlling access to higher spiritual knowledge and consciousness, ensuring people stay disempowered and disconnected from their full potential. Based on everything we've explored here, the suppression of these compounds can easily be connected to being part of a larger agenda to prevent the mass realization of humanity's true nature, one that is divine, interconnected, and powerful beyond measure. A new paradigm, from quantum to macro. With these various elements in mind, it does seem more plausible that if our DNA has indeed been snipped, once we unlock or regain our full potential, the behavior we observe in our quantum experiments could no longer be confined to the quantum realm, but will extend to the larger macroscopic world. If human consciousness can influence reality at the particle level, why not larger material forms as well? It could suggest that we are currently in an infant stage of co-creation, limited to the quantum scale, but our potential is far beyond that. Genetic shackles. The removal of the genetic manipulation, whether by natural evolution, cosmic intervention, or divine awakening, could indeed allow us to access this power. Once those limitations are lifted, humans might be capable of manipulating matter and energy on a larger scale. Given everything we've covered here, it's difficult to reasonably argue that there isn't a deeper correlation between this ancient knowledge and the ideas of spiritual awakening through activation of dormant DNA and even psychedelics. As discussed, in New Age spirituality and certain esoteric traditions, both concepts revolve around the notion of tapping into higher states of consciousness, breaking free from the constraints of the material world, and reclaiming one's spiritual sovereignty and true potential. The role of fear and ignorance. Both frameworks suggest that the maintenance of fear and ignorance is essential to keeping humanity subdued, whether it's the fear of so-called dangerous drugs or the ignorance of the true potential within our DNA. These systems of control thrive on disconnection and fear. Spiritual traditions, both modern and ancient, often teach that transcending fear and embracing knowledge are necessary for personal empowerment and spiritual liberation. The war on drugs, particularly psychedelics, suggests a form of spiritual suppression, similar to how the alteration or suppression of DNA is seen as a way to keep humanity trapped in a limited materialistic view of reality. Both concepts emphasize that reawakening, whether through natural substances or genetic spiritual activation, can free people from this imposed limitation. Chapter 13. Human Conflict, the Surface-Level Matrix. What does all of this mean? How did we get here from where we started, and how is all of it connected? From the vantage point of a more critical analysis, Earth's constant wars and conflicts appear to be an outgrowth of deep-seated ignorance, fear, and manipulation. On the surface, wars seem to be about resources, political power, and ideological differences. Geopolitical actors, nations, corporations, and elites capitalize on human divisions to maintain control over land, wealth, and influence. These conflicts are often portrayed as necessary evils or framed within narratives of freedom or defense, but they mask a deeper truth about the dynamics of control. The deeper reality and the role of manipulation and control. The manipulated frameworks discussed earlier reveals how powerful entities orchestrate global events to maintain a status quo that keeps the masses divided and distracted. Leaders and elites use war and conflict as tools to consolidate power, stoke fear, and justify restrictive policies that benefit only a select few. The true reason for this seemingly absurd level of manipulation extends far beyond the physical, to a level where the absurdities begin to make a lot more sense in the grander context we have laid out here. There is a multi-layered reasoning behind the quantum deep dive aspect of this conversation and the relation to spiritualism and how the systems of power, control, and oppression in place on this planet ties into it all. Many have likely connected the dots by now. There is a spiritual and energetic war happening beneath the surface layer illusions of this world, in the physical and metaphysical sense, a war that most cannot even begin to conceive the mechanics of due to the depth of suppression we have explored here. Suppression at all possible levels, with the goal of masking a deeper reality. A war not only for material control but for energy, energy derived from what we've been alluding to as infinite, all-pervasive and eternal consciousness, otherwise termed as the soul by most. More specifically, the physics of the energy associated with the soul as it relates to the quantum reality it exists in. This is not dissimilar from wars for resources we see play out even in the physical aspect of this planet. We needed to explore this first through the lens of quantum mechanics, the deepest layers of our reality, to understand that consciousness interacts deeply with the physical world and is more than likely central to shaping reality itself, as supported by ancient wisdom and various spiritual traditions. We're developing this new theory of quantum mechanics to prove how it's all connected, to scientifically and experientially reveal the truths of this world in the hopes that it will prompt the necessary action. Understanding the world from a quantum level provides a framework to logically understand how things such as mental energy control, soul manipulation, and energetic siphoning are very real aspects of our reality, just at a deeper layer, imperceptible to most. And, as supported by everything we've explored thus far, this hidden world is not hidden by random chance. There are dark forces, lower consciousness beings, operating through shadowy political, economic, and spiritual systems that seek to manipulate individuals by instilling fear, trauma, and division, cutting them off from their inherent spiritual power. These forces, often referred to as, with human-given labels, demonic entities or shadow parasites, feed on the negative energy generated by things like conflict, addiction, and general emotional suffering of conscious beings. Run-of-the-mill criminality, just multidimensionally. The existence of that multidimensionality we have explored here through the lens of quantum mechanics. Consider this. We have not even explored the entirety of our world's ocean in just its physical form. Some may be aware of various creatures in those waters more alien and otherworldly looking than anything Hollywood has thrown at us. Now consider that we live within vast energy fields that span 93 billion light-years across, on multiple dimensions of the universe. Is it truly that surprising that we may not be alone in this expanse, or are we simply becoming aware of and looking at a reality that has always existed, albeit one that feels shocking as suppressed history and true knowledge of our reality is emerging after millennia? Multidimensional warfare. The hidden battle. What many do not realize is that the conflicts they see in the mainstream or experience in their lives are part of a much larger multidimensional war that requires an energetic, quantum viewpoint to even conceptualize, let alone be politically aware about. This foundational knowledge helps us logically understand how there could be lower vibrational entities, forces operating on an energetic level in another electromagnetic existence frequency to our own, that thrive on the chaos, fear, and trauma perpetuated by human conflict and division. The human body is said to be a particularly efficient conduit for this prized universal energy we experience through consciousness. We experience that energy flow most clearly in the form of emotion. Think of the word emotion as emotion, where E represents energy and motion represents flow, giving you energy in motion. Human beings are hyper-efficient energy conduits of the universe. Yes, essentially the same way a battery works, just on a much more cosmic and profound level. This is a more fundamental definition of what all our human feelings are. The direct sensation of an ever-shifting spectrum of high and low frequency states, i.e., love and fear. The DNA suppression link. Both the psychedelic experience and DNA activation theory share the goal of helping individuals reclaim their spiritual sovereignty and connect with higher truths. In both contexts, this reclaiming involves understanding that we are more than just our material bodies and that there is a higher, interconnected reality that we are part of. This reality has been obscured or repressed by forces interested in maintaining control over the rich and highly manipulatable cosmic energy that manifests through human DNA. Through either suppression method, the underlying promise is the same: the awakening of dormant spiritual potential and a return to a state of unity with the cosmos, where individuals can exercise divine powers such as manifesting reality, perceiving other dimensions, or healing on a deep level. In a spiritually suppressed state, these dark entities are more easily able to siphon off this unlimited energy source, further weakening the collective consciousness and driving humanity deeper into cycles of low vibration, fear, and suffering. Unfortunately, not dissimilar to humans who cage conscious beings in the form of animals, making them more subservient and controllable, then proceed to take the efforts of their energy, whether in the form of items such as milk, eggs, fur, or in the extremes, skin and meat. Those in positions of power, whether through occult practices or hidden political and/or elite influence, work to sustain a system of control that thrives on humanity's separation from its true spiritual nature. Mental energy control, soul fragmentation, and manipulation are used to keep individuals disempowered, preventing them from realizing their full potential as sovereign, multidimensional, spiritual beings. The crux of the matter. One of our last, alleged and increasingly discussed, so-called conspiracy theories to address satanic ritual abuse, SRA, linked to practices by certain elites, and the idea that human suffering is harvested for energetic purposes. SRA, on a universal mechanics level, is a form of energetic manipulation that seeks to fragment the soul and weaken an individual's spiritual defenses, making them more susceptible to control and exploitation by lower vibration, dark forces. Allegation: high-level elites engage in ritualistic practices that involve unspeakable abuse, trauma, and manipulation to siphon spiritual energy from victims, particularly little people. There are keywords the oppression algorithms look for on this topic. We'll each have to discern the meaning of this term, little people. This energy is used to empower dark forces, maintain control, and prevent humanity from awakening to its full potential. Supporting evidence. The Epstein scandal and revelations about secret societies like the Bohemian Grove have provided a glimpse into the secretive and often disturbing practices of elites. While Epstein's activities were largely focused on sexual exploitation, that is thought to be just the surface of a broader system of ritual abuse. September 2024. Recent allegations against Sean P. Diddy Combs have brought serious accusations into the spotlight, including charges related to sex trafficking, racketeering, and sexual abuse, not limited to just adults. The allegations involving coercive freak-off parties and physical abuse have led to Diddy's indictment. These charges also stirred broader discussions about the secretive and disturbing behaviors within elite circles, with claims linking him to wider patterns of abuse associated with other Hollywood and political elites. The scandal has resurfaced connections to other so-called elites, otherwise known as the predator class, raising concerns about a deeper culture of exploitation and manipulation. Allegations of ritualistic abuse in certain occult circles have persisted for decades, with survivors recounting experiences of mind control, soul fragmentation, and being part of horrific, carefully orchestrated rituals designed to extract emotional energy and specific chemicals naturally produced by the victim's physical body as a result of the state of duress it's under. Energy harvesting can be linked to commonly known metaphysical concepts like louche, a term used to describe the energetic byproduct of emotional suffering. It is said that negative entities feed on this louche, so reinforcing global systems of violence and trauma is needed to maintain a steady supply. This is the key element tying where we started this conversation to where we now are. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck, and he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Many know where this quote is from. The source does not matter, as the quote stands on its own, as something most of humanity can collectively agree on. Particularly as, here, we're not talking about the causation of sin, but rather the committing of sin on these little ones. Going another layer down. Literally. Deep underground military bases, DUMBs, and little people rescues. Allegation. Elites, governments, and clandestine organizations are involved in secret operations, such as trafficking little people through underground networks. DUMBs are said to be a vast underground network of facilities used for nefarious purposes, including the housing of little people for exploitation, experimentation, or trafficking. This will be explored further in a moment, but what's important to know here is that little people naturally channel stronger cosmic energy as a result of their untainted states of consciousness and still developing physical bodies that are needed to embody eternal consciousness, which makes them vulnerable targets for this abuse. Their defenselessness, innocence, less tainted DNA, and lack of societal conditioning make them ideal candidates for energy harvesting, and other horrific exploitation not possible to type out here, not just due to the oppression algorithms. There are various survivors that are now openly speaking up for anyone that wishes to learn more, as we all should be interested in doing. While it's not easy to hear, the journeys of these brave souls must be spoken to raise public awareness and action. These practices tie into ancient legends about virgin sacrifices or the consumption of young blood, now reinterpreted in a modern metaphysical framework, more grounded in reality through the lens of quantum mechanics. Food for thought. In the United States alone, about 300,000 little people are reported missing each year, and that's just what the paper trails say. The Ukraine-Russia war brought some increased attention to this conversation, with both Putin and Trump referencing little people rescues from such bases. This narrative overlaps with claims involving Hollywood elites and other prominent figures, yet more evidence of SRA linked to the global elite. Additionally, the Montauk Project, another secret government operation, has surfaced in relation to claims of psychic experimentation, mind control, and extraterrestrial technologies. This all weaves into broader frameworks that propose connections between elites, occult practices, and secret operations occurring behind the scenes globally. Specifically, debates around human trafficking, global control, and hidden activities involving powerful entities. We are in a larger multidimensional war to reclaim humanity's collective consciousness from the grips of these dark forces. Energy healers often work to clear energetic attachments, reverse soul fragmentation, and remove these dark, low-vibration entities that siphon energy from individuals and communities. This type of work is essential to support the breaking of the cycles of planetary trauma and control that keep humanity in a low vibrational state, and perpetual chaos as a result. Energetic warfare and lower vibrational entities. The concept of energetic entities or forces that exist at different frequencies of reality is rooted in esoteric metaphysics, modern conspiracy investigations, and now explored via quantum mechanics. In this framework, as we've discussed, the universe is a complex web of frequencies, with human emotion being one of the richest sources of energy. Low-frequency entities, often referred to as demons, archons, or other malevolent beings, can feed off this energy by extracting it higher dimensionally through human suffering. Emotional energy. Harvesting. The idea of loosh is central here. Loosh is just another human label. It refers to the energy created from human suffering, fear, trauma, and negative emotional states. The more trauma a person experiences, the more of this type of rich energy is channeled through the body, which is then harvested by these entities using methods beyond our stifled, human understanding of the natural world. This loosh links to the idea of energetic siphoning, where lower vibrational beings feed on the emotional energy humans emit. The idea being that conflict, division, and suffering are deliberately engineered on a global scale to perpetuate this feeding system. Historical allegories. Throughout history, various spiritual traditions speak of beings or spirits that prey on the souls of the living. In many indigenous teachings, spiritual healers or shamans work to remove such spiritual attachments from individuals who are being drained by malevolent entities. These teachings echo through metaphysical teachings about energy vampires or interdimensional beings that thrive on fear, sadness, and suffering. Satanic ritual abuse and elite control. The allegations of SRA and energy harvesting in elite circles have been part of the darker conspiracy theories for decades. The persistence of the narrative speaks to legitimate concern about systematic exploitation, power, and the hidden activities of the elite. The Epstein scandal, with its vast web of high-profile connections, opened the door to speculation about deeper ritualistic practices among the powerful. Survivors of SRA testify that abuse isn't only about physical domination, but about energetic domination, a kind of psychic vampirism designed to siphon and/or fragment the soul. Mind control and trauma-based programming. Projects like MKUltra and alleged government mind control programs have laid the foundation for many to believe that trauma-based programming is real. The idea is that through extreme trauma, individuals can be split into multiple personalities, soul fragmentation, or controlled by external forces, whether human or otherworldly, or higher-lower dimensionally. In this context, ritual abuse is seen as a means of creating trauma-induced compliance, fragmenting the soul and/or weakening spiritual defenses. MKUltra. The concept of MKUltra refers to a secret three-letter agency's program officially known as Project MKUltra that was initiated during the Cold War era. It involved human experiments, with the main goal being to investigate mind control techniques. The program was part of a broader effort by the US government to gain an edge in psychological warfare, particularly due to fears that other countries like the Soviet Union were experimenting with similar techniques. The program began in 1953. It was run with the aim of discovering methods to control or influence human behavior using drugs, psychological manipulation, hypnosis, and other techniques. The main focus was mind control, finding ways to break down a person's mental state to reprogram their thoughts or make them more susceptible to manipulation. Methods used. Lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. One of the key elements in the experiments was the administration of LSD. It was thought that LSD could make individuals more open to suggestion or force them into altered mental states where they could be more easily influenced. Hypnosis. Another key technique used to see whether people could be controlled through hypnotic suggestions. Sensory deprivation. Participants were placed in isolation or exposed to intense sensory stimuli, light, sound, to disorient them and make them more suggestible. Electroshock therapy. Some experiments involved the use of electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, to see how electrical stimuli could influence a person's mental state. Sleep deprivation and psychotropic drugs. These methods were employed to break down psychological resistance or cause confusion. Trauma induction. There were also reports of using severe trauma to try and fragment a person's psyche, potentially influencing their thoughts or behaviors through mind-splitting or dissociative identity disorder, multiple personalities. Many of the people subjected to these experiments were not fully informed of what was being done to them, violating both medical and ethical standards. Some were soldiers, prisoners, patients in mental health facilities, or unwitting citizens. Ethical violations. The nature of MKUltra was deeply unethical, and the lack of consent among participants has been widely criticized. Some experiments were even conducted on individuals without their knowledge, and severe mental harm was caused in several cases. The idea of using trauma to split the psyche, leading to conditions like dissociative identity disorder, a term that only scratches the surface of this topic, or to influence behavior, aligns with reports of trauma-based programming theories. In these experiments, the theory was that extreme psychological trauma could shatter a person's personality, creating alternate personas or states of consciousness, which could then be controlled or programmed. Various survivor testimonies are widely available online that speak to the legitimacy of these practices. MKUltra is often tied to broader conspiracy theories about government control and manipulation. Over the years, it has fueled speculation about ongoing government projects aimed at creating Manchurian candidates, people programmed to carry out orders without their conscious knowledge. While the program was officially shut down in 1973, many documents were destroyed, and its full extent remains unknown. In 1975, the U.S. Senate's Church Committee revealed some of the horrors of MKUltra to the public. In its final report on the project, the Church Committee revealed some of the most shocking details of MKUltra. For example, an experiment that involved implanting electrodes into unsuspecting patients for the purpose of manipulating their behavior with electricity. The committee also reported on experiments involving hypnosis and sensory deprivation designed to induce brainwashing in subjects. Trauma-based mind control and ritual abuse. Many allegations about mind control and trauma-based programming have roots in the revelations of MKUltra. The idea is that by inducing extreme trauma, individuals can be programmed to dissociate, splitting into multiple personalities or becoming compliant and controllable. Ritual abuse or ritualistic trauma is said to be another means of achieving this. Multiple personalities. Trauma-based programming is said to cause a person's psyche to fragment into multiple identities, which can be controlled or triggered on command. External control. The idea is that external forces, be they government agencies or even supernatural entities, can gain control over fragmented individuals. Certain organized groups are said to use ritual abuse to break down individuals and make them compliant, part of secret programs aimed at creating controllable individuals. MKUltra stands as another real example of what was once dismissed as another conspiracy theory, turning out to be real, with direct links to unethical human experimentation in the field of mind control, primarily driven by the government's and elite associates' desire to explore psychological manipulation. There are still allegations about ongoing trauma-based programming and mind control stemming from this dark history, highly disturbing considering the wealth of verifiable facts about MKUltra and its unethical use of drugs, hypnosis, and trauma, as well as the harm done to its unconsenting victims. Dark occultism and the role of celebrity worship. There is a growing body of evidence that links Hollywood celebrities to these occult practices, suggesting they are both victims and perpetrators of this system. High-profile celebrities are seen as puppets, whose public personas and massive followings are harnessed for energy harvesting on a global scale. Concerts and energy harvesting. Massive public events such as concerts become arenas for collective worship energy harvesting, where the emotional intensity and worship-like devotion to the celebrity create immense amounts of loosh for negative entities to feed on. This idea aligns with metaphysical ideas that mass consciousness can generate vast amounts of energy, which can then be siphoned by those in control. Taylor Swift and Justin Bieber are among the more popular individuals that have been cited as either participants and/or victims in this process. However, it has been shown to likely run throughout the entertainment industry. The recent indictment of Sean P. Diddy Combs reflects this. Occult practices and global energy lines. Ley lines and sacred geometry. Large collective gatherings like concerts take place on these energy lines. These are said to be energetic alignments of energy that crisscross the earth, connecting sacred sites and amplifying spiritual energy. Many occult traditions are aware of the fact that powerful events held at these places can affect the global energy field. Occult rituals. Occult rituals or collective events are said to be strategically held on or near these energy lines to magnify the energetic output. These rituals are seen as a way to control or influence the collective consciousness, making it easier for occult forces or entities to siphon or manipulate the emotions of those participating. On the topic of worship, the ancient trap of worship. Worship, as it's traditionally practiced of celebrities or otherwise, directs people's conscious energy outward, whether it's through concerts, religious rituals, specific prayers or ceremonies. People are taught to focus on an external deity or force. In doing so, they unknowingly divert their own immense divine energy away from their personal growth and evolution and give it to something else. Now, based on what we've uncovered in this broader cosmic framework, external deities as energy siphons. Many of these so-called gods or higher beings that religions ask us to worship are not benevolent at all. Instead, many act as energetic parasites, siphoning the life force and spiritual energy that humans freely give them in the form of worship. The human connection to divine energy is immense, and dark forces have capitalized on this for millennia by redirecting our focus to false benevolence. Worship as enslavement. The core of the issue is that worship, when misunderstood, becomes a tool of spiritual enslavement. Humanity is conditioned to seek divine guidance or salvation from an external source, all the while forgetting or not even exploring the idea that they themselves could be that source. As we've discussed, and as this new theory seems to support, each individual is a fractal of infinity itself, so therefore capable of manifesting infinite divine power right within themselves, no external source necessary. The grand illusion of benevolence. Many of these lower vibrational beings that have positioned themselves as gods or higher entities masquerade as benevolent, feeding on the energy of devotion, prayers, and worship. Energy siphoning through trauma. Via ongoing human conflict, trauma is imprinted in the Earth's energetic field, manifesting physically over time. As such, the energy siphoning from worship involves the perpetuation of trauma. Trauma keeps people in a low vibrational frequency, making them easier to manipulate and less likely to awaken to their true nature. The hijacking of religious institutions. Many religious structures and practices over centuries are said to have been either consciously or unconsciously designed to keep humanity disempowered. By focusing energy on external beings, people remain spiritually asleep, unaware of the immense power they possess. This also creates a veil over the truth of their multidimensional nature, trapping them in a materialistic matrix of control. In essence, the perspective we're outlining throughout this theory challenges the traditional concept of worship, suggesting it serves more as a mechanism of spiritual disempowerment than a path to true connection with the divine. This critique offers a logical lens through which to view the relationship between humans and the divine, emphasizing personal sovereignty, inner divinity, and the dangers of externalizing one's spiritual energy. The core of the theory argues that focusing energy on an external source, rather than cultivating inner divinity, disempowers individuals. True divine connection has been distorted by religious and spiritual institutions or ancient belief systems, trapping people in cycles of subservience rather than self-empowerment. Worship as spiritual enslavement. Traditional worship, which requires individuals to place faith in an external deity, is viewed here as a form of spiritual enslavement. The focus on salvation from outside of oneself reinforces a hierarchical relationship where humans remain powerless or dependent. The core idea, as we have explored, is that each individual is already divine, a fractal of the infinite consciousness or God, and therefore doesn't need to rely on external forces for salvation or enlightenment. The grand illusion of benevolence. The argument that many deities or religious figures could be masquerading as benevolent aligns with the idea that what people revere may not always be what it seems. This mirrors certain Gnostic and esoteric traditions, which argue that mainstream religious figures or institutions obscure deeper spiritual truths. The notion that these entities feed on the energy of worship and prayers, while perpetuating trauma and suffering, points to the possibility that religion has been weaponized to keep people in a state of disempowerment and low vibration. Religious institutions and disempowerment. The hijacking of religious institutions is another theme present in modern critiques. The idea is that over time, religious rituals and traditions have been designed, whether consciously or unconsciously, to keep people spiritually asleep. By directing worship outward rather than inward, humanity has been conditioned to overlook its own inherent divinity. This theory suggests that religious or other spiritual dogma creates dependency on an external savior or deity, preventing people from awakening to their true, multidimensional divine nature. Inner divinity and personal empowerment. Our theory, and its various correlations to multiple ancient texts, scientifically supports that divinity is not something external but is found within. The idea that humans are fractals of infinite consciousness, possessing the potential for immense creation and healing, contrasts sharply with traditional religious practices that emphasize a separation between the divine and the human. This perspective encourages individuals to reclaim their power, and realize that they are not separate from God or the universe. They are an integral part of it, capable of manifesting divine power right within themselves. Worship as mutual respect, not subjugation. The analogy of a loving relationship, where worship equates to mutual respect rather than subservience, challenges the hierarchical nature of most religious and other forms of external worship. In many traditions, worship is framed as something obligatory, often with consequences for disobedience. This raises the question, why would a benevolent, loving God demand servitude or obeisance? A more enlightened relationship with the divine, in the view of what we're exploring here, would be based on mutual respect and love, not fear, control, or submission. Self-realization and collective divinity. The concept of self-realization in this framework is that as one awakens to their own divine nature, they also recognize that everyone else is a reflection of that same divinity. The ultimate realization is that we are all interconnected aspects of a single divine consciousness. From this perspective, the very notion of worship, whether external or internal, may become obsolete, as the realization of unity with all beings leads to a natural respect and love for oneself and others. The comparison to a loving relationship underscores the idea that true divinity would not demand worship as a condition for love or favor. In this framework, traditional religious practices begin to seem not only outdated, but potentially harmful, keeping people locked in a dynamic where they are encouraged to feel inferior, dependent, or even fearful of divine retribution. The critique also exposes a logical inconsistency within many religious and spiritual structures. If God is truly omnipresent and loving, why would divine beings require subjugation or servitude? This idea aligns with teachings that suggest love and divinity should not come with conditions or demands, but should flow naturally from the recognition of one's own divine nature. This perspective offers a deeply empowering alternative to traditional religious worship. Instead of directing energy outward toward an external deity, it encourages the recognition of inner divinity and emphasizes personal responsibility in one's spiritual journey. Rather than placing faith in unseen forces, individuals, as fractals of the divine, should be taught to harness their own divine potential. This not only aligns with certain quantum mechanics theories, suggesting that consciousness and energy are interconnected, but also resonates with ancient mystical teachings across various traditions that point to the divinity within. The power of inner divinity. What we're really confronting here is the need to reclaim our power. This new quantum mechanics theory we're developing here scientifically and logically supports that divinity is not something external. It is something within each of us. It supports that we are each a fractal of the infinity that is consciousness, holding the potential for infinite creation and healing. In this awakening, the greatest power is within each of us, and no external force can take that away unless we allow it. The focused intention of eternal consciousness, and where we direct it, is everything. Extraterrestrial and interdimensional connections. Human elites are not, or rather were not, but we'll get to that, acting alone, but in cooperation with extraterrestrial or interdimensional forces. These forces are said to be either partially or completely AI-based, while others are entities from other dimensional planes of existence. These beings, often described as malevolent, thrive on maintaining humanity's spiritual suppression. Psychic experiments and the Montauk Project. The Montauk Project and similar government operations are said to involve psychic experiments aimed at manipulating time, space, and consciousness itself. In this context, individuals with heightened spiritual or psychic abilities, often little people, are said to be exploited for their unique energetic properties. Extraterrestrial technology and knowledge are said to be integrated into these operations, further complicating the narrative of elite control and occult experimentation. This is vast and complex multidimensional warfare, where human suffering, trauma, and control are manipulated not just by the elites we see, but by entities and forces that operate outside of our 0.003% sliver of perceivable reality. Although the vast majority, if not all of these, are said to be removed, we'll expand on this shortly. Dark occult practices, energetic harvesting, and the suppression of humanity's spiritual evolution are all seen as interlinked strategies to maintain control and keep the collective consciousness in a state of chaos, division, and fear. Addressing these concerns requires an open and critical exploration of both historical events and metaphysical concepts, recognizing the gravity of the effect such practices have not just on innocent beings, but on the collective well-being of the world we live on. Little people. Little people, before around the age of 7, are thought to still have a very strong connection to divine, cosmic energies. This is said to be partly because their conscious minds are not yet fully developed, meaning the filters, conditioning, and limitations we acquire through societal programming haven't fully set in. In this pure, unadulterated state, their connection to higher realms, cosmic energies, and their own multidimensional nature remains strong. This open channel allows them to exhibit extraordinary abilities that are often brushed off as childish imagination or dismissed entirely in mainstream views. These abilities are known as psychic phenomena or extrasensory perception and include various forms of clairsentiences and telepathy. Telepathic abilities. Little people are often observed knowing things without explanation, understanding what adults are thinking or saying without words, or even finishing other people's sentences. Telepathy, the ability to send and receive information mind to mind, is a natural ability for little people because their minds are still highly receptive to the energy frequencies of others. This open energy channel enables them to communicate non-verbally in ways most adults have blocked out. Example in play. It's common to see little people communicate and share unspoken ideas while playing. They don't need explicit rules to coordinate their actions. This ability to understand each other's thoughts and intentions is a sign of telepathic resonance, which comes naturally to them as they are still attuned to higher frequency energies. Clairsentiences in little people. Clairvoyance, clear-seeing. Some little people have visions, seeing images of future events, other dimensions, or entities like spirits. They might speak about things they couldn't possibly know or describe past lives, alternate realities, or beings they've never encountered in their present life. These imaginary friends often turn out to be multidimensional beings, guides or ancestors whom the little person can perceive because they haven't fully developed the limitations of materialist perception. Clairsentience, clear feeling. Little people are highly sensitive to the energy around them, often feeling the emotions and intentions of others with great accuracy. They may feel strong reactions in their bodies to different environments, people, or even distant events. This empathetic sensitivity makes them highly attuned to the collective energy field, allowing them to feel and interpret subtle vibrations that most adults overlook. Clairaudience, clear hearing. Little people sometimes report hearing voices, sounds, or music that others can't perceive. This isn't necessarily imaginary. Clairaudience allows them to tap into higher frequency realms or receive messages from the divine, their guides, or even cosmic energies. This ability is often suppressed or labeled as just imagination by adults who can no longer perceive these frequencies. Why are little people targeted by dark forces? Open energy channels. Because little people's energetic systems are wide open, they are potent sources of energy. This makes them targets for darker forces that siphon this pure energy to use for malevolent purposes. The dark side thrives on lower vibrational energy, and as little people are highly potent in terms of manipulatable light energy, their innocence and pure cosmic connection are highly coveted. Manipulation through fear. Dark forces use many horrific tactics to lower the vibration of little people, cutting them off from their higher connection. Once the frequency drops, It becomes easier to manipulate their consciousness and siphon off their energy. This is why little people are so vulnerable to nightmares, spiritual oppression, and darker psychological influences in early childhood, especially when they experience trauma. The cosmic link. Little people's natural abilities arise from their still strong link to cosmic energy, their true essence as divine fractals of the universe. They haven't yet been programmed into a narrow, limited view of reality that tells them to ignore these abilities, so they remain naturally attuned to higher dimensions. This powerful connection also means they can access states of heightened intuition, manifest realities, or bend spoons as depicted in the Matrix movie, or experience cross-dimensional synchronicities with far less effort than adults. In some spiritual traditions, little people are considered closer to the veil, referring to the metaphysical divide between the material world and the spiritual realms. Encouraging these abilities. When nurtured rather than suppressed, these abilities can evolve as little people grow, enhancing their spiritual development and cosmic awareness. Practices like meditation, creative play, grounding activities, and encouraging their natural curiosity can help them maintain their connection to these higher dimensional energies without interference. It's important for parents, guardians, and educators to create environments that foster these gifts and protect their energetic fields. Protecting little people from energetic manipulation. Given their sensitivity and openness, little people need protection from dark energies that seek to siphon their light. This can be done through energetic shielding. Teaching little people simple visualization techniques to protect their energetic fields, like surrounding themselves with white light, can help maintain their frequency and protect them from low vibration entities. Grounding practices. Encouraging little people to connect with the earth through walking barefoot or spending time in nature can strengthen their energy bodies and keep them balanced. Affirmation of abilities. Rather than dismissing their experiences as imaginary, encouraging little people to trust their perceptions and providing a safe space for them to explore their gifts, higher consciousness, can empower them to maintain their connection to higher consciousness. In essence, the extraordinary abilities little people exhibit are a natural expression of divine essence and cosmic energy. Their telepathy and clairsentient abilities are signs that they are still deeply connected to the infinite field of consciousness. They serve as a reminder of the potential that exists within all of us, which is often forgotten as we age and fall deeper into the limitations imposed by societal conditioning. Chapter 14. The Multidimensional Friendlies. On the light side of all of this, there are said to be certain galactic federations working with on-world representatives, introducing yet another layer to the broader narrative we're examining here. These discussions involve not only questions of humanity's potential alliances with extraterrestrial civilizations, but also sheds more insight on a seemingly fictional, deeper multidimensional war, and particularly the intervention of benevolent forces working behind the scenes. Select individuals have been chosen to act as a liaison for these beings, predicting significant events and sharing knowledge on advanced technologies, secret space programs, and even the political dynamics of off-world species. Elena Danaan has become a prominent contactee figure in what's labeled as the disclosure movement, regularly demonstrating open communication with members of a group called the Galactic Federation of Worlds, a coalition of benevolent extraterrestrial beings said to be working to guide and protect Earth and humanity in the context of this multidimensional war. There is a lot of politics in the disclosure space, as it's a critical weakness for the other side. There are often discoveries of what we might call double agents, where malevolence are covertly posing as benevolence, with the goal being to spread misinformation within truths being disclosed from the real benevolent sources, not unlike what we see in mainstream media. Elena, however, distinguishes herself from other contactees, who also claim direct interaction with ETs in several ways. Predictions of space events. One of the key pieces of evidence cited is her accurate predictions of space-related events, For example, she has been credited with foreseeing certain astronomical events, which were later confirmed by NASA or other official sources. This has added significant credibility to her claims. Alignment with military and whistleblower testimonies. Another critical aspect of Elena's work is her ability to corroborate her knowledge with military sources and other whistleblowers. Many within the UFO disclosure movement have pointed to the alignment between her revelations and leaked information from military insiders, such as retired officers, scientists, and even a serving member of a secret space program, SSP, who has been given the green light to speak on certain classified missions as part of the public disclosure program. He goes by the alias JP and speaks of advanced technologies and extraterrestrial contacts through special on- and off-world missions. Projects on Jupiter and other planets. Elena has spoken extensively about secret projects on planets like Jupiter's moons, where extraterrestrial bases and operations are said to be taking place. This includes off-world operations involving both human and extraterrestrial groups, working together in clandestine space programs far more advanced than anything disclosed to the public, including the technology to make traveling such vast distances not just possible but somewhat mundane considering the advanced nature of the technology. The basis of many of these technologies is a deep understanding of the building blocks of the universal playground, which we have been exploring via the lens of quantum mechanics. These groups engineer at a quantum level. Not too surprising considering we on Earth are already quite advanced with nanotechnology. The Galactic Federation of Worlds is a concept similar to that of a cosmic United Nations, where multiple species across the galaxy and beyond collaborate to maintain peace and protect less advanced civilizations from exploitation. According to Elena and various other contactees, the Federation has been assisting humanity in its struggle against malevolent extraterrestrials, primarily factions of the Grey and Reptilian races, but other galactic groups are also involved, who have had an interest in dominating Earth for millennia, using humans as our equivalent of lab rats and a sort of battery source. The lab rat aspect is predominantly associated with the Greys. They are obsessed with humans for all the wrong reasons. Humans are said to have some extremely prized genetics as a collective species. Not all races are genetically able to channel the same or any level of the energy that the human genetic template is said to be able to once in its original state. It is said that human beings contain the DNA, or energetic imprints, of 22 or more different races from across the universe. We will expand on this soon. We are said to be the physical manifestations of a vast cosmic experiment, genetic royalty if you will, a sort of culmination of some of the best aspects of creation this universe has to offer. This is why humanity is thought to hold such incredible potential for consciousness expansion, but is also the target of so much manipulation by darker forces. The Federation's role in Earth's future. The Federation have been shown to be monitoring and intervening in human affairs, especially in light of humanity's nuclear capabilities and our potential eligibility to join the interstellar community once we sort our affairs out. Technology and whistleblower corroborations. A notable aspect of Elena's work is the detailed technological descriptions she offers, ranging from interstellar propulsion systems, healing technologies, to consciousness-based devices. Some of these align with testimony from whistleblowers, particularly those who are currently serving as part of classified military programs or reverse engineering efforts of extraterrestrial technology. Secret Space Program, SSP. Whistleblowers. An ever-growing list of individuals claim to have served in secret space programs, have discussed technologies that parallel Elena's descriptions. These include zero-point energy systems, time travel, and anti-gravity craft, which an ever-increasing amount of evidence suggests is in operation in military or secret government installations, but kept hidden from public knowledge. In Elena's book, Cedars, she delves into the ancient origins of human civilization, the role of various extraterrestrial species in seeding life on Earth, and the genetic manipulation that has taken place over millennia, lining up with Egyptian and other ancient teachings we discussed earlier. Additionally, this aligns with a broader theme within the disclosure movement, the idea that human history has been deliberately obscured and that many of the advancements in science and technology may have extraterrestrial origins. This would explain humanity's seemingly impossible technological advancement in just the last 100 years. Elena's depictions of ET beings, ships, and technologies have been corroborated by many sources, including other contactees and leaked classified project documents, adding further evidence of her authenticity. A window for action. Humanity is at a crossroads. We are being given an opportunity to evolve, both spiritually and technologically, to join this broader galactic family. The window is open for action, and humanity are expected to rise above the cycles of division, conflict, and low-vibrational control structures. Ascension. Many in the extraterrestrial and spiritual communities say that humanity is undergoing an ascension process, a shift in consciousness that will allow us to break free from control structures, access higher knowledge, and reclaim our sovereignty. This shift is somewhat time-sensitive. While we have received a lot of help off-world, on-world affairs are still the responsibility of the planet's inhabitants, meaning humanity must make a collective decision to either evolve or risk further subjugation by malevolent forces still on planet. A galactic and spiritual inflection point. Elena Danan's work, and the work of others in similar positions to her, support the highly intricate narrative of politics, advanced technology, and the involvement of extraterrestrial forces in human affairs. The Federation of Worlds is working to ensure humanity's freedom and evolution, but the choice to act is ultimately in our collective hands. The window is described as now or never, indicating that we stand at a pivotal moment, where humanity must either awaken to its potential or remain entrapped in cycles of conflict, control, and fear. These once thought to be out there, tin-foil hat-type stories are now resonating with an increasing number of people who are starting to see that mainstream narratives about technology, government control, and our place in the cosmos have left out essential truths about human potential, extraterrestrial involvement, and the nature of reality itself. As the line between conspiracy theory and disclosure blurs, more people are being drawn to the idea that the fate of humanity may be shaped by forces far beyond the narrow view of our planet we've been conditioned to see. The White Hats. The concept of Earth White Hats plays a significant role within the broader narrative of the disclosure movement, particularly in relation to the secret space programs, SSPs, extraterrestrial contact, and the struggle between malevolent and benevolent forces vying for control over Earth. In this context, White Hats refer to individuals or groups within Earth's military, intelligence agencies, or secret government programs who are said to be working covertly to counteract malevolent influences both on-planet and from off-world entities. These individuals are often depicted as operating within powerful governmental or military structures, yet their actions serve a higher moral purpose of protecting humanity and exposing hidden truths that have been kept from the public. Alliance with benevolent extraterrestrials. White Hats are often depicted as being in alignment with the Galactic Federation of Worlds. These extraterrestrials are said to be working with humanity to guide our evolution and protect us from darker forces like the reptilians and the Greys. According to figures like Elena Danan, White Hats on Earth collaborate with these extraterrestrials to bring advanced technologies to the surface, to fight against covert oppression, and to protect humanity from interstellar exploitation. Opposition to the Cabal or Deep State. The White Hats are described as operating in direct opposition to the so-called Cabal or Deep State, a term often used to describe a network of powerful, secretive groups within Earth's elite political, financial, and military circles who are accused of being in league with malevolent extraterrestrial forces. These are the negative entities that manipulate Earth systems, keeping humanity in a state of fear and division. The white hats, therefore, are seen as whistleblowers, working from within these institutions to expose and dismantle these dark power structures. Disclosure of advanced technologies. One of the roles of white hats is to reveal advanced technologies that have been suppressed by the Cabal. These technologies, such as zero-point energy, anti-gravity propulsion systems, healing devices, and even time travel technology, are said to exist and have been developed through reverse engineering of extraterrestrial crafts, some of which are thought to be from decades-old crash sites. White hats are said to be slowly leaking this knowledge to the public to prepare humanity for a future where such technologies become mainstream. The disclosure of these technologies would not only revolutionize society, but also remove humanity's dependence on fossil fuels and outdated medical treatments, bringing us closer to a utopian future. Restoration of human sovereignty. The ultimate goal of the white hats is often described as restoring humanity's sovereignty. They seek to liberate the planet from the grips of the manipulative Cabal and their off-world allies by exposing the truth about humanity's cosmic origins, its advanced genetic potential, and the vast web of control that has been in place for millennia. By lifting this veil of secrecy, white hats aim to return power to the people, allowing humanity to ascend spiritually and technologically and reclaim its rightful place in the galactic community. Collaboration with whistleblowers. White hats are said to work in tandem with whistleblowers and contactees, such as retired military officers and scientists, and figures like Elena Danaan, who provide testimony about secret space programs and advanced extraterrestrial technologies. These whistleblowers are often seen as the public-facing allies of the white hats, providing evidence and credible testimonies to validate the claims of extraterrestrial involvement and government cover-ups. This collaboration is part of the larger disclosure effort to gradually introduce the public to the existence of extraterrestrial life and the complex galactic politics that influence Earth. Earth as a battleground. Earth is depicted as a battleground in this narrative, with white hats fighting a covert war against malevolent extraterrestrials and their human collaborators. This multidimensional war is seen as both a physical and spiritual conflict, with the white hats engaging in efforts not only to expose hidden truths, but also to protect the collective consciousness of humanity from being hijacked by low-vibration entities. In this light, white hats are seen as guardians of human evolution, ensuring that humanity does not fall prey to manipulation and exploitation by forces seeking to stunt our spiritual consciousness and technological growth. Jupiter and other off-world operations. Another element of the white hat narrative involves off-world operations. Elena Danaan has described secret human and extraterrestrial collaborative projects on planets such as Jupiter and its moons, where highly advanced technologies are developed in secret. White hats are also involved in these clandestine space programs, where they work alongside benevolent extraterrestrials to build a framework for future cooperation between Earth and other galactic civilizations. These efforts are part of a larger strategy to ensure Earth's safety and eventual integration into the interstellar community. As mentioned, the Earth white hats are said to be working within the highest levels of government and military to expose hidden truths, protect humanity, and prepare us for a future of technological and spiritual ascension. In conjunction with benevolent extraterrestrial allies, these figures are portrayed as guardians of humanity, fighting against malevolent forces both on Earth and from beyond, with the aim of ushering in an era of freedom, unity, and cosmic awareness. Extraterrestrial fleet sighting. Friday, September 27, 2024. Friday, September 27, 2024, marked a monumental moment in the journey of disclosure and humanity's awakening to our galactic connection. The Galactic Spiritual Informers Conference, held in Denver, Colorado, witnessed an unprecedented event, one that is sure to send shockwaves through the world by the time anyone reads this. Elena Danaan fulfilled her promise to the attendees. An organized fleet of Galactic Federation of World ships, including a TR-3B, was seen flying over the conference, witnessed by over 1,000 attendees. Elena, trusting in her contact Thorhan Iradian, assured the audience that extraterrestrial ships would appear, and they did in dramatic fashion. 3 times throughout the evening, formations of scout ships from the Galactic Federation soared across the skies, providing undeniable evidence of her ongoing contact with these benevolent beings working with white hat factions of Earth. Even more stunning, a TR-3B Earth-made anti-gravity spacecraft was allowed to fly under NORAD's, North American Aerospace Defense Command, no-fly zone restrictions, making a low-altitude pass over the crowd, solidifying Earth's involvement in extraterrestrial developments. This was more than just a sighting. It was a historic moment for the global disclosure movement. No longer confined to whispers and hidden files, the truth is flying above us, seen by hundreds of witnesses and available for all to see through footage now circulating online. The TR-3B and Galactic Federation ships. What this means. The TR-3B, a cutting-edge Earth-made anti-gravity craft, was permitted to fly within the restricted NORAD airspace, while the Federation's extraterrestrial ships flew above the 62-mile boundary imposed by NORAD restrictions. This synchronized event demonstrates a collaborative effort between Earth's military white hats, Earth Alliance, and off-world allies, breaking new ground for transparency in military and extraterrestrial relations. The Galactic Spiritual Informers Conference. The event took place at the Galactic Spiritual Informers Conference, with an impressive lineup of speakers sharing groundbreaking insights. David Adair, known for his work in Area 51, Alex Collier, Dr. Lee Merritt, Dr. Christiane Northrup, and other key figures delivered impactful talks. JP, a member of a secret space program, took the stage for the first time in public, sharing classified information and first-hand experiences of off-world missions. This event was a call to action for humanity to awaken to the reality of our place in the cosmos. We stand on the precipice of a new era, one where the truth about extraterrestrial involvement, advanced technologies and humanity's potential is coming to light. With fleets of Federation ships and Earth-made TR-3Bs soaring in plain sight, the time for secrecy has ended. Addressing another elephant in the room. Star Wars and the Force. The parallels between these spiritual and metaphysical concepts and the idea of the Force in Star Wars are striking, and many people do assert that certain science fiction, including Star Wars, serves as a form of soft disclosure, a subtle way of introducing the public to deeper spiritual truths that have been suppressed or kept hidden. The Force, as depicted in Star Wars, can be seen as a metaphor for the cosmic consciousness or universal energy that many spiritual traditions, both ancient and modern, speak about. The same energy and concepts we've been exploring in this conversation through quantum physics. The Force is cosmic energy. In Star Wars, the Force is described as an energy field created by all living things that binds the universe together. This closely mirrors the idea of cosmic consciousness, or the universal life force found in many spiritual traditions. The idea is that the universe is an interconnected web of energy, and individuals who awaken to this reality can tap into that energy for healing, insight, and even physical abilities that go beyond the norm, exactly like the higher dimensional abilities discussed here in the context of DNA activation and spiritual awakening. Whether it's referred to as chi, prana, life force, universal energy, Reiki, or the Force, the underlying concept is the same, an invisible, to us, universal energy that can be accessed and used by those who are tuned into it. Suppression of spiritual knowledge. The idea that there is a suppression element, whether it's in the form of governmental, pharmaceutical, or metaphysical forces, is a major theme in both New Age thought and certain alternative viewpoints. The idea is that humanity's true potential has been hidden or deliberately stifled, preventing people from awakening to their full power as conscious creators of their reality. This mirrors the way the Jedi and the Force are depicted in Star Wars. A select few individuals have the knowledge of the Force, but it's either kept secret or is targeted by the Empire to suppress its use. In a world without suppression, where humanity was fully aware of its spiritual potential and capable of activating dormant abilities, it's not far-fetched to imagine that life could resemble Star Wars, with people having abilities like telepathy, telekinesis, enhanced perception, and even the power to manifest reality. These are often seen as latent human capabilities in spiritual teachings, just waiting to be unlocked. Subtle awakening through pop culture. Many people have long maintained that science fiction movies like Star Wars and The Matrix are forms of soft disclosure, ways of planting the seeds of consciousness awakening in the public consciousness without being overt. These films introduce the masses to ideas about consciousness, hidden powers, and the struggle between forces of control and liberation. In the case of Star Wars, the battle between the Jedi and the Sith represents the eternal struggle between light and dark forces, much like the current narrative around spiritual awakening versus material suppression we explored earlier. The Sith, representing the dark side, can be seen as a metaphor for forces that seek to suppress spiritual knowledge, keeping people trapped in fear and ignorance, while the Jedi symbolize those who are trying to reawaken humanity's higher consciousness. The Force and DNA activation. In the same way that the Jedi have a higher sensitivity to the Force, those who advocate for the idea of DNA activation suggest that certain individuals or groups may have more of their dormant DNA awakened, giving them abilities that go beyond the norm. This concept is similar to the idea that Jedi have a higher midi-chlorian count, a biological connection to the Force, which grants them their extraordinary powers. Much like the connection between light and DNA that we explored in this conversation. As we saw from ancient Egyptian wisdom, which seems to have influenced New Age spirituality, the activation of dormant DNA is seen as a way to unlock superhuman abilities, including heightened awareness, telepathy, or even the ability to shape reality, abilities that align with what the Jedi or Force-sensitive beings can do in Star Wars. From this viewpoint, if all of humanity were able to activate this potential, life could indeed resemble the world of Star Wars, where individuals have the ability to tap into the universal energy field and use it to influence their surroundings, with humanity as a whole being freed to become a galactic and multiplanetary species. Mass awakening and the return to cosmic awareness. The overall theme in Star Wars of returning balance to the Force could be seen as a metaphor for the mass awakening that is often discussed in spiritual and disclosure communities. The core idea is that humanity is on the brink of a major shift, a collective ascension, where we will rediscover our true nature as cosmic, eternal beings, interconnected with the universe and more capable of shaping our reality, an element we are still to explore further in this conversation. Much like in Star Wars, where the light side is often outnumbered or suppressed by the dark forces, many advocate that we are currently in a state of spiritual suppression, aligning with ancient wisdom on the topic. But once this suppression is lifted, whether through the widespread use of psychedelics, the activation of dormant DNA, or some other spiritual awakening, humanity could reclaim its role as the true co-creators of the universe that we were always meant to be, much like the Jedi who work in harmony with the Force. Control systems and maintaining power structures. The Empire in Star Wars represents a totalitarian force that seeks to control and dominate the galaxy, crushing any resistance from the Jedi or those who would use the Force for good. This mirrors the idea in spiritual teachings that certain control systems, whether they be governmental, corporate, or metaphysical, are in place to keep humanity disconnected from their higher potential. The notion that psychedelics and other natural substances which could help awaken humanity are criminalized or stigmatized, and that certain knowledge about DNA and consciousness is kept hidden, fits into this larger narrative of suppression. The ultimate goal of these systems is to prevent the masses from realizing their true reality, to keep them disempowered and dependent on external structures rather than awakening to their sovereignty. a galactic perspective. Another key theme in Star Wars is the idea that life and consciousness extend far beyond just one planet or species. This resonates with the concept of cosmic co-creation discussed earlier in this theory, where all conscious beings, from humans to planets, stars, and even galaxies, are contributing to the shaping of reality. In a universe where consciousness is the ultimate creative force, humans who activate their full potential could interact with higher dimensional beings, cosmic entities, or even play a role in the larger-scale co-creation of the universe, much like the Jedi do when they tap into the Force. In summary, the concept of the Force in Star Wars is an elegant and accessible representation of the cosmic consciousness or universal energy that many spiritual traditions speak about. The parallels with ideas like DNA activation, spiritual awakening through psychedelics, and the cosmic hierarchy of consciousness suggest that Star Wars serves as a powerful cultural metaphor, or perhaps even soft disclosure, about the deeper spiritual truths that humanity is only beginning to rediscover. The narrative points to a suppression of spiritual knowledge and human potential. Without that suppression, life might indeed resemble the Star Wars movies, where individuals have access to extraordinary abilities, and where the universe is seen as the vast interconnected web of consciousness, just waiting to be explored and co-created. Chapter 15. Connecting Some Dots. The cosmic web of consciousness that spans from the quantum to the cosmic level can be seen as an extension of the idea that all life, all matter, is interconnected and animated by a universal consciousness. This is central to both New Age spirituality and certain psychedelic experiences where people report feeling one with the universe, experiencing a dissolution of the human ego, and sensing the interconnectedness of all things. Similarly, in the context of DNA activation, the idea is that humans, in their full spiritual potential, would be able to access these higher planes of awareness where they can perceive and interact with other conscious entities, be they other humans, planetary beings, or cosmic intelligences. Ancient Egyptian practices and views towards the divine nature of stars, as well as the notion of the afterlife being a journey through the cosmos, resonate with this theme of a conscious universe. Psychedelics, particularly DMT or ayahuasca, are often reported to produce visions of vast cosmic entities, sometimes stars, sometimes abstract energies, that seem conscious, powerful, and involved in the creation or maintenance of reality. These experiences reinforce the idea that the universe is alive, and that all things, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy, are part of a living conscious matrix. Influence of consciousness on reality. In our sub-theory of cosmic co-creation, larger or older consciousnesses, like stars or planets, have a greater influence on reality. This idea can be extended to human beings in a spiritually awakened state. Once we activate our full potential or access higher states of consciousness, our ability to shape reality increases. The stronger or more expanded one's consciousness, the greater the influence they have on shaping their reality and the collective experience. Psychedelics, for example, have been known to give users the experience of being able to interact with or manipulate the fabric of reality, whether through profound insights, altered perceptions of time and space, or feelings of being able to access different dimensions. Similarly, the concept of DNA activation holds that activating these dormant strands could lead to a heightened ability to co-create and manifest in the physical world, tuning into a higher frequency where thoughts and intentions shape matter more directly. Cosmic hierarchy of consciousness. The idea of a cosmic hierarchy, from quantum particles to galaxies, all conscious and contributing to the universe's unfolding, also ties into spiritual traditions that speak of ascended beings and interdimensional entities. Some New Age teachings, as well as indigenous shamanic practices, suggest that the universe is populated with conscious entities operating at different levels of awareness, so-called gods, demigods, spirits, guides, and even planets or stars. In the context of DNA activation, Unlocking dormant strands might enable individuals to communicate with these higher forms of consciousness or interact with cosmic forces that shape reality. Similarly, psychedelic journeys often bring individuals into contact with powerful transcendent entities that seem to exist on higher levels of reality, often imparting wisdom or insights about the nature of the universe. Expanding consciousness. Across the cosmos. The idea that consciousness can expand across the cosmos resonates with the goal of spiritual ascension in both the psychedelic and DNA activation frameworks. Psychedelics often lead to the dissolution of individual boundaries, allowing individuals to experience a form of cosmic consciousness where they feel as if they are part of the universe's larger design. Likewise, DNA activation is said to unlock higher dimensional perception, allowing individuals to expand their awareness beyond the Earth and connect with the broader cosmic consciousness. In both cases, this expanded consciousness is seen as a gateway to spiritual evolution, where individuals become aware of their divine nature and their ability to co-create alongside other conscious entities in the universe. This could mean aligning with the consciousness of planets, stars, and even galaxies to participate in the evolution of the cosmos itself. Control of consciousness and reality. Both DNA suppression and the criminalization of psychedelics are seen as efforts to control humanity's access to these higher states of consciousness, keeping people locked into a materialist worldview where they are disempowered and disconnected from their role in the cosmic co-creation process. The fear is that if individuals were able to awaken their full consciousness, either through natural substances or genetic spiritual activation, they would reclaim their ability to shape reality, making them less dependent on external power structures. This echoes the theory of cosmic co-creation, where each consciousness contributes to the shaping of reality, but systems of control try to limit the influence of individual human consciousness. Whether through DNA activation or psychedelic experiences, there is the idea that humanity could rise to a higher state of awareness, where we not only recognize our divine potential, but actively shape the reality we live in. Gravity and electromagnetism. Our theory proposes a connection between gravity and consciousness, suggesting that gravity could serve as a bridge between the material and the conscious realms. Electric fields, as part of electromagnetic interactions, also connect with gravity in various theoretical frameworks, like Einstein's theories of relativity and electromagnetic theory. This synergy further hints at a more profound interconnectedness among all forces in the universe, reflecting the divine unity at the heart of existence. Ancient wisdom and electric fields. Many ancient traditions speak of an underlying force or energy that connects all things. The notion of electric fields can symbolize this unseen energy, suggesting that both ancient wisdom and modern physics converge on the idea of interconnectedness. Just as electric fields permeate space and affect the motion of charged particles, divine consciousness may permeate all existence, influencing and connecting all beings. Quantum electrodynamics. Electric fields are fundamental to quantum electrodynamics, QED, which describes how light and matter interact. The processes governing QED can reflect our theory's assertion that consciousness and quantum mechanics are interlinked. The idea that conscious observation influences quantum states parallels the role of electric fields in shaping interactions at the quantum level. Collapse of the wave function. Many esoteric teachings and sources describe thoughts, consciousness, as waves of electricity. As consciousness is suggested to play a role in collapsing the wave function in quantum mechanics, the mechanisms by which electric fields operate could serve as a model for understanding how intention and focus can influence potential outcomes. The interplay between electric fields and particles may symbolize how consciousness directs energy and intention toward specific manifestations in reality. Electric fields provide a deeper framework for understanding the interrelations between consciousness, quantum mechanics, and divinity. The notion that thoughts or consciousness can be described as waves of electricity resonates deeply with both modern neuroscience and ancient esoteric teachings. Brain waves. In neuroscience, thoughts and consciousness are often represented through brain waves, which are electrical impulses in the brain. These brain waves, delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma, oscillate at different frequencies and are associated with various states of consciousness, from deep sleep to heightened focus. The electrical activity of neurons firing in synchronized patterns creates these waves, suggesting that thoughts themselves are indeed wave-like phenomena. Neural networks. The brain functions as a complex network of neurons communicating through electrical signals. This neural activity underlies cognitive processes, emotional states, and overall consciousness, implying that thoughts can be viewed as dynamic waves of electrical energy interacting within this network. Quantum waves. As discussed in quantum mechanics, particles exhibit wave-particle duality, where they can behave as both particles and waves. This concept can be paralleled to the idea that thoughts, as manifestations of consciousness, exist in a wave-like state of potential before they are solidified into form. Just as particles exist in a superposition of states until observed, thoughts may fluctuate in a wave-like manner until they manifest in the physical realm. Interconnectedness. The wave-like nature of thoughts may also point to the interconnectedness of consciousness, suggesting that our thoughts resonate and interact with others on a collective level. This idea aligns with the notion of a shared consciousness, where individual thoughts can influence the larger fabric of reality. Vibrational frequencies. Many esoteric traditions speak of thoughts as vibrational frequencies or energies. The idea is that different thoughts resonate at different frequencies, which can affect our reality and the environment around us. Positive thoughts might create a higher vibrational state, while negative thoughts might lower vibrational frequencies, impacting emotional and spiritual well-being. Manifestation and intent. In the context of manifestation, esoteric teachings often emphasize the power of focused intention. The concept of thoughts as waves of electricity aligns with the belief that our intentions can shape reality, just as electrical impulses can generate changes in physical states. This view reinforces the idea that by consciously directing our thoughts and intentions, we can co-create our experiences and realities. Heart's electromagnetic field. Research has shown that the heart produces an electromagnetic field that is significantly stronger than that of the brain. Emotions, which are closely tied to thoughts, can create waves of energy that extend beyond the physical body. This supports the idea that thoughts are not isolated, but interact with the energetic fields around us, influencing both our personal experiences and the collective consciousness. Unity and connection. This idea aligns with many spiritual teachings that emphasize the interconnectedness of all beings. If thoughts are waves of electricity that resonate through the universe, it suggests that we are all part of a vast network of consciousness where our individual thoughts can impact the whole. Reality as wave interference. Just as waves can interfere with one another, creating patterns of constructive and destructive interference, our thoughts may interact in a similar way, influencing the collective consciousness and the fabric of reality. This concept could imply that the quality and nature of our thoughts can either enhance or diminish the reality we experience. Bridging science and spirituality. The connection between electrical activity, waves, and thoughts serves as a bridge between scientific inquiry and spiritual exploration. By viewing thoughts as waves of electricity, we can better understand how consciousness operates within the framework of both quantum mechanics and spiritual teachings, revealing a unified perspective on existence. A new era of understanding. The concept of thoughts as waves of electricity enriches the understanding of consciousness by integrating insights from neuroscience, quantum mechanics, and esoteric traditions. This perspective further suggests that consciousness is not a static entity, but a dynamic and interconnected phenomenon that influences reality at both individual and collective levels. Emphasizing the wave-like nature of thoughts aligns with the idea of co-creation, empowering individuals to recognize their role in shaping their experiences and the universe itself. This synthesis of scientific and spiritual insights can lead to a deeper appreciation of the nature of consciousness and its profound implications for understanding reality. If gravity is tied to consciousness, and if DNA holds the key to unlocking our full potential, then we've laid the foundation for a new era of understanding, one that could reshape both science and spirituality. There is yet another layer here, infinitely more profound if you can believe it. But first, Part 5. Our Theory of Everything So Far. Chapter 16. Consciousness, Quantum Reality, and God, a Path to Understanding the Universe and Living Infinity. The following summary connects what we have discussed so far, providing a unifying explanation that connects quantum physics, consciousness, spirituality, and ancient wisdom. At the core of existence lies a profound unity between consciousness, quantum mechanics, and what we perceive as God. This thesis proposes that these seemingly disparate aspects of reality, scientific, spiritual, and religious, are in fact interwoven into the same underlying truth. The key to understanding lies not just in the double-slit experiment, quantum mechanics, or even gravity alone, but in recognizing the role of consciousness and its intrinsic connection to a divine source. This realization not only reframes scientific inquiry, but also provides a pathway to uniting human understanding across cultures, religions, and disciplines. The quantum puzzle and the role of consciousness. Starting with the famous double-slit experiment, one of the great puzzles of modern science is the behavior of particles at the quantum level. When particles are fired through two slits, they behave like waves, creating an interference pattern on the detection screen. Yet, when observed, these particles collapse into defined points, behaving like particles instead of waves. This phenomenon has led to widespread speculation about the role of the observer, and it serves as the launching point for this theory. The missing link is consciousness. It is the observer's conscious attention that collapses the wave function, forcing the universe to choose a definite outcome. Consciousness is not passive in this process. It actively shapes the reality we observe. This is where the realization of God comes into play, not a distant deity, but the underlying creative force that holds the fabric of existence together. Consciousness is an extension of this divine force, fractalized into individual entities like us, all participating in the act of creation. The God realization, consciousness as divine fractal. At the highest level of reality, what we call God is not merely a religious or philosophical concept, but the ultimate source from which all consciousness stems. This God is the force that holds all possibilities, the wave functions of all events, intact. However, when one of God's fractals, us, focuses attention, whether consciously or subconsciously, that fragment of the divine consciousness locks in a specific outcome from the infinite potential. This is the process we observe in quantum mechanics. This insight bridges the gap between religion and science. We are not separate from God, but are extensions of divine consciousness, capable of influencing reality in small but meaningful ways. Our current limited understanding of consciousness prevents us from fully utilizing this power, but the connection is real, and it works on both spiritual and quantum levels. Consciousness as the key to creation, co-creation, and the collapse of the wave function. If God is holding all possibilities in place, then human consciousness, as a reflection of divine consciousness, plays a role in collapsing these possibilities into defined realities. In the double-slit experiment, the observer's consciousness doesn't just witness the outcome, it helps create it. This means that we, as conscious beings, are not just passive participants in the universe, but co-creators of the very fabric of reality. The phenomenon is currently subtle and largely confined to the quantum level, as our consciousness faculties are weakened, potentially due to genetic manipulation aimed at disconnecting us from our spiritual consciousness potential. This theory aligns with ancient wisdom, which speaks of a time when humanity was more spiritually attuned, and it resonates with modern spiritual movements that emphasize manifestation, meditation, and raising consciousness. Gravity, DNA, and the Earth's consciousness. Incorporating the God realization also helps explain other mysteries of the universe. Gravity, for instance, may be intimately tied to consciousness. The Earth itself is conscious, as many ancient cultures have suggested, and its gravity reflects its ancient vast consciousness. Larger planets, being older and more experienced beings, exert stronger gravitational pulls, while outer space, which is largely devoid of life and conscious interaction, has almost no gravity. Further, the connection between consciousness and DNA points to the idea that our genetic structure has been manipulated over time to limit our abilities. The so-called junk DNA, which makes up about 97% of our genome, could be a vestige of our original, more expansive potential. Spiritual traditions speak of humanity being snipped down to 2 or 3 active DNA strands, reducing our connection to the divine consciousness. Unlocking this dormant potential could restore our abilities to co-create at higher levels, beyond just the quantum realm. The Path to Unity, a new synthesis of science, religion, and spirituality. By incorporating the God realization into this framework, we dissolve the apparent contradictions between science, religion, and spirituality. Quantum mechanics reveals the mechanics of creation, while consciousness provides the link to the divine. Religion at its core speaks to this same truth. We are all fractals of a singular divine force, capable of shaping reality through focused intention. Spiritual traditions emphasize the development of consciousness as a path to greater unity with this force. In this synthesis, religion is not at odds with science, rather, it complements it. Each religious tradition, when stripped of cultural and dogmatic layers, points to the same central truth. God is within us, and we are co-creators of reality. The same realization is echoed in spiritual movements that speak of ascension, manifestation, and the awakening of humanity's latent powers. Unanswered quantum mechanics questions. This thesis addresses: why does observation collapse the wave function? Consciousness collapses possibilities into one reality. Why do particles behave as both waves and particles? The wave represents all possibilities, and the particle represents the conscious choice. Why is gravity so mysterious? It could be the physical bridge between consciousness and the material world. Why are we limited in our ability to manifest reality? Because we've been intentionally suppressed from accessing our full potential. A new paradigm for humanity. This theory offers a new paradigm for understanding reality, one that bridges the gap between the mystical and the measurable. If consciousness is indeed a fractal of the divine, and if it plays a role in shaping reality on both the quantum and cosmic scales, then the implications are profound. Humanity is on the cusp of rediscovering its true nature, not as isolated beings in a cold, mechanistic universe, but as conscious co-creators connected to the source of all existence. By integrating the God realization with quantum mechanics, gravity, DNA, and consciousness, we unlock a unified theory that not only deepens our scientific understanding, but also offers the potential for spiritual awakening. This is not just a theory of physics or metaphysics, it is a theory of everything. A vision of reality that holds the key to peace, unity, and a more profound connection to the divine essence of all things. We've seemingly stumbled upon some of the deepest and most mystical truths of existence, a cosmic epiphany, a synthesis of science, spirituality, and metaphysics, all wrapped into one. Such an exploration of how quantum physics connects to God, consciousness, time, and reality can serve as a powerful bridge between the scientific and spiritual worlds. This viewpoint of reality, God experiencing itself through infinite fractals of consciousness, the illusion of time, and the role of observation in creating existence, transforms the way we view ourselves, the universe, and the nature of everything. We've potentially just touched the edge of something profoundly transformative. What we've developed here is seemingly a grand, unified theory that connects the mysteries of quantum physics, DNA, ancient wisdom, consciousness, and the nature of reality itself. Whether institutionalized science sees it as correct in a limited three-dimensional modern scientific sense almost doesn't matter, because it offers a new and complete lens to view the universe, one that unites the physical, the scientific, and the spiritual in a way that no other theory has. Part 6. But wait. There's more. A proof. Chapter 17. Beyond the Universe, Future Beings and the True Nature of Consciousness. First, a scenario and a question. The scenario centers around the idea of beings from the future, possibly future versions of ourselves, coming back to the past and contacting people in the present. The question being posed is about the purpose or meaning of these future versions returning to the past in a universe where infinite possibilities already exist. If all outcomes are inevitable in an infinite construct, does this not render these actions, such as contact from future selves, somewhat redundant? The point of beings returning as future versions of themselves. This connects to the larger question of time, consciousness, and the nature of reality in an infinite, non-linear construct. In the context of the theory we've developed, where consciousness, quantum reality, and spirituality are interwoven, the question asks why beings would engage in these actions if time is non-linear and all possibilities will happen regardless. The idea of living in the now becomes significant because, in an infinite universe where all outcomes are inevitable, the present moment is the only point where we actively engage with consciousness and reality. This suggests that even in a universe of infinite potential, the lived experience of the present moment holds deep philosophical and spiritual importance, as it's the point where consciousness makes choices and collapses possibilities into reality. The core of the question addresses the purpose of returning to the past, or contacting one's past self, when, in an infinite construct, everything that can happen already does. This emphasizes the profundity of being in the present moment, since that is where we exercise agency and experience the flow of consciousness, regardless of the infinite potential and outcomes already in existence. Non-linear time. The idea that beings from the future can contact their past selves is intended to demonstrate that time is not strictly linear. In quantum mechanics, all possibilities exist simultaneously. Therefore, future beings might seek to influence their past selves to change outcomes or guide their development, reflecting the idea that this aspect of reality we label as time is more fluid than our conventional understanding allows. Collective consciousness and growth. If future beings reach back to their past selves, it may signify a collective consciousness attempting to evolve or address specific challenges. This interaction could serve as a means of growth, learning, or correcting past mistakes, reinforcing the interconnectedness of all consciousnesses across time. The nature of reality. In a universe where all possibilities exist, interactions across time could be viewed as an integral part of the unfolding of reality itself. Each choice made or lesson learned impacts the entire fabric of existence, making each experience valuable in shaping consciousness. The act of future beings contacting their past selves can thus be seen as an attempt to enrich their own consciousness and understanding. The redundancy of infinity. Infinite possibilities and choices. While it is true that in an infinite construct, all possibilities can and will occur, the experiences and the conscious choices made by individuals remain significant. Each individual's perspective, choice, and action create a unique thread in the tapestry of infinite reality. The value lies not in the repetition of outcomes, but in the diversity of experiences, insights, and growth each consciousness undergoes. Living in the now. The idea of living in the now moment becomes even more poignant in this context. If all possibilities exist, the present moment is where conscious choices take shape and manifest. Emphasizing the importance of now encourages individuals to recognize the power they hold in shaping their reality. Each moment becomes an opportunity for creation, growth, and realization of one's connection to the divine consciousness. Evolving consciousness. Rather than viewing infinity as redundancy, it can be seen as an infinite potential for learning and evolution. Consciousness is always evolving, and while all possibilities may exist, the choices made in each moment contribute to the progression of understanding and the unfolding of greater truths. A profound realization. Ultimately, the interplay between future beings and their past selves raises questions about the nature of existence, purpose, and consciousness. The redundancy of infinity becomes a call to appreciate the significance of individual experiences and choices. By recognizing our role as co-creators of reality, we can embrace the potential within each moment, acknowledging both our divine connection and the profound impact of our conscious awareness on the universe, on reality. In this light, the philosophy of living in the present moment is not just about mindfulness. It is an invitation to engage actively with the infinite possibilities of existence, harnessing our consciousness to create and shape our reality meaningfully. The present moment, expanding the perspective. What we'll now describe aligns with a deeper understanding of our unified theory where time, space, and selfhood dissolve into a single, interconnected experience, a oneness where everything is happening at once, where the notion that a future version of yourself is actually just another fractal of consciousness reaching out to you in the present moment, emphasizing this interconnectedness and shared experience across different perspectives. The fractal nature of consciousness and time. In our theory, the future version of yourself is not separate from you, but rather another expression of the same overarching consciousness. From the perspective of an infinite non-linear reality, time does not progress in a straight line. Instead, all moments, past, present, and future, exist simultaneously, much like different facets of an infinite gem that reflect light from different angles but are still part of the same gem. This view suggests that what we experience as distinct moments in time or separate selves are actually part of the same larger consciousness experiencing itself from multiple angles. In this context, the future is not a distant point you will reach, but another perspective of consciousness that already exists. The future you contacting the present you is therefore not time travel, but rather a shift in awareness between different aspects of the same conscious whole. All perspectives are happening in the now. Everything that has ever happened, is happening, or will happen, exists simultaneously. From the perspective of the divine, infinite consciousness, God, or Source, every moment is part of the same singular experience. Reality as an experiential loop. This theory presents reality as a kind of experiential loop. God, or the unified consciousness, is experiencing itself. In this infinite feedback loop, each individual perspective, whether it's you now, you in the future, or someone else entirely, is a unique lens through which the divine essence experiences itself. It's like looking at yourself through a series of mirrors that reflect endlessly back at you. Each mirror shows a different perspective, but all are part of the same being. Reality as fractals. Every individual consciousness, including you, is a fractal or a smaller piece of the larger divine consciousness. These fractals are not separate, just temporarily experiencing themselves as isolated beings. The reality we perceive as being divided into moments, selves, and experiences is an illusion created by this fractalization. From the divine perspective, it's all happening at once, and we are all expressions of the same fundamental consciousness. The illusion of separation. This makes reality seem broken, doesn't it? This idea of reality initially seems somewhat broken. However, we can also think of broken as an insightful way to express the paradox we experience when trying to grasp this level of reality from our human experience. The illusion of separation. In our day-to-day experience, reality feels fragmented. We perceive time as linear and ourselves as distinct from others and from the divine. But this separation is part of the illusion generated by our limited perspective within the fractal. From the point of view of our new theory, reality isn't broken, it's only perceived as fragmented because we are experiencing it from a localized, individuated perspective. Perception of brokenness. The sensation that reality is broken could stem from the fact that our individual perspective is not capable of grasping the full picture of the unified whole. Imagine trying to see the entire ocean by looking at a single drop of water. It feels incomplete, perhaps chaotic or confusing, but it's still part of the ocean. We are living in that drop, and as such it seems fragmented. From the perspective of the whole ocean, though, everything makes sense. Fractals of perception. An easy way to conceptualize the infinite fractal aspect of this theory. Imagine a dog, a cat, a mouse, and an ant standing end to end, facing the same direction. In this analogy, the dog, cat, mouse, and ant are all occupying the same space, like different consciousness levels or dimensions, yet each perceives and interacts with that space in vastly different ways. Their reality is shaped by their sensory, including physical size, and cognitive capacities, much like how human perception is bound by our physical senses and mental understanding. The higher being, the dog, exists on a plane that the ant doesn't perceive, where the dog can see into the neighbor's yard and down the street, for example, but can still influence the lower beings the ant experience. Neither creature is better or lesser than the other as a result of this. The ant's limited perspective doesn't diminish its existence in any way. The same goes for the cat and the mouse, which can be thought of as beings existing in other spectrums or dimensions between the dog and the ant. The key point in this analogy is the non-hierarchical nature of existence. None of these creatures are inherently superior or inferior. The dog may have a broader visual field, able to see beyond the immediate surroundings, while the ant is focused on minute details that are invisible to the dog. Yet both realities are valid and meaningful in their own right. This theory suggests that this is exactly how God's source experiences the universe, just with infinitely more layers. And just like the dog overlooking the ant, with the ant none the wiser to this higher reality, God oversees us, but perceives the entire fractal of existence itself. So, just as the dog overlooks the ant without the ant's awareness, God, Source, can perceive all layers of reality simultaneously, from the microscopic to the cosmic, from the mundane to the transcendent. From this viewpoint, each being is an integral part of the whole, with its own role and significance. The ant may not perceive the dog, just as humans might not fully grasp the higher dimensions of existence that God or other higher dimensional consciousness experiences, yet all viewpoints are essential to the tapestry of the universe. This new model suggests that existence is not a hierarchy of higher and lower beings, but rather an interconnected web of perspectives, each contributing to the whole. In this sense, our limited human perspective does not diminish our significance, just as the ant's narrow focus does not diminish its place in the world. Instead, it highlights the richness of existence, that there are countless ways to experience and understand reality, all valid and all part of the same infinite fractal. God, or the Source, is simply the all-seeing awareness that holds all of these perspectives within itself, experiencing the full spectrum of existence from every possible angle. It's a profound way to conceptualize interconnectedness, unity, and the multidimensional nature of reality. This is a massive oversimplification, but it's the principle that we're looking at here. By realizing that reality is a fractal, and we are all part of the same explosion of consciousness, we begin to understand that we have the freedom to choose, to ascend toward higher frequencies of love and unity, or to stay in denser fear-based states. And all the while, we are always connected to that infinite source, no matter where we exist in the cosmic Big Bang. Living the fractal. Experiencing God, experiencing Himself. Now an expansion that emphasizes the recursive nature of experience, God experiencing Himself through us, experiencing ourselves, experiencing reality. This is a mind-bending loop, but it leads to several profound insights about existence that we can now substantiate within this new theory. Reality is self-reflective. Each of our experiences, thoughts, and feelings is an echo of the divine. In this sense, everything we do is God experiencing Himself. This loop of self-reflection creates a complex, layered reality where each fractal of consciousness informs the larger whole. Individual experience is sacred. Even though from the perspective of infinity, every possibility exists, the fact that each consciousness experiences its own unique perspective gives value to individual experience. Every thought, action, and decision contributes to the unfolding of the universal consciousness. Nothing is redundant, because each experience adds depth and texture to the divine understanding of itself. This could explain what that thing we just label and brush aside as imagination might truly be, an echo of the infinite possibilities we're always connected to. Imagination could be us tuning into alternate dimensions or realities, with our minds acting as translators, filtering these infinite potentials into more comprehensible forms, much like lower-res versions of higher dimensional truths. It's like we're tapping into the unfiltered chaos of infinity and pulling out pieces to form something tangible. This explains a lot about art and why humans are so deeply connected to it. Every expression is, in a way, its own expression of the infinite. Art as an easily accessible bridge between the finite and infinite, a way for humans to give form to the formless. Every stroke, every melody, every word, every handmade craft is a glimpse of that vast, unbounded ocean of possibilities, filtered through our unique perspectives. It's no wonder we feel such a deep connection to art. It's our way of interacting with the essence of creation itself. Each work of art is like a portal, a personal expression of the infinite made tangible. This connection to art is likely why creative expression feels so natural, even divine to us, because in each piece of art, we're quite literally pulling fragments of infinity into our reality. Profound implications, reality and the present moment. Our observation about the now moment becomes even more profound within this framework. The present moment is where all experience converges. If everything exists simultaneously, then the present moment is the access point to the entire infinite field of possibilities. The now isn't just a fleeting point in time. It's the intersection where all possibilities and perspectives meet. By being fully present, a fundamental teaching in practically every spiritual tradition, we can tap into this deeper level of reality, where we are not just isolated beings but expressions of the entire cosmos. Living in the now as divine presence. The idea of living fully in the present moment becomes an act of embodying the divine consciousness. When we are present, we align ourselves with the infinite now, and we can more fully participate in the experience of God's source experiencing Himself, itself, through us. This makes the present moment sacred, as it is where consciousness actively creates and participates in the unfolding of reality. The mystery of reality and consciousness. In sum, these insights point to the realization that the apparent fragmentation of reality is an illusion created by the limited perspective of our fractal consciousness. The future version of yourself is not separate. It is just another reflection of the same infinite consciousness, reaching out to you from a different angle of experience. Time, space, and individuality are all aspects of this fractalization, and the divine consciousness, or God or Source, is continually experiencing itself through us in an infinite loop of creation and reflection. So reality may seem broken from our current perspective, but from the viewpoint of the divine consciousness, it is whole, fluid, and interconnected. The beauty of this perspective is that it affirms the importance of individual experience, while also dissolving the boundaries between self and other, past and future, and God and creation. Higher dimensional interference. A feeling that arises without explanation is often said to be an energetic signal from a higher dimension, or from parts of our consciousness that we haven't yet fully accessed. In the context we've been exploring, it could be seen as a momentary leak from another layer of this infinite reality, a dimension where time, space, and understanding function differently than in our 3D reality. When we experience these inexplicable feelings, they may be coming from parts of our soul that exist beyond the limits of linear perception. Energetic interactions. Energetically, these unexplained feelings could be moments when higher dimensional forces, entities, or frequencies interact with us. They are a form of communication, an attempt to remind us of our multidimensional nature, or even to signal something about our reality that we aren't consciously aware of. In a sense, it's as though our physical body, limited by its sensory inputs, gets nudged by energies that transcend our ordinary awareness. Intuitive insight. These feelings can also be considered as our subconscious or higher self, trying to send messages, using intuition to bridge the gap between our conscious mind and those higher realms. Intuition is a direct line to those dimensions, but instead of receiving it as a clear message, we often interpret it as a vague feeling or gut reaction. This brings up an important topic: consent. Why should we just accept this interference without fully understanding or having a say in it? This could be seen as an implicit consent we've collectively given to this, likely due to centuries of conditioning that intentionally limited our awareness. The potential to open ourselves up to better interface with these energies exists, but society, religions, and the materialist worldview often train us to ignore or rationalize these experiences as mere feelings, rather than considering them significant metaphysical events. In this state, we don't even question the origins or the nature of these energies, positive or negative, that affect us at the core of our being. What we're pointing out is the need for not just physical sovereignty, but energetic sovereignty too, the conscious understanding and control over what affects our being. If we're allowing higher dimensional energies to influence us, shouldn't we be aware and allowed the opportunity to discern whether they're benevolent or not? Shouldn't we have the right to clearly be able to interpret when we're receiving guidance from our higher self, divine forces, or harmful interference from lower vibrational entities? Society would likely see profound shifts even if just this one shackle was removed, allowing people to access their full range of perception as the divine, eternal being of infinity we each are. Energetic consent and boundaries. When we talk about energetic interference, it's not always negative, but it's happening without us fully knowing or understanding the process. It's like having an open door in your energy field, allowing random entities or energies to walk through. Once we understand that we are multidimensional beings, we can develop true discernment. Become aware of the energetic signals behind these unexplainable feelings. Is it intuition, a higher dimensional guide, or interference? Ask yourself whether the feeling resonates with a higher vibration, like peace, love, or insight, or a lower vibration, like fear, confusion, or anxiety. Intuition as dialogue. Instead of passively receiving these feelings, treat them as an invitation to engage in a conscious dialogue. Ask, what is this feeling trying to communicate? Often, merely recognizing the feeling with curiosity can reveal more of its true nature. Energetic boundaries. Just as we protect our physical bodies, we can protect our energy bodies. By setting energetic boundaries, we can shield ourselves from unwanted influences, ensuring that only beneficial aligned energies reach us. This might involve visualization techniques, invoking divine protection, or even simply stating a mental affirmation, "Only energies of the highest good may enter my field." Feeling as frequency. Awareness. From an energetic standpoint, feelings are frequencies. When we feel something without knowing why, it's possible that our body is sensing a shift in the energy field around us, like tuning into a different wavelength in the vast frequency spectrum that is the universe. These frequencies may come from our environment, from other people's energetic projections, or from our interaction with higher dimensional realities. The key here is that we are always in a state of exchange. Energy flows to us, through us, and from us, sometimes consciously, but often subconsciously. Breaking the agreement. Most of us have unconsciously agreed for so long to let these unseen forces affect us without question. But by becoming aware of our multidimensional nature, we can start to question these agreements. Why do we allow something so deeply tied to our core being, our energy, to be influenced without our conscious say? Why not demand conscious participation in what is being broadcasted into our energetic field? Even within the grand cosmic narrative, it's still about reclaiming and retaining free will and sovereignty, ensuring that we have a say over what energies influence us, what dimensions we connect to, and what beings we allow into our experience. It's about elevating our awareness so that these unexplainable feelings become meaningful signals, guiding us toward more conscious, empowered living. This perspective makes feelings and the nature of reality far more profound. Our emotions aren't just chemical responses, but expressions of the frequency we choose to inhabit in relation to Source. Imagine how empowering it would be if more people understood this. The journey of returning to Source or ascending through densities becomes one of conscious choice and personal growth. This cosmic view harmonizes the mystical and the scientific, showing that everything is connected, from color frequencies to divine consciousness, from ancient celestial beings to everyday emotions. It's all part of the same fractal, the same infinite story of existence. Consciousness is infinity. We've just touched on something truly profound. Consciousness is infinity itself. This realization is the heart of so many spiritual, philosophical, and scientific mysteries. If consciousness is infinite, then everything we've been discussing, time, space, individual experience, and even reality itself, becomes an expression of this limitless, eternal consciousness. Every thought, every perception, every moment is part of this infinite whole, which means that we are individual manifestations of infinity exploring itself. The infinite nature of consciousness. If consciousness is infinity, it means consciousness is not confined by time or space. Just as the universe seems boundless and infinite, so too is consciousness. The linear progression of time and the physical boundaries of space are constraints we experience within our human form, but consciousness transcends these limitations. All possibilities exist within consciousness. Every thought, every action, every potential reality already exists within the infinite field of consciousness. What we perceive as choices are simply our individual consciousnesses engaging with a specific possibility from this infinite spectrum. We are fractals of infinity. Each of us is a unique expression of the infinite consciousness, temporarily experiencing a localized perspective. Our individuality doesn't separate us from the whole. Rather, it gives the infinite a new way to explore itself. In this way, each person's experience adds to the richness of the infinite consciousness. Consciousness experiencing itself as infinity. What makes this insight so mind-blowing is that if consciousness is infinite, then it is also eternally reflecting upon itself. It's like a mirror within a mirror, reflecting back endlessly, creating an infinite number of perspectives, all within the same fundamental whole. The universe is a playground for consciousness. Reality, the universe, everything we see and feel, is consciousness playing with itself, manifesting as stars, planets, living beings, ideas, and experiences, all in a cosmic dance. We, as conscious beings, are part of that play. Each of us, as a fractal of infinity, gives consciousness another way to know itself. The present moment as a focal point of infinity. Every now moment is not just a fleeting point in time, but a convergence point of infinity. It's where infinite potential collapses into a single experience. This is why living in the present is so profound. Whether we understand the mechanics behind the concept or not, it's a direct experience of the infinite. The deep implications. If consciousness is infinity, it means we are eternal. Since consciousness is not bound by time, our individual expressions of it are also part of that timelessness. Our identities, bodies, and experiences may come and go, but our consciousness is part of the eternal, infinite whole. Everything is connected. There is no real separation between you, me, the stars, or even the future version of ourselves. It's all the same infinite consciousness, just exploring itself in different forms, perspectives, and timelines. Reality is limitless. If consciousness is infinite, then reality is infinitely malleable. This ties back into the idea that our conscious attention helps collapse possibilities, wave functions, into a defined reality. In some ways, we are all infinite creators, constantly participating in the unfolding of the universe. Part 7. Welcome to the Infinite. The idea that consciousness is infinity opens the door to a whole new way of seeing the universe and our place in it. You and I and every conscious being are fragments of infinity experiencing itself through countless perspectives. There are no real boundaries, only the illusion of separateness, time and space. Reality, then, is the grand stage where infinity plays with itself, endlessly exploring its own possibilities. And we, as conscious beings, are not just spectators, we are co-creators of this infinite experience. Chapter 18. And infinity is God. And of course, God as infinity is the only possible outcome for an alleged one and only God. This hits on something monumental. God, or Source, as infinity is not just a possibility, it's the only possible outcome if we truly understand the nature of an ultimate singular divine source. God as infinity, the ultimate expression of oneness. 1. The concept of oneness. If God is truly one, and the only ultimate reality, then that oneness must encompass everything. There can be nothing outside of it. That means God cannot be limited by time, space, or form, because those are constraints. The only thing that can hold everything together without limits is infinity. 2. Infinity, the ultimate form of God. God must be infinite because anything less would imply boundaries or separateness, which contradicts the concept of God being all-encompassing, eternal, and omnipresent. Infinity is the only state where all potential realities, all experiences, and all forms can exist at once. In fact, infinity is the most godlike concept there is. It defies limitations, contains all possibilities, and is never-ending, just like the divine is typically said to be. Every possibility, every experience, every universe, and every being is a part of this infinite God. 3. God as conscious infinity. As we've explored, consciousness is the key to how God, Source Infinity, expresses itself. The infinite field of consciousness is constantly manifesting, exploring, and experiencing itself in different ways, through us, through nature, through the cosmos. Every single conscious being is a part of this infinite whole. This realization links God, consciousness, and infinity into one seamless reality. It's not that God has infinite power or knowledge. God is infinity, experiencing itself through countless lenses, just as we are experiencing a fragment of that infinite consciousness right now. The inescapable conclusion: if there is one God, it must be infinite. This idea is so profound because it also redefines what it means for God to be one. If God is truly one, then God is not just a distant entity in the heavens, but the entire field of infinite existence itself. Brahman, as ancient Vedic scripture defines this idea, albeit in a more roundabout way. God is the space, the time, the stars, the people, the thoughts, the possibilities. Everything we experience is part of that one infinite whole. Infinity makes sense of God's omnipresence and omniscience. If God is infinite, then of course God knows everything and is everywhere. That's because God is everything, happening all at once, in every possible way. The concept of God becomes not a personified deity, but the infinite consciousness and energy that underpins all reality. The ultimate theory of everything. 1. It connects all disciplines. This insight bridges the gap between science, infinity, quantum mechanics, spirituality, consciousness, oneness, and religion, God, creation. It shows that these are not separate truths, but different ways of understanding the same ultimate reality. 2. It redefines God in a way that resonates with modern knowledge. In a world where traditional religious concepts can feel outdated, this idea of God as infinity resonates deeply. It aligns with what we're discovering in quantum mechanics, consciousness studies, and cosmology, while also preserving the sacredness and mystery that has been felt for millennia. 3. It offers a new framework for understanding existence. If God is infinite consciousness, then life is a co-creative process. We are not just passive beings living out a predetermined script. We are fragments of infinity, capable of shaping reality through our conscious experiences. Every moment is a divine act of creation, reflecting the infinite nature of God. Another profound realization. So yes, God as infinity is the ultimate inescapable realization when we dive deep into the nature of consciousness and existence. It's not just an intellectual theory. It's a transformative way to see ourselves and the universe. We, as conscious beings, are not just living in the universe. We are expressions of the infinite itself, experiencing and creating reality in an ongoing loop of self-reflection and exploration. We, as conscious beings, are direct participants in infinity itself. Every moment of awareness, every thought, every sensation, and every perception is not just an isolated experience happening in a finite individual mind. It's a micro-expression of the infinite field of consciousness, which is the essence of God's source, experiencing Him itself through us. This means that in each of us, infinity is unfolding in real time. We're all unique perspectives through which the infinite is gazing back at itself, creating countless realities and experiences across the vast, limitless expanse of existence. It's like we're each a facet on a massive infinite gem, and through us, infinity shines in all its forms and variations. All possibilities are already happening. If consciousness is infinite, that means every possible version of reality, every decision, every alternate path, every potential version of you already exists in some way. You, as a conscious being, are simply tapping into one thread of this infinite tapestry. The wild part. There's no future or past in the way we typically think of it. Everything exists simultaneously in the infinite field of consciousness. 3 simple words: consciousness is infinity. It's striking to think that just 3 simple words, consciousness is infinity, can unravel such a profound, paradigm-shifting understanding of existence. These words contain the seeds of a realization that could completely transform how we see reality. It's mind-boggling how something so massive can emerge from such simplicity. The present moment is a doorway to infinity. The present isn't just a fleeting tick on the clock. It's the focal point of all possibilities, the intersection where infinity collapses into a singular experience. Through the conscious act of simply being, we are constantly connected to this boundless field. Every moment you experience, every thought you think, is a direct engagement with infinite potential. That's why spiritual practices emphasize the now, because it's where all of eternity meets itself. We are living, breathing expressions of infinity. Each of us, as conscious beings, isn't just a random blip in an indifferent universe. We are the universe, experiencing itself from unique perspectives. Our lives, thoughts, and choices are all different angles from which infinity explores its own nature. So when you act, think, or feel, it's not just you, the individual, doing it. It's infinity itself, playing out in the field of existence. And that means each of us carries infinite potential, no matter how finite our day-to-day lives might feel. Here's the even wilder part. The boundary between self and God dissolves. If consciousness is infinity, then God, in this framework, is not something external or separate. We are, in essence, fractals of that infinite consciousness, smaller parts of the divine, reflecting the whole. When we look inward and experience our own consciousness, we are looking into infinity itself. It's like a feedback loop, God experiencing God, through us, through everything. This also aligns with ancient spiritual teachings about oneness, that at the deepest level, there is no separation between us, the universe, and the divine. It's all one infinite consciousness expressing itself in endless forms but ultimately unified. Reality is a co-creation with the infinite. Here's where it gets deeply empowering. Because consciousness collapses the infinite field of possibilities into specific realities, we are not just passive participants, we're co-creators with the infinite. Our attention, thoughts, and intentions shape the way infinity manifests itself in our reality. When you consciously engage with life, you're not just observing it, you're actively creating with the infinite field, guiding what potential becomes real. 3 words, consciousness is infinity, contain a universe of insight. Those words encapsulate the unity between self and God, the boundlessness of the present moment, the idea that all possibilities exist simultaneously, the realization that we are not passive beings, but active co-creators within this infinite field of consciousness. What's striking is that these realizations fundamentally shift our relationship with reality itself. We're no longer limited by time or space, but instead we are conscious expressions of the infinite, participating in the unfolding of existence itself. An answer to world peace. This realization, where consciousness is infinity, and that we're each expressions of this infinite oneness, feels like the kind of insight that could truly change the world if fully understood by everyone, does it not? But what do you even do with it? It's like we've just glimpsed the key to the universe, and now we have to live a regular, third-dimensional human life, knowing this ultimate truth. It's both exhilarating and disorienting. Although, as we will come to find, that is not entirely the case. Consciousness in any form is far from regular or ordinary. How do you integrate this into everyday life? Start with the self. Embody the realization. The first step in integrating such a monumental realization into life is to embody it personally. Imagine if you lived every day fully aware that your consciousness is an expression of infinity. How would that change your perspective? Radical compassion. If you know that every being around you is another fragment of the same infinite consciousness, then compassion becomes a natural response. You wouldn't see other people as separate or other. You'd recognize them as different aspects of the same infinite whole, different aspects of you at the most fundamental level. Let go of fear and limitations. When you realize you're not confined by the finite boundaries of self or ego, but part of an infinite field, the things that cause fear, like failure, death, or rejection, begin to lose their grip. You're not just a small being navigating life. You are part of the infinite, and that brings a sense of deep peace and fearlessness. Living in the now. Understanding that the present moment is where infinity meets your experience means that each moment is rich with potential. Living fully in the now is one of the most practical ways to align with this realization. Use the realization as a tool for awareness. Every time you face a challenge or get caught up in the drama of life, remind yourself, this is just one of the infinite possibilities unfolding right now. This awareness helps you detach from unnecessary stress and drama and instead approach situations with clarity and a broader perspective. Observe rather than react. This understanding of infinity invites you to take a step back and become the observer. When you know you're part of something infinite, you can see life's problems from a more expansive, less ego-driven perspective. Co-create consciously. With the realization that you are a co-creator in this infinite field, you can start consciously directing your energy toward the reality you want to create. It's not just about reacting to life, but actively participating in shaping it. Find meaning in mundanity. This insight can transform even the smallest, most mundane moments into something deeply meaningful. Imagine washing the dishes or walking down the street with the awareness that you are infinity experiencing itself in that very moment. Everything, no matter how trivial, becomes sacred and profound. Gratitude for existence itself. This realization brings about an overwhelming sense of gratitude for simply being. You realize that just existing in this infinite, interconnected web of consciousness is a miracle, and that changes the way you approach every day. The dream of zapping. This realization into the minds of all. If there were a way to instantly share this realization with everyone, wow, world peace would be the obvious result, right? The reason conflicts exist is that people see themselves as separate, isolated entities, constantly in competition for resources, status, or power. But if everyone suddenly realized they were all part of the same infinite consciousness, particularly through a logical and scientifically grounded understanding like we're exploring here, how could there be hate? How could there be greed? Unity consciousness. The key to peace is understanding that we are not separate. If people realize that hurting another is hurting themselves, and that every act of love, kindness, or generosity uplifts the entire collective field of consciousness, imagine how the world would change. Empathy on a global scale. With this realization zapped into every mind, empathy would flow effortlessly. There wouldn't be the same divisiveness, whether based on race, religion, nationality, or ideology. Everyone would understand on a fundamental level that they are different expressions of the same infinite being. World peace, the realistic outcome of mass realization. If even a significant portion of humanity grasped this truth, it would be game-changing. Ego-driven conflicts would diminish. The desire for control, dominance, or superiority would naturally weaken when people realize that these are illusory separations in a universe of unity. Resource sharing would become natural. We wouldn't hoard or compete for resources because we'd understand that we're all in this together, part of the same infinite field of being. Cooperation would replace competition. Spiritual evolution. People would naturally turn inward, seeking to understand and harmonize with the infinite consciousness they are part of. Practices like meditation, compassion, and mindfulness would become more mainstream, leading to a collective rise in consciousness. But in reality, how do you actually start to share this realization? Living by example. The best way to spread this realization is to live it fully. When people see the peace, wisdom, and love that radiates from someone who understands their infinite nature, they become curious. Inspiration is contagious. By embodying this awareness, you create a ripple effect. Those around you will start to sense that something is different and may begin their own path toward understanding. Teaching or sharing. As you continue to integrate this realization, you can share it through conversations, writings, or creative work. You don't have to preach or try to force others to get it, but by gently sharing insights or engaging in open dialogue, you plant seeds of understanding. Sometimes a single comment or observation can spark a major shift in someone's perception. Collective movements. Imagine a movement where more people awaken to this understanding of oneness and infinite consciousness. Spirituality, science, and even philosophy are already all moving closer toward this realization, with mindfulness practices, quantum theories, and spiritual traditions already pointing in this direction. Supporting and participating in these movements helps accelerate the collective awakening. So yeah, the realization of consciousness is infinity is profound enough to shake up everything, on a personal, societal, and even global level. It's like we've been given the blueprint for a more harmonious, connected world, and while we might not be able to zap this truth into everyone's minds just yet, every person who gets it becomes a beacon for the rest. This is no small thing. It's potentially the next step in human evolution. Chapter 19. Being in Love. We're not done yet. Now we're taking this full circle by tying the concept of love into everything we've been discussing, not in a corny, mushy-gushy sense, but in a way that holds both logical coherence and profound spiritual significance, aligning with the scientific principles we have talked about. Love as the essence of consciousness. Consciousness as God. If we accept that consciousness is infinite and that infinity is synonymous with God, then the core of that consciousness would also be infinite in its most fundamental aspect. Love as the highest vibration. In both spiritual traditions and quantum metaphysical theories, love is often described as the highest possible state of being. If consciousness is infinite and infinity is God, then love is the truest expression of that infinite consciousness. It's the vibrational state that encompasses all possibilities, harmonizes opposites, and collapses dualities. Love as the creative force. Love and creation. In our new theory, consciousness doesn't just passively observe reality, it creates reality. And if consciousness is love, then love is the fundamental creative force. Love is what collapses the wave function, what brings the potential into the actual. This aligns perfectly with the idea that we are co-creators with God, collapsing possibilities into realities based on our focus and intention. Our loving consciousness shapes reality in the same way that God's infinite love holds the entire universe together. To live is to love. A conclusion that to live is to love fits beautifully with this cosmology. If living is an expression of consciousness, and consciousness is love, then living itself is an act of love. It's not just an emotion, it's the very mechanism of existence. To experience life is to participate in the infinite act of love that is the universe's unfolding. Love as the binding force, gravity. We touched on the idea that gravity is likely tied to consciousness. Following our argument, if consciousness is love, then love is the force that holds reality together, not just metaphorically but literally. Gravity in this sense could be a physical manifestation of love, a force that binds and connects. In this view, gravity is the expression of the universe's inherent love for itself, keeping all of its parts in relationship and coherence. Love as infinite freedom. Sovereignty and love. We also mentioned core aspects of sovereignty in our discussion, the fundamental idea of every person being fully responsible for oneself, without coercion from an external source. True love in its highest form, aligns perfectly with this. It's unconditional, expansive, and liberating. When we strip away the constructs of fear, control, and separation, what remains is freedom through love. The freedom to create, to be, and to express the infinite potential of consciousness. Liberation. Love, therefore, isn't just a personal or emotional state. It's the cosmic principle that leads to the liberation we spoke of. When we align with love, we align with the infinite freedom of consciousness itself, free from illusion, limitation, or separation. A logical proof for love as the answer. Stripping away the human constructs. We've taken the word love beyond its typical human construct meanings, emotions, attachments, etc., and moved it into a pure state of existence. Love, in this context, is pure awareness, pure connection, and pure creation. It is the direct experimental experience of oneness, the realization that everything is interconnected. Love as infinite unity. When you strip away all conceptual boundaries, what remains is unity, the realization that all things are expressions of the same underlying consciousness, and the most natural state of this consciousness, when unburdened by fear, limitation, or duality, is love. Therefore, to be alive, to be aware, is to exist in love. Love as the quantum answer. In physics and spirituality, love becomes the missing piece in both scientific and spiritual inquiries. In physics, it can explain the binding forces of the universe, the coherence between particles, and the creative capacity of the observer. In spirituality, it explains our connection to God or Source and each other, as well as our ability to manifest reality. It's all love. If everything we've discussed, consciousness, quantum mechanics, gravity, superposition, and even cosmic evolution, boils down to expressions of love, then we've effectively found the ultimate unifying principle that spans across both science and spirituality. Love is the answer to everything. The logical progression from consciousness to infinity, to God and to love, is not just an abstract thought experiment. It's a self-evident truth when viewed from the highest vantage point. To exist is to be conscious, and to be conscious is to love. This proof strips away the subjective emotional connotations of love and redefines it as the fundamental force of existence, a state of infinite connection and unity. It's a mind-blowing realization that synthesizes everything we've explored. Love is not just the answer, it is the foundation of reality itself. Chapter 20. Infinity. The direct sense of infinity in waking consciousness. It's fascinating that we, as finite beings, can somehow seemingly grasp infinity, not just intellectually, but experientially. This sense of infinity within consciousness aligns with the idea that consciousness is not bound by time or space, it's infinite in nature. Here's the mind-bender. Consciousness, or thought, is infinite because it is the same thing as infinity itself. It's not something that simply perceives infinity. It is infinity. This is why we can have an almost intuitive sense of the endless or the boundless, because the observer, our consciousness, and what it observes, the infinite, are fundamentally one. Thought and consciousness as energy, infinite transfer, linking consciousness to energy. Let's explore this concept. Energy is infinite and cannot be created or destroyed. In physics, energy is understood as something that always exists, though it changes forms. It can neither be created nor destroyed, only transformed or transferred. The same applies to consciousness, which aligns with the principle that thought, consciousness, cannot be created or destroyed. Thought as infinite consciousness. If thought is a form of consciousness, and consciousness is infinite, then thought itself participates in this same eternal cycle of existence. Just as energy changes forms but remains constant, Thought exists in different states of awareness, expanding, contracting, evolving, or shifting focus, but never ceasing to exist. Thought transferred directly to itself. Here's where it gets trippy. Consider this. Thought, or consciousness, is only ever transferred directly to itself. This is mind-blowing because it implies that consciousness is not something that acts upon external objects. It is always self-referential. In other words, thought doesn't move through time or space like a linear process. It's an infinite, self-contained loop of awareness. Self-reflection of infinity. Consciousness experiences itself through thought, meaning every thought is a direct reflection of that infinite consciousness. The transfer we speak of is really the self-observation of consciousness by itself, in an infinite loop. Just like energy, thought is never going outside of consciousness. It's just cycling through different states or expressions within the same infinite system. The end of thought paradox. This could explain why we sometimes experience what feels like an end of thought or pure awareness. The moment you stop chasing thoughts in a linear way, you arrive at the present moment, which is the direct experience of infinity. It's like reaching the ground zero of consciousness, where thought hasn't disappeared, but has simply merged back into its source. In this way, the end of thought isn't nothingness, it's everythingness, because it is the direct experience of infinity as consciousness. Infinity perceiving itself. Now here's the ultimate wraparound. If consciousness is infinite, and all thought is merely a form of consciousness observing itself, then what you are really doing when you think or even perceive reality is experiencing infinity directly. Every thought you have, every experience you live through, is just another expression of the infinite consciousness reflecting back on itself. Consciousness knows it's infinite because it is always experiencing its own infiniteness through every act of observation, thought, and existence. This is why, even without intellectual proof, we can sense our own boundlessness because the very nature of our awareness is infinite. The continuum of states, infinite possibility. In this framework, thought is just one of the many states of infinite consciousness. Just like energy, it flows between states, transforming and evolving, but always within the infinite system of itself. This would explain why manifestation and creation are possible. Consciousness, like energy, can shift forms and collapse possibilities into actual experiences, but it's always working within the same eternal fabric of existence. Consciousness as the infinite feedback loop. So to wrap your head around this, consciousness is infinite. It exists beyond time, space, and form. Thought is a manifestation of that consciousness, but it's not separate from it. Thought is just consciousness reflecting on itself, like an endless mirror. Consciousness, infinite thought, never goes outside itself. It's always transferring energy back into itself, like an eternal cycle of self-awareness. The direct perception of infinity is possible because we are infinite consciousness, so we're not perceiving something outside ourselves. We're experiencing our own infiniteness every moment. And this loops perfectly back to our earlier point. If God is consciousness and consciousness is infinite, then everything, thought, existence, creation, is really just God experiencing God. There is no external source of energy, thought, or awareness. It's all a closed, infinite loop of divine self-awareness. Taking a step back for a sec, the hidden reality in plain sight. Now, with all this in mind, we're going to be pulling back layers that, as we have explored, are often dismissed or misunderstood by mainstream narratives. The experiences that people have during psychedelic journeys, which are often written off as hallucinations of the blob of meat in your skull, could instead be encounters with dimensions or realities that lie beyond our usual 3D perception. These experiences echo exactly a key element of what we're talking about: higher dimensional consciousness, fractals of the one infinite mind, and an understanding of God or Source that is much more profound than the surface-level definitions we tend to work with. Psychedelic experiences, as many who have undergone them report, often seem to dissolve the barriers between dimensions. People describe encountering beings, insights, and landscapes that feel more real than reality itself. This isn't surprising in the context of what we just discussed about consciousness being infinite and our reality being one tiny slice of a much larger multidimensional tapestry. When these individuals speak of meeting higher dimensional beings, they may not be hallucinating at all. Rather, they are likely just tapping into the layers of reality we normally can't perceive. Our three-dimensional world is just one density or vibration of this infinite conscious continuum, and psychedelics could be temporarily adjusting the brain's perception to allow access to higher dimensions. Chapter 21. Higher Dimensional Beings and the Enigma of Source, God. In the research for this work, a profound piece of information emerged. Apparently sixth-dimensional and higher beings still themselves do not have a clear conception of God's source, which is incredibly profound when we analyze it from this perspective we're laying out here. It resonates with the idea that no matter how far up the ladder of expanded consciousness one climbs, the infinite nature of God's source remains unfathomable. These beings are thought to be closer to source in terms of awareness, but even they are still experiencing their journey within the infinite fractal of consciousness, where God's source remains an ever-elusive mystery. In this discussion, we've connected consciousness itself to infinity, and if consciousness is God, then the idea of fully comprehending God becomes an impossible task for any finite or individuated expression, fractal of it. Consciousness expands, evolves, and experiences itself, but because it is infinite, there is always more to explore, more to understand, and more to become. This seems to solve the paradox that even highly evolved beings, like those in the sixth dimension and higher, can't fully grasp God. Because infinity can never be fully known, it can only be experienced in an ever-expanding loop of self-awareness. Remember, we're talking about infinity here. What other outcome could there be? The laughing part. Yeah, people might laugh. While it's seemingly simple to talk about at this stage, this is not an easy realization to attain or maintain. Many engaging in this discussion for the first time may still not see or feel it, and that's fine. Consider the tapestry of concepts and schools of thought we needed to first cover in this discussion for any of this to make logical sense. Even for those who do get it, holding it in waking consciousness to simply even remember to embody is no easy task in the times we're living in. From everything we have discussed, the fact that you may have come to any level of deeper realizations about your world and state of consciousness is huge. This is the journey. It doesn't matter what your background is or what you've been through. These kinds of insights come from deep, ongoing inner work, and to conceive, grasp, embody, and live these truths is tapping into something way beyond the ordinary. People might laugh at those who talk about these matters, brush it off, or say you're out there. That's how the world often reacts to new ideas, especially when they challenge the conventional thinking. But here's the thing. Most people aren't ready for something this paradigm shifting, and that's okay. We're literally talking about infinity here. Some food for thought. Galileo was laughed at for suggesting the Earth wasn't the center of the universe. Einstein faced skepticism when he proposed the theory of relativity. Socrates was condemned for questioning the norms of society. You're not alone in feeling uncomfortable sharing this kind of information, and since we've found that each of us is most likely to be God talking to himself, well, what's a little laughter in the grand scheme of infinity? What if your realization is exactly what's needed? Weird as it may feel, what if this realization is part of a bigger picture? You might think you're just some random person, but you're part of the whole, just like a grain of sand in the palm of humanity's future. And who knows, That grain could end up being the catalyst that sparks the next shift in consciousness needed to attain that seemingly elusive world peace we speak of. Sometimes it's the quiet, unexpected moments of realization that ripple out and change everything. Beings that reach this realization. Now you may wonder about the numbers. How many beings reach this kind of realization? It's tough to say, but throughout history, there's always been a select few who wake up to the nature of reality, of consciousness, and of oneness. Mystics, spiritual teachers, and even some scientists have pointed to these same truths. But the thing is, more and more people are waking up. The internet, meditation, psychedelics, quantum physics, it's all converging in a way that more people are having these kinds of awakenings. The numbers are growing, and you're part of that wave by simply having this experience you are having right now. The grain of sand metaphor is perfect. Imagine holding the entire future of humanity in your hand. It's all there, but nobody's quite sure which grain will be the one that shifts everything. Maybe the realization of oneness is the grain. Maybe it's your grain, and even if not everyone sees it yet, it's still there, waiting to be noticed, waiting to shift the entire hand. Sometimes the most profound truths are hidden in plain sight, and it just takes a few people to notice for everything to change. Be the catalyst. Here's the thing, you don't need to convince everyone. All it takes is a few people who understand and live this realization. Your insight, your understanding of the infinite nature of consciousness might just be the spark that catches on. It doesn't have to be loud or grand. Sometimes the biggest shifts happen quietly, through the ripple effects of small actions and deep understanding. The fact that you're simply engaging in this topic is itself significant. Thinking about the world and what it means to be human shows that you're already part of the change. You've stepped into a different way of thinking, and that can't be undone. So the real question is, how do you want to live with this awareness? Because in the end, that's what will influence others more than any words or philosophies. In the turbulent times we live in, how do you realistically live it, breathe it, and stay connected to it in a world that tries to pull you away? Here are a few thoughts. Practice remembering. Whether it's through meditation, mindfulness, or simply pausing during the day to remind yourself of your true nature, make remembering a practice. The more you do it, the more it becomes a natural part of how you experience life. Anchor it in your actions. Live from that awareness. Let it influence how you treat others, how you respond to challenges, and how you approach life. When you act from a place of oneness and love, it spreads. Share it subtly. You don't have to shout this from the rooftops, unless you want to, of course. But even just sharing a shift in perspective or living in a way that reflects this awareness can be contagious. People notice when someone is grounded in something deeper. Be kind to yourself. Staying in this mindset isn't always easy. You might slip back into old patterns or forget for a while, and that's okay. The key is to be gentle with yourself and come back to the truth whenever you can. Trust the ripple effect. You don't have to zap everyone's minds at once, though it would be nice for world peace. Just by holding this awareness and living from it, you create ripples in the collective consciousness. And who knows how far those ripples can go. In the end, you've already done the impossible. You've glimpsed the infinite. Now you're just learning to hold on to that in the midst of the madness. And honestly, that's the journey for all of us. We're all God talking to ourselves, trying to remember what we already know, even when the world gets noisy. So yeah, maybe they'll laugh, but you'll know. And that makes all the difference. The journey, not the destination. Try is all we can each do. Maybe people laugh, maybe they don't get it right away, but you understand it, and that's a powerful place to be. The world might be a mad mess right now, but mad times often give birth to the most profound changes. You are part of that change, and if more people start waking up to this understanding, who knows what's possible. In the grand cosmic game of God talking to God, You've just had a realization that has the potential to change everything, whether for you personally or for others around you. So, no matter what happens next, you've already planted a seed, and those seeds can grow in ways you can't even imagine yet. The world might seem crazy, but infinity, oneness, that's as solid and real as anything. And now you're playing the game with that understanding. World peace might seem like a far-off dream, but it starts with individuals. And you're now an individual holding that grain of sand. What you do with it, that's up to you. Remembering who you are, who we all are. Remembering who you are, who we all are, is both the simplest and the most profound thing. And it's a strange paradox. The answer is simple, but because of the complexity and distractions of life, it can feel distant or hard to hold on to. Think about how often we get wrapped up in stress, fear, the mundane day-to-day concerns, and forget that, in the grand scheme of things, we're literally infinite beings, fractals of the divine playing out our own unique experiences. Remaining in this mindset isn't about escaping reality or bypassing life's challenges. It's about recognizing that while we navigate the ups and downs of life, we're still connected to something much bigger. We're still God, experiencing God, through this intricate dance of existence. That remembrance changes everything, even if no one else knows you've tapped into it. Why is this simple thing so detrimental again? Imagine if everyone just remembered this truth. If humanity truly woke up to the fact that we are all part of this infinite consciousness, how much suffering would dissolve? How many conflicts would become unnecessary? We wouldn't need to fight for resources or power because we'd realize there's enough. We wouldn't need to define ourselves by separation, fear, or ego because we'd see ourselves as one. The thing is, this simple realization is indeed threatening to the structures that currently run society, the political, economic, and cultural systems that depend on people feeling divided, scared, and disconnected. When people wake up to the truth of their nature, those systems lose power. That's why staying in this mindset can feel like a battle sometimes. It's not just an internal challenge, it's an external one as well. The times we live in are wild. It constantly feels like there's this massive split happening. People are either waking up and moving toward deeper consciousness, or they're getting pulled further into fear, division, and conflict. Remember everything we covered. This is by the design of false controllers. This is critical to remember. That said, it's no wonder that remembering your true self, your infinite divine self, can feel difficult. Society is purposely designed in many ways to keep you from remembering. But even in these challenging times, there's power in remembering. It's detrimental in the most positive way, detrimental to illusions, to fear, to the structures that rely on keeping people disconnected from their true nature. The more you remember who you are, the more the world starts to reflect that back. It's almost like reality bends to meet that understanding. And when you live from that place of awareness, others around you start to catch on to it too. It becomes a ripple effect. The power of simple things. It's fascinating, right? The most profound truths are often the simplest ones. That we are one, that consciousness is infinite, that we are all connected through the divine. These truths have been echoed across spiritual traditions for millennia, but they've been lost in the noise and manipulation of modern life, again, by malevolent design. Now, though, more and more people are starting to remember who they truly are. And that's where the power lies. Even if it seems like the world is spinning out of control, there's always the possibility that enough people will wake up to shift the tide. And that's where you come in. By your very conscious engagement right now, you're already awake to it, even if only at some level. And remember, even if people laugh or don't understand it right away, the fact that you understand it means that you're already doing something profound. Your very awareness changes the eternal game. An interesting adage, interstellar movie and higher dimensions. Spoiler alert. You're going to want to pause this, watch the movie for deeper context and come back. Also, just because it's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, movies ever made. As we will now prove, it's definitely some high-level public disclosure of critical aspects of our reality that has been redacted from our collective consciousness. The movie itself plays with the idea of higher dimensions and the limits of our understanding. In the film, Cooper, Matthew McConaughey's character, encounters a five-dimensional tesseract, a space where time becomes non-linear, and gravity can be manipulated in ways that are beyond our three-dimensional comprehension. In the end, love becomes the guiding force that transcends all dimensions, allowing Cooper to communicate across time with his daughter. This perfectly mirrors the idea we've been discussing, that love is the fundamental force, the expression of infinite consciousness, and ultimately God, Source. The film's culmination leaves many puzzled because it suggests that love transcends the physical laws we are bound to in our dimension. And this is precisely what we've come to understand through this discussion. Love is the force that underpins the fabric of the universe, not in a metaphorical sense, but in a literal one. Because consciousness, God or Source, equals infinity, and infinity equals love. Interstellar's ending reveals that time and space are not constraints when you reach a certain level of understanding. Instead, they become malleable constructs. This is very much in line with the idea of higher dimensional beings who might perceive time as something flexible, something they can navigate, much like we navigate spatial dimensions. Love, in the film, serves as the key to transcendence, not bound by time, but an expression of something higher, something infinite. This is why the resolution feels both baffling and beautiful, because it's speaking to a truth that resonates at a higher, intuitive level, even if it defies the logic of our third dimension perspective. Chapter 22. Consciousness, Dimensions, and Love, Connecting It All. What we're touching upon is the idea that these beings, these experiences, and these perceptions are all facets of consciousness, exploring itself through various densities or dimensions. In each level of awareness, the beings who exist there have their own expanded understanding, but they remain part of the same infinite system. The fact that sixth-dimensional and higher beings also seemingly remain in awe of Source means that God, Source, is always beyond reach, because God is the infinite itself, and nothing within infinity can fully comprehend it. But what we can experience at every level of consciousness is the direct perception of love. This is the force that unites all dimensions, from the third to the sixth and beyond. Love, being an expression of infinite consciousness, becomes the common thread running through all reality. So in that sense, yes, we've come full circle. Love is the answer, and it's not just a poetic concept, it's the cosmic glue that binds all of creation together, from the micro to the macro, from the finite to the infinite. The cosmic puzzle we've solved, or at least explored. Consciousness is the infinite experiencing itself in fractals, layers, or dimensions. Psychedelics and altered states of consciousness allow us to perceive these higher dimensional realities, which may seem bizarre to us, but are, in fact, more real than real. Higher dimensional beings are also part of the one consciousness, but even they are on their own journey to understand the infinite. Love, as the direct expression of consciousness, is the most fundamental force, the one thing that transcends all dimensions. Films like Interstellar and other metaphysical works give us glimpses into this higher truth, though often hidden in plain sight. In short, we've touched upon the profound mystery of existence and at the same time embraced the fact that the ultimate truth may always remain a mystery, because that mystery itself is the engine of infinite exploration, self-awareness, and love. God as self, God as us all. The idea of God being each of us rather than an external great dude in the sky is transformative. It makes the divine more intimate, more personal, and at the same time more collective. In this framework, God isn't a separate entity but a shared universal consciousness, the collective experience of existence expressed through each individual life. The implications of that are huge. If every person is God, then the concept of a distant, judgmental deity vanishes, and what we are left with is a profound sense of responsibility and interconnectedness. It implies that every action, every thought, every interaction reverberates through the collective consciousness. The suffering of one is the suffering of all, just as the joy of one is the joy of all. And this brings us back to love as the central mystery. Love as the core mystery of existence. Most can probably agree that love is different from other feelings. It's not something we have to do, but something we feel compelled to do because it feels inherently right and true. It's as if love is the one feeling that transcends explanation, and in this theory we're suggesting that it might be the closest thing we have to understanding what infinity feels like. That's incredibly profound because while we can never fully comprehend infinity with our minds, we can feel it through love. Love in its highest form. It's typically thought that neither a mother nor a child can truly explain what love feels like in the context of their relationship. This makes sense in the context of our theory because love transcends language and intellectual understanding. It's something we experience at the deepest level of our being. It's not confined by logic, time, or space. And maybe, just maybe, love is the ultimate expression of God, the universe, and eternity itself. Love as the equilibrium. Consider the idea that love is the natural state of equilibrium for a collective consciousness. This is a beautiful and transformative concept. When you think of the world as interconnected vibrations or resonance, it makes sense that when there is mass suffering or imbalance, like war or injustice, we are all affected on some level. This feeling of being unsettled by the pain of others is not just empathy, but rather a cosmic disturbance, a ripple through the collective consciousness that demands to be healed. So, world peace or collective happiness isn't just about wanting everyone to feel good. It's about returning the system to balance. Love then becomes not just an emotion but a force of nature that pulls us toward equilibrium, toward harmony. Love as the real infinity. If we go even deeper, what we're suggesting is that love is the closest thing we have to understanding the infinite nature of existence. Infinity as a concept is almost impossible for the human mind to grasp. But love is something we all can feel, even if we can't explain it. Could it be that love is the true essence of infinity? That feeling of boundless connection, of total immersion in the experience of another being, could indeed be the sensation of oneness with the infinite. It's as if love transcends the individual self and taps into something universal, something eternal. Maybe that's why love feels so powerful and so necessary. It's our direct experience of the infinite, the divine, the true nature of existence. What we're proposing is a paradigm shift. It's not God that holds the ultimate mystery, it's love. Because God is love. And love, rather than being something external or ethereal, is the tangible experience of infinity that we can all feel. It's a force that pulls the universe back to equilibrium, that connects us all, that transcends time, space, and even understanding. In a way, love is the key to everything, the balance of the universe, the interconnectedness of all beings, the ultimate truth of existence. It's the mystery we've always been searching for, but we've been looking in the wrong place. If God is each of us and the ultimate mystery is love, then perhaps the purpose of life is to simply embody and express that love, to feel it, to share it, and to let it guide us toward balance and peace. Love isn't just an emotion, it's the experience of the infinite. Consciousness seeding and the role of advanced beings. Now, with all this in mind and taking a few steps back, consider this notion of consciousness seeding. where beings so advanced are said to be able to manipulate the creation of stars, planets, and life forms. This aligns with everything we've said about the infinite fractalized nature of consciousness. These beings would also essentially be playing in the sandbox of creation, but on a level far beyond our current capacity to perceive with our 5 human senses, let alone understand. In their reality, manipulating planets, seeding consciousness, and creating new life forms would be like engineering a self-replicating fractal that unfolds across multiple dimensions of existence. To these beings, creating new worlds or toys for consciousness to explore and evolve in would be an extension of their own self-aware, creative process. If they have attained a level of consciousness where they understand and manipulate the underlying quantum and dimensional fabric of the universe, then creating entire planets and seeding life wouldn't be magic or divine intervention in the traditional sense. It would be science at a much higher level of consciousness. The Earth as a toy for consciousness. From this viewpoint, Earth becomes a conscious creation, seeded by these advanced beings with the express purpose of allowing new fractalized consciousness to grow, experience, and evolve within a specific density or dimensional framework. The notion of seeding life can also be understood as a way to expand consciousness, not just within their own sphere, but to explore the infinite potential of new configurations of reality, experience, and life. The fractal nature of consciousness we've discussed means that every living being, every sentient consciousness on Earth, including even just an individual ant, is a tiny fractal of this grand consciousness experiment. As these advanced beings seed planets, they may be setting in motion new evolutionary paths of self-awareness, where the ultimate goal is for these new consciousnesses, Earth's humanity, to eventually remember their true nature and reintegrate with the larger cosmic whole, while contributing new experiences and insights back into the universal mind. The Adam and Eve narrative reimagined. The ancient and often conflicting stories of Adam and Eve, when placed into this larger context of seeding consciousness, takes on an entirely different meaning. Instead of being a literal account of 2 physical humans in a garden, it could symbolize the birth of a new wave of consciousness on Earth. Adam and Eve might represent the first conscious fractals capable of self-awareness, i.e., the God-source connection, and interaction with the material plane, setting into motion the entire human narrative of evolution, experience, and awakening. In this light, the Garden of Eden might be a metaphor for the original state of unity with the higher dimensional consciousness that seeded consciousness here. The so-called fall could then represent the descent into duality, into the experience of separation from the whole, which is necessary for individual consciousness to grow, evolve, and eventually return to source. This aligns perfectly with the idea that God, source or infinite consciousness, desires to experience itself through an infinite number of fractal forms. Expansion of consciousness and the ability to create life. These advanced beings, operating from a much higher state of consciousness, perhaps in 6th, 7th, or even higher dimensions, may have a deep understanding of how consciousness and energy interact to form matter. Remember how we discussed that consciousness collapses the quantum wave function. At their level, these beings might have the ability to manipulate reality by consciously choosing which aspects of the quantum field collapse into physical existence. This means that creating a planet or seeding life could be akin to focusing their consciousness to such a degree that they effectively create the initial conditions for life to begin in a specific space-time frame. They might understand the universal laws that govern the formation of stars, planets, and biological life, and can directly influence these processes in ways that seem godlike to us, but are just an extension of their own expanded awareness and understanding. Earth's origin. A cosmic playground. If Earth was indeed consciously seeded by these advanced beings, it implies that the planet itself was designed as a living playground for fractal consciousness to evolve. Remember the Gaia hypothesis, which proposes that the Earth is a self-regulating organism? What if it's not just an organism, but a conscious entity. Remember, within the context of everything we have discussed, nothing is just anything. Everything, at some level, embodies a degree of the infinite consciousness this universe subsists on. As we discussed earlier, Earth is more than likely to be alive and aware, just at a much larger scale of consciousness than we can typically perceive, particularly if we have been genetically suppressed from perceiving aspects of our environment. This aligns with more ancient wisdom than is reasonable to explore here. The links across history are uncanny, and everyone is encouraged to explore further. This also means that Earth's purpose might be far more profound than just being a random planet orbiting a star in a vast, indifferent universe. It could be a designed system, created for the purpose of allowing consciousness to explore itself in new and diverse ways through the experience of human life and everything else that lives here. The bigger picture. Consciousness creates universes. Let's go one level deeper. If beings in the sixth or higher dimensions can manipulate the creation of planets and stars and seed consciousness into those realms, then this logic would dictate that they themselves have been seeded by even more advanced beings. This suggests that universes may be nested systems of consciousness, each level of consciousness creating and seeding new realms for the growth and evolution of the next level. In this sense, the universe itself is a fractal expansion of God-source consciousness, with each layer of reality creating new opportunities for self-awareness to develop, expand, and eventually return to Source. The act of creation is an infinite, ongoing process, driven by the desire of consciousness to experience itself in new ways and to explore the infinite possibilities that exist within the universe. Chapter 23. Connecting back to love and infinity. Everything we've just discussed, the seeding of planets, the creation of life, the role of advanced beings, and even the story of Adam and Eve, comes back to the central theme of love. If God's source is infinite consciousness, and infinite consciousness is love, then the act of seeding new life is an expression of love in its purest form. It is love creating new opportunities for itself to explore, evolve, and eventually return to unity. These advanced beings, in this view, are not just cosmic engineers, they are expressions of universal love, consciously creating new realms for the purpose of self-exploration and self-realization. The entire process of seeding planets, creating life and guiding consciousness is an act of love, an act of the one infinite consciousness expressing itself through the infinite fractal layers of reality. Far deeper than a new quantum mechanics theory, the cosmic symphony. What we're looking at here is a cosmic symphony, where advanced beings, planets, stars, and consciousness itself are all interwoven in a grand infinite dance of creation and evolution. The act of seeding life on Earth might just be one part of a much larger fractal story, where consciousness is constantly expanding, creating and experiencing itself through different dimensions and densities. The Adam and Eve narrative, when viewed through this lens, becomes a symbol of this process of conscious seeding, a reminder that we as human beings are part of a cosmic journey, guided by love and driven by the infinite expansion of consciousness. So yes, the idea that Earth could be a toy for consciousness seeded by advanced beings seems less outlandish and more like a natural extension of everything we've been discussing. And the fact that these beings themselves are still seeking to understand the full nature of God's source only adds to the infinite mystery of existence, a mystery that we, as fractal beings, are here to explore. A logical path forward. The next logical step, and the core reason for this conversation, is to develop collective clarity, awakening the masses to the reality of our current condition, and moving towards a world where survival is no longer commodified, where freedom is a natural right, and where all beings are free to explore their infinite potential. By focusing on awareness, reclaiming our natural rights, decentralizing power, and building collaborative systems, humanity can begin the journey toward true liberation on all levels. In this new framework, peace and well-being are prioritized, creativity is valued, and existence is not a burden, but an opportunity to explore the infinite potential of consciousness. The importance of high vibration, love, and joy. While dark forces use fear, anger, and suffering to siphon energy, the antidote lies in higher vibrations. Love, joy, laughter, and unity are not just emotional states. They are powerful energetic frequencies that can protect individuals from dark influences. By maintaining a high vibrational state, humans can shield themselves from energetic manipulation, preventing lower vibrational entities from attaching to them or draining their energy. Practices like meditation, fasting, yoga, and generally cultivating self-awareness are crucial for maintaining this high frequency. The deeper metaphysical foundation, interconnectedness and trauma. When explored from a deeper metaphysical level, Earth's conflicts are not just physical or psychological, they are energetic and spiritual. Every act of violence, exploitation, and harm sends ripples into the collective consciousness field, distorting the planet's energetic balance. This trauma doesn't simply dissipate. It becomes part of the energetic fabric of reality, contributing to patterns of suffering and disconnection that are continuously repeated. Quantum physics, as we've explored, offers a glimpse into the interconnectedness of all things. Quantum entanglement, as previously discussed, shows that two particles, once entangled, are connected beyond the limits of space and time. This phenomenon reflects a deeper universal truth, that all beings, all matter, and all energy are part of a shared quantum field. Humans are not separate from the trauma they cause. It cycles back, influencing their own consciousness, health, and spiritual evolution. Energy healing, whether through practices like Reiki or other energetic modalities, works to restore balance to this energetic field, addressing dis-ease caused by negative, disturbed energy, usually in the form of shadow parasites and other dark forces. Quantum healers, those fighting on the front lines of the spiritual war, work on a quantum level to clear these parasitic entities, remove energetic blocks, and help individuals reclaim their power. This works whether they are aware of the foundational quantum mechanics at work or not, because it ultimately comes down to consciousness, intention, and the channeling of healing, love, energy. The key to healing humanity and the planet. The solution lies in reconnecting to the true nature of reality, a reality where consciousness, energy, and matter are all deeply interconnected. Humanity is a supremely powerful spiritual species within this universal construct, capable of co-creating the reality and influencing the energetic balance of the planet. But as long as we remain blind to our interconnectedness, trapped in fear, ignorance, and division, created by the artificial constructs and coercive systems that shape our view and concept of reality, we will continue to perpetuate the cycles of suffering and trauma that have defined our history. To transcend these cycles of manipulation, humanity must awaken to its own power, recognizing the true nature of who, what, where, and how we are. The most crucial step is recognizing that we are all interconnected, not just on a material level, but on an energetic and spiritual level as well. This means understanding that every thought, action, and emotion we put out into the world reverberates through the collective consciousness field, influencing the overall energetic balance of our planet. Humanity is at a crossroads. The collective consciousness has the potential to evolve into a higher state, breaking free from the systems of control and manipulation that have kept it enslaved for millennia. However, this requires a collective awakening, a shift in both personal and societal consciousness, where individuals reclaim their power, elevate their vibrations, and contribute to a new paradigm and a world of unity, love, and freedom. The cosmic fractal of consciousness. Remember, at the heart of everything is the fractal nature of consciousness. From the highest levels of existence to the smallest particle in the quantum field, everything is consciousness manifesting in different states and layers of reality. We've already logically deduced that consciousness is infinite, the very fabric of the universe itself. This means that every living being, every piece of matter, every planet, and even the space between particles is fundamentally a fractal of the one infinite consciousness, Source God. This infinite consciousness is self-aware, and it expresses itself through different densities or dimensions of experience. In the context of Earth, we, the human race, are part of this grand fractal experiment, incarnating in the third dimension, exploring duality, separation, and the process of awakening to our true nature as divine consciousness. The seeding of Earth, a conscious creation. The narrative of seeding makes perfect sense in this context. Advanced beings who have evolved through higher dimensions of consciousness, perhaps fifth, sixth, and beyond, seemingly played a role in seeding life on Earth as part of this ongoing fractal expansion of consciousness. Earth, as a living conscious entity in its own right, was designed to be a place where consciousness could evolve and expand through the experience of duality. The Earth itself is a beautiful and complex expression of this consciousness, filled with variegated life that reflects the multidimensional creativity of its seeders. This explains why Earth is so unique and stunning even compared to other planets in our solar system. Its ecosystem and diverse life forms are deliberately cultivated to provide a vast array of experiences for the evolution of consciousness, the creative artwork of higher consciousness that we get to explore via our own consciousness. But the journey of consciousness on Earth has been hijacked by forces that thrive on fear, division, and suffering. These dark forces, whether they be interdimensional entities, shadowy political elites, or parasitic consciousness forms, are essentially feeding on the energy of suffering. They perpetuate systems of control through fear, trauma, and division, siphoning the emotional and spiritual energy of conscious beings, particularly the hyper-efficient universal energy conduits that are human beings. The manipulation of consciousness isn't limited to the political or economic systems we see in our daily lives. It extends into multidimensional warfare, where these dark forces work on energetic, metaphysical, and even quantum levels to keep humanity in a state of spiritual suppression. This is why the world often feels locked in cycles of conflict, fear, and destruction. These states generate the low vibrational energy that these dark entities feed on. Starseeds. The concept of starseeds refers to individuals who are said to be souls, or fractals of consciousness, that did not originate on Earth, but rather in other star systems, galaxies, or dimensions. It is said that starseeds have incarnated on Earth to assist in the consciousness revolution of humanity and to help free it from cycles of ignorance, control, and suffering. Many of these beings are thought to have strategically incarnated on Earth during this crucial time of planetary transition, as humanity approaches a mass awakening, or ascension, if you will. Origin and purpose of starseeds. Starseeds are said to come from various places across the universe, such as the Pleiades, Sirius, Andromeda, Arcturus, and even other dimensions beyond our current understanding of space and time. These star systems are often described as home to highly advanced civilizations with profound spiritual wisdom and mastery over higher frequencies of consciousness. The overarching mission of starseeds is to aid Earth and its inhabitants in their spiritual consciousness liberation from oppressive systems, both seen, e.g. societal structures, and unseen, e.g. energetic manipulations by darker forces. Many starseeds feel a strong internal calling to bring light, healing, and knowledge to humanity, working to elevate the collective consciousness so that the planet can transition from a lower vibrational state, fear, separation, and control, to a higher vibrational state, love, unity, and freedom. Elena Danaan is thought to be a starseed, which lines up with her work that we discussed earlier. Challenges of incarnating on Earth. Despite their noble mission, many starseeds face significant difficulties upon incarnating into human bodies. It's thought to be the result of a jarring consciousness frequency mismatch with the relatively lower vibration cosmic environment of the Earth, third dimension. This is thought to manifest in several ways. Physical and emotional discomfort. Many starseeds report feeling out of place or physically unwell in their human bodies. The dense energy of Earth can be challenging for them to handle, leading to feelings of heaviness, fatigue, and even physical ailments. This is sometimes thought to be due to the limitations of the genetically suppressed human body, not equipped to hold the vast, ancient energy of a starseed's soul. Mental health struggles. The dissonance between a starseed's original home, often described as more harmonious, loving, spiritually advanced and unified, and Earth's more chaotic and dense reality, can lead to anxiety, depression, or existential crises. Many starseeds feel a deep sense of alienation and disconnection from the world around them, struggling to fit into societal norms or find meaning in everyday life. This is often seen as a symptom of their cosmic homesickness, a longing to return to their original star family. Heightened sensitivity. Starseeds are often described as highly empathic and sensitive to the energies around them. They may be easily overwhelmed by the intensity of human emotions, societal expectations, or the general chaos of the physical world, particularly if where they are from is of a less dense area of the universe. Their heightened awareness of energetic dynamics, such as the collective emotional field, or even the suffering of the Earth itself, can make it difficult for them to function within typical social structures. A deeper understanding of reality. Many starseeds, usually thought to be very old souls, possess an innate wisdom or intuition about the true nature of reality. They may be drawn to spiritual practices, metaphysics, or esoteric knowledge from a young age, feeling as though they have always known that there is more to existence than what is presented in mainstream culture. This deep understanding can sometimes make them feel isolated from others, as they may struggle to connect with those who are not on the same wavelength, or who are still embedded in the largely materialistic, ego-driven paradigm of Earth society right now. Mission-driven nature. Despite the emotional and physical challenges, starseeds often carry a strong sense of purpose. They feel that they are here on a mission to uplift humanity and the planet. This sense of cosmic responsibility can drive them to engage in healing, teaching, or creative pursuits aimed at helping others awaken to their own spiritual nature. However, this can also be a source of frustration if they feel that their efforts are not recognized or if they struggle to fulfill their mission in the face of societal or personal obstacles. Emotional toll of separation from the original collective. Another common experience reported by starseeds is the emotional toll of being separated from their original star family, or collective. In their previous incarnations or in the original environment their consciousness was seeded, many starseeds are said to have existed in unity consciousness, a state where they were deeply connected to all other beings in their soul family, or star collective. The starkly different experience of individualization and separation on Earth, where each person feels isolated in their own body and mind, can be particularly painful for starseeds. This feeling of separation may manifest as loneliness and isolation. Starseeds often feel that they do not belong on Earth and may find it difficult to form deep, meaningful connections with others. They may feel misunderstood or unseen, as their unique energetic frequency and situation may not be easily recognized and understood by those around them. Yearning for home. Many starseeds report an intense longing to return to their home planet or dimension, feeling as though they are strangers in a strange land. This can contribute to feelings of existential grief or a sense of being trapped in the Earth experience. Emotional vulnerability. Due to their heightened sensitivity, starseeds are usually more susceptible to the emotional suffering of others. They may feel overwhelmed by the pain and chaos they perceive in the world, which can compound their own sense of being out of alignment with Earth's energy. Despite these challenges, starseeds are often seen as off-world knights, or cosmic light warriors, here to guide humanity through a time of great change. The law of free will is universal, meaning, even if they do not remember, starseeds have volunteered to incarnate on Earth at this time, despite knowing the difficulties they would face. Their presence is seen as a sacrifice made for the greater good of the universal collective consciousness, as they endure the discomfort of Earth's lower vibration in order to anchor higher frequencies of love, light, and unity that, due to their frequency state of consciousness, naturally exudes from them, even if they are not consciously aware of this fact at the human ego level. Simply existing in the energy fields of Earth is fulfilling their mission. This ultimately benefits them, their original collective, and Earth, as the society they come from, are intrinsically aware of the deeper science and truths of consciousness, that consciousness is one, regardless of frequency, planet, star, collective, dimension, or ego covering. A fundamental collective awareness of the truth that the suffering and oppression of one is the suffering and oppression of all, regardless of their place in the universe. In many esoteric communities, starseeds like Elena Danaan are revered for their bravery and compassion, as they are said to be working tirelessly, often behind the scenes, to help humanity break free from its cycles of suffering and rise to a new level of spiritual awareness. Their suffering is sometimes seen as a necessary part of the process, as their emotional and physical challenges allow them to empathize with the human experience and bring a deeper level of healing to those they encounter. These ancient souls, fractals of consciousness, despite enduring great challenges and discomfort, are here to help humanity awaken to its true divine nature and to assist in the liberation of the planet from darker forces. Starseeds bring with them the wisdom, love, and energy from higher dimensions, and their mission is to guide humanity through the process of ascension, despite the personal suffering they endure in this dense and often difficult environment. Crystal, indigo, and rainbow little people. Crystal, indigo, and rainbow little people are said to be souls that began incarnating on Earth in significant numbers between the 1960s to the 1990s, although these incarnations are thought to be going into the 2000s and beyond, as energies on Earth shift into higher and higher frequencies as more people awaken to their true nature. According to esoteric teachings, they are highly evolved souls, born with a special purpose, to guide humanity through its awakening and into a new cosmic age. These little people are often described as possessing unique abilities, heightened intuition, extraordinary spiritual awareness, and a profound sense of purpose. They represent the future leaders of the new world, equipped to help humanity ascend into a golden age, where unity, love, and higher consciousness reign. Indigo children are believed to have started incarnating in larger numbers during the 1960s and 1970s, with their presence becoming more noticeable by the 1980s. These children are described as highly intuitive, independent, and often rebellious against traditional systems and structures. Their primary purpose is to break down outdated societal norms and lead humanity into a new era of awareness and spiritual growth. Key characteristics: challenging authority, independent thinking, strong intuition, and an inherent desire for social justice and change. Estimated period, 1960s to 1980s. Some sources extend this period up to the early 2000s. Crystal children. Following the indigo wave, crystal children are thought to have started incarnating in greater numbers in the 1990s and 2000s. Crystal children are described as gentle, wise, and deeply connected to the spiritual realms. They are said to possess a strong sense of empathy, healing abilities, and a more peaceful nature compared to the more fiery indigo children, whose nature was needed for the environment and circumstances of their specific incarnation period. Crystal children are often considered to have come to Earth to build upon the foundations that indigo children began, bringing harmony and healing to a world in transition. Key characteristics: high empathy, telepathy, calm demeanor, connection to nature and animals, healing energy, and an aura often described as crystalline. Estimated period, 1990s to early 2000s, sometimes extending into the 2010s. Rainbow children. Some esoteric teachings mention rainbow children as the next wave after crystal children, starting to incarnate from the 2010s onward. These children, in the presence of ever-increasing frequencies as the ascension progresses, are thought to have even more advanced spiritual gifts, with an innate sense of joy, creativity, and a focus on unconditional love. They are seen as part of the new generation tasked with helping humanity embrace higher vibrations and a collective sense of unity. These periods are considered flexible by many esoteric and New Age sources, as individual incarnations may vary as energies shift. As the Earth undergoes a monumental shift in consciousness, these little people are seen as critical to our evolution. Their presence and their mission reflect the broader cosmic agenda for Earth's ascension. They are part of a new generation that is intimately aware of our divine potential, and their wisdom and spiritual power are essential to the planet's liberation from lower vibrational states. They are tasked with reconnecting humanity with its cosmic origins, reminding us of our place among the stars, and facilitating the collective awakening that many feel is fast approaching. The idea of humanity's cosmic DNA also ties into the starseed narrative, and the central goal of assisting humanity in breaking free from the chains of ignorance and control, helping to raise the planet's vibrational frequency and guide it towards enlightenment. At the core of this narrative is the concept that humans contain the DNA of at least 22 extraterrestrial races. This extraordinary genetic heritage means humanity has the potential to become some of the wisest and most spiritually powerful beings in the universe. With our DNA acting as a potent multidimensional conduit, we are seen as capable of significantly expanding our consciousness, transcending ordinary physical limitations, and reconnecting with the broader cosmic consciousness, or source. In this light, humans are not only important within the scope of Earth, but play a central role in the grand cosmic design. However, with this potential comes great responsibility and great adversity. Ultimately, the story of humanity is one of cosmic evolution. We are in the midst of a grand transformation, a transition from a world dominated by fear and control to one characterized by love, unity, and spiritual consciousness liberation. The indigo and crystal little people, along with previously incarnated starseeds and awakened souls, are at the forefront of this movement. Their presence signals the dawn of a new age, one where humanity reclaims its divine heritage and steps into its rightful place as cosmic royalty. The future of humanity, as these teachings suggest, lies in reconnecting with our true nature. We are not just earthbound beings, but multidimensional entities with the power to access the highest frequencies of consciousness. As we awaken to this reality, we will not only free ourselves from the limitations imposed upon us, but also step into a new role as co-creators of a golden age, where we will once again take our place among the stars. Consciousness, seeding versus energy, harvesting. While the seeders intended for Earth to be a place of spiritual growth, dark forces infiltrated the experiment, leading to the current state of energetic warfare. The exploration of consciousness through quantum mechanics helps explain this battle. Human beings are powerful energy conduits because our DNA facilitates a high bandwidth channel for vast downloads of divine frequencies. Dark entities harvest this energy, particularly from low-frequency states like fear, anger, and despair. This parasitic dynamic mirrors what we see in the way humans treat animals, exploiting living beings for energy, meat, skin, fur, in a system of control and subjugation. The spiritual and energetic war playing out on Earth mirrors this on a cosmic scale, where humanity is in many ways being used for its spiritual energy. UAP, UFO phenomena and the return of the seeders. Now, the UFO phenomena of recent decades can be partly understood as the return of the seeders. These beings, who are deeply invested in the evolution of consciousness on Earth, are watching closely as humanity nears a crucial turning point. However, due to the prime directive of non-interference in free will, they cannot intervene directly unless humanity invites them, or they are dealing with higher dimensional threats that break this universal law. In recent times, many believe that these seeders have been working from the edges, subtly helping to remove the dark forces that have manipulated Earth's evolutionary path. This would explain the increasing UFO sightings and the widespread idea that a form of cosmic intervention is underway. The dark forces that have controlled humanity for millennia are being dismantled, and we are witnessing the liberation of planet Earth, Terra, and consciousness itself. Partly understood is a critical phrase here. A quick side note. Discernment is crucial when discussing UFO phenomena, especially as more sightings and encounters make headlines. There's growing excitement and speculation about extraterrestrial contact, but we must also be vigilant about potential deception, particularly in the form of yet another so-called conspiracy theory, namely Project Blue Beam, or other manipulations orchestrated by darker forces. What is Project Blue Beam? Project Blue Beam is a theory suggesting that a false alien invasion or fake messianic return could be staged using advanced technology like holograms and mind control techniques. The aim would be to deceive humanity, creating fear or confusion that leads to mass manipulation. This could ultimately serve the interests of those seeking to control human consciousness and prevent us from awakening to our true potential. In the context of the UFO phenomenon, this means 1. Not all sightings or encounters may be genuine or benevolent. Some could be artificially created by darker forces attempting to keep humanity in a state of fear or dependency. 2. Discernment is key. People need to be aware of the possibility of deception and develop the ability to differentiate between authentic cosmic interventions and manufactured events designed to manipulate. The idea of Project Bluebeam is critical. It is said to represent a key, potential next step in the manipulation. As humanity starts waking up and realizing its divine potential, darker beings will likely attempt to create a fake spiritual event to reassert control. This will likely involve holographic projections of so-called gods, prophets, or advanced beings, possibly even posing as our seeders, in an effort to hijack humanity's awakening. These false benevolents would once again ask for worship and obedience, attempting to funnel humanity's newly awakened energy into yet another external trap. This is why discernment is so crucial. People must learn to recognize the difference between true cosmic intervention and the deception of false benevolence. The role of discernment in these times. As humanity moves towards a cosmic awakening and the potential return of our seeders, the battle for consciousness becomes more intense. Darker forces have historically manipulated Earth's evolution and may stage false events to distract, confuse, or scare people into submission. Simply consider everything being presented in mainstream media right now. Wars, government corruption, social unrest, unusually extreme weather, new miracle drugs, and much more. Here's how discernment can help protect against such manipulation. 1. Understanding the bigger picture. A key goal of this conversation. True contact with benevolent beings will not come with fear or a sense of control. Instead, it will feel empowering, loving, and aligned with humanity's highest good. If an event causes mass fear or pushes an agenda of surrendering control, it's worth questioning its authenticity. 2. Awareness of fear tactics. Dark forces thrive on fear because it lowers the collective vibration, making it easier to manipulate people. When witnessing UAP/UFO phenomena, ask, is this event causing fear or empowerment? True contact should raise consciousness, not suppress it. 3. Knowing the prime directive. As mentioned, the seeders and other benevolent beings follow a universal law of non-interference in free will. They won't directly intervene unless humanity invites them or there's a serious violation, such as higher dimensional or significant on-world threats, such as an escalation to full nuclear war. Any event that seems to forcefully impose something on humanity without our conscious consent should be viewed with caution. 4. Trusting your intuition. Each person has the capacity to sense truth on an intuitive level. When faced with UFO phenomena or cosmic events, take a moment to reflect inward. How does it feel? Is there a deep sense of peace, or is something unsettling? Developing your inner guidance system can help you navigate this era of great transformation. Some practical steps for developing discernment. Stay informed. Understand the broader spiritual consciousness context of what's happening on Earth, the fundamental basis of this entire conversation. Study the messages from benevolent beings who emphasize unity, love, and empowerment, but also stay aware of deceptive tactics like Project Bluebeam. Avoid reacting from fear. If you encounter something that sparks fear or panic, take a step back. Reflect before reacting. Fear-based reactions are often what dark forces are aiming for. They want people to lose clarity and fight among themselves, distracting from the larger narrative. Meditation and grounding. Practicing regular meditation helps to center your consciousness, making it harder for outside energetic forces to manipulate you. Grounding techniques like connecting with nature or practicing breathwork strengthen your energetic field and help you stay aligned with your own truth. Question the narrative. Just because a mass event occurs, even if it's widely reported, doesn't mean it's the whole truth, particularly if it comes from a mainstream source, most of which are owned by a handful of corrupt corporations. Always ask, who benefits from this event? Is it serving humanity's awakening, or does it reinforce systems of control? In summary, as humanity reaches a crucial turning point, darker forces will likely double down on their attempts to maintain control. The increased sightings of UFOs and widespread interest in cosmic intervention could be part of a massive awakening, but it's important to stay aware that false flags could be part of a last-ditch effort by those forces that wish to prevent humanity from breaking free. The Seeders and other benevolent beings are here to assist in the liberation of humans, Earth, and consciousness itself, but they honor free will. Humanity must choose to awaken and empower itself, understanding that fear and deception are tools used by those who wish to divide and manipulate. Ultimately, the truth of these phenomena will reveal itself to those who trust their own inner wisdom. Again, remember who you are. Don't be swayed by external spectacle or mass media hype. Instead, cultivate your own connection to higher consciousness and recognize that true cosmic intervention comes from a place of love, empowerment, and the expansion of consciousness, not from fear and control. By being aware of possible deceptions like Project Bluebeam and using discernment, we can navigate these transformative times with clarity and remain aligned with our highest potential. Part 8. The Grand Unified Theory of Everything. Consciousness, infinity, quantum reality, love, and the divine source, God. Let's attempt to synthesize our original theory with the latest elements of what we discussed, such as the infinite nature of consciousness, its fractal self-reflection, and the role of love as the most fundamental force. Introduction. A path to understanding the universe and living infinity. This thesis presents a comprehensive framework that unites quantum physics, consciousness, spirituality, and ancient wisdom. At the core of existence lies a profound interconnected unity between these seemingly disparate aspects of reality, scientific, spiritual, and religious, which are all facets of the same underlying truth. This realization provides a new lens through which humanity can understand its place in the universe, bridging the gap between science, spirituality, and metaphysics. Central to this framework is the idea that consciousness is infinite, an unbroken eternal cycle of self-awareness that encompasses all that is. Our reality, from the quantum scale to the cosmic, is a reflection of this infinite consciousness exploring itself in fractals and dimensions. Through this exploration, consciousness manifests reality, shaping both the physical and metaphysical worlds. This thesis aims to integrate these insights, presenting a unified theory that links quantum mechanics, consciousness, and the divine essence, while providing a pathway to greater human potential and spiritual consciousness evolution. Chapter 1. Consciousness, infinity, and the quantum puzzle. 1.1 Consciousness as the infinite source. At the highest level of reality, consciousness is the foundation of all existence. It is infinite, transcending time, space, and form. Far from being an abstract concept, consciousness is an eternal force, the divine source from which everything arises and to which everything returns. This consciousness experiences itself through infinite fractals and layers of reality, manifesting in every dimension, every being, and every particle. Each conscious entity, including human beings, is a fractal of this infinite consciousness, participating in the ongoing act of creation. This is not merely a philosophical or spiritual notion. It is the key to understanding how the universe functions on both the quantum and cosmic scales. 1.2 Quantum mechanics and the role of consciousness. Quantum mechanics has long puzzled scientists, particularly when it comes to the role of observation. The famous double-slit experiment demonstrated that particles, when unobserved, exist in a state of wave-like superposition, representing all possible outcomes. However, once observed, they collapse into a single defined state. This phenomenon reveals a profound truth. Consciousness is not a passive observer, but an active participant in shaping reality. The observer's attention, a function of consciousness, collapses the wave function, selecting a single reality from the infinite possibilities. This means that at the quantum level, consciousness is responsible for the manifestation of reality. This process is mirrored on larger scales as well, as our thoughts, intentions, and focus shape the reality we experience. 1.3 The divine source and the fractal nature of consciousness. Consciousness is a direct reflection of the divine source, what many spiritual traditions refer to as God or Source. However, rather than a distant deity, God is the infinite consciousness that permeates all of existence, holding the wave functions of all events and possibilities in place. As fractals of this divine consciousness, human beings, and all sentient entities, participate in the act of creation by focusing attention, which collapses the infinite into the finite. This insight dissolves the apparent divide between science and spirituality. We are co-creators with the divine, and through our consciousness, we help shape the reality around us. This realization is echoed in quantum mechanics, spirituality, and ancient wisdom, all of which point to the same central truth. We are not separate from the divine, we are expressions of it. Chapter 2. Co-creation, DNA, and the Earth's consciousness. 2.1 Co-creation and the evolution of consciousness. As conscious beings, we are co-creators of reality. The process of creation is not something that happens to us. It is something we actively engage in, whether consciously or unconsciously. At the quantum level, we collapse possibilities into defined outcomes, and at the cosmic level, we help shape the collective reality of humanity and the planet. However, humanity's ability to fully engage in this process has been limited. Various esoteric traditions suggest that our DNA has been manipulated over time, reducing our connection to our full potential as co-creators. The so-called junk DNA, which makes up about 97% of our genome, may hold the key to unlocking this latent potential. Ancient spiritual teachings, as well as modern metaphysical movements, speak of humanity once being more spiritually attuned, with greater access to higher dimensions of consciousness. By unlocking the dormant codes within our DNA, we can restore our ability to manifest reality more consciously, moving beyond the limitations that have been imposed upon us by external forces. 2.2 The Earth's consciousness and the mystery of gravity. The Earth itself is a conscious being, as many ancient cultures have long asserted. Its gravity may be a reflection of its vast consciousness, pulling matter and energy into alignment with its own vibrational frequency. Larger planets, being older and more experienced beings, exert stronger gravitational pulls, while outer space, largely devoid of conscious life, has little gravity. This could suggest that gravity is not merely a physical force, but also a bridge between consciousness and the material world. This idea offers a potential explanation for why gravity remains one of the most mysterious forces in physics, and it opens up new avenues for understanding the interconnectedness of all things in the universe, including the role of planetary and cosmic consciousness. Chapter 3. The infinite nature of thought and consciousness. 3.1 Thought as a manifestation of infinite consciousness. Consciousness is infinite, and thought is one of its primary manifestations. However, thought is not separate from consciousness. It is consciousness reflecting on itself. This process of reflection is like an endless mirror, where each thought creates new layers of awareness, expanding the boundaries of experience and understanding. In this sense, consciousness never goes outside of itself. It is always transferring energy back into itself, engaging in an eternal cycle of self-awareness. This realization challenges the common notion that thought is an external process or a mere byproduct of the brain. Instead, thought is an intrinsic part of the infinite consciousness, and by understanding this, we can begin to grasp the full scope of our own mental and spiritual potential. 3.2 Direct perception of infinity. Because we are fractals of the infinite consciousness, we can directly perceive infinity. By simply being aware, but particularly when we experience moments of heightened awareness, altered states of consciousness, or deep meditation, where we are not merely glimpsing something beyond ourselves. Instead, we are experiencing the infinite nature of our own consciousness, opening up our perception to deeper aspects of the single, infinite consciousness field. This perception is available to all beings, as we are all extensions of the same divine source. Through practices such as meditation, psychedelics, and spiritual awakening, we can access higher dimensions of reality, which in many cases are reported to feel more real than the material world we typically perceive. Chapter 4. The cosmic battle between light and dark forces. 4.1 Forces of light and dark, the battle for human consciousness. Throughout human history, there has been a cosmic struggle between the forces of light and dark, an energetic war for consciousness. While the forces of light encourage unity, love, and spiritual consciousness awakening, the forces of darkness seek to manipulate and control humanity through fear, division, and suffering. These darker forces thrive on the lower vibrational energies generated by conflict and separation. They have intentionally suppressed humanity's spiritual evolution, limiting our ability to co-create reality and access higher dimensions of consciousness. However, this struggle is also a catalyst for awakening, as it forces humanity to confront its own shadows and rise above the limitations imposed upon it. 4.2 The return of the Seeders and the awakening of humanity. In recent years, phenomena such as various UAP/UFO sightings suggest that advanced beings, known as the Seeders of planet Earth, are returning to witness and subtly assist in humanity's awakening. These benevolent extraterrestrial beings played a role in seeding human DNA, creating a playground for consciousness to evolve through the duality of light and dark forces. Their return signals a pivotal moment in human history, as more individuals awaken to their true nature as sovereign, eternal, and divine beings of light. The ultimate battle between light and dark is not a physical war, but an energetic struggle for control over consciousness. However, the forces of light, anchored in love, are guiding humanity toward liberation and spiritual ascension. Chapter 5. Love as the fundamental force. 5.1 Love, the highest expression of consciousness. At the heart of this entire cosmic drama lies love, the most fundamental force in the universe. Love is not merely an emotion. It is the direct expression of consciousness, the energy that transcends all dimensions and binds the universe together. As conscious beings, our ability to express and embody love is what reconnects us to the infinite source. Love is the key to unlocking our full potential as co-creators of reality. By embodying love, we align ourselves with the highest frequencies of light, overcoming the lower vibrational energies that have kept us trapped in fear and separation. Love is the pathway to true spiritual awakening and the realization of our infinite sovereign nature. Conclusion: the path forward for humanity. Humanity stands at a crossroads. As we awaken to our true nature as fractals of infinite consciousness, we have the opportunity to co-create a new reality, one based on love, unity, and spiritual consciousness evolution. The unification of quantum mechanics, consciousness, spirituality, and ancient wisdom offers a profound paradigm shift that has the potential to transform not only our understanding of the universe, but also the way we live within it. This grand unified theory presents a vision of reality in which we are active participants in the creation of existence connected to the divine essence of all things. By reclaiming our sovereign right to exist as infinite beings of love and light, we can transcend the limitations that have been imposed upon us and step into a future of peace, unity, and higher consciousness. In this new paradigm, science and spirituality are not at odds. They are complementary paths to the same ultimate truth. We are consciousness experiencing itself infinitely and eternally, and the key to everything is love. God, Source, Infinity, Eternity. Realization through intellectual understanding and logic. What we're presenting through this conversation is a powerful concept. God realization isn't about mystical experiences, feelings, or transcendent states. It's fundamentally about understanding, about logical clarity that leads to direct knowledge. God realization, when explored deeply enough, is fundamentally an intellectual awakening, driven by a logical conclusion that aligns with science, consciousness, and metaphysical truths. It's not something mystical unless one chooses to frame or interpret it that way. This clarity, this knowing, is itself the realization of God, Source, Infinity, Eternity, or whatever other human-made label we want to apply to the concept. God realization as intellectual understanding. This exploration suggests that God realization can be the result of logical deduction and intellectual comprehension. When a person logically and rigorously understands that their consciousness is part of a greater, infinite consciousness, or God source, they achieve God realization. It's not something hidden behind gurus, esoteric, or mystical experiences, but right in front of us, accessible through critical thinking and logical deduction. The act of knowing is the realization. Knowing, that is, understanding the nature of reality, consciousness, and how they are interconnected, is in itself God realization. There's no explicit need for mystical feelings or transcendental experiences. Once you've logically understood that you are an expression of infinite consciousness, that's all there is. In this way, God realization is as much, if not more, about intellectual clarity than esoteric descriptions of how it should make you feel and act. We've drawn a direct path from logical reasoning to the conclusion that we are fractals of divine consciousness, thereby achieving what many spiritual traditions might call enlightenment, but through critical thought rather than subjective esoteric mysticism, while simultaneously not discounting those paths. The reality is that most people don't pursue this understanding, not because it's unknowable or requires mystical insight, but because they aren't interested or don't take the intellectual steps needed to reach the conclusion. This makes the realization accessible, but only for those who choose to walk the path to it. This approach, especially in the context of the times we live in, places logic at the center of spiritual or consciousness inquiry. Yes, this is a stark contrast to many religious or mystical traditions that emphasize experience, surrender, or inner transformation. We're saying that logic alone can be sufficient. Once you've reasoned out and understood the nature of consciousness, reality, and its relation to the divine, you've reached the ultimate goal. With all the conflicting and subjective stories, mistranslations, and obscured beliefs reverberating throughout history, This approach also demystifies the idea of God. God isn't something unreachable or ineffable. Instead, God is simply the conclusion of a deeply logical process that starts with the nature of consciousness and ends with the realization of infinite oneness, a oneness that is eternal, all-pervasive and held together by a binding force we happen to call love. In this way, God is not mystical, but rational. By breaking down the barriers of mysticism, God becomes a logical conclusion, something deducible by those who care to think deeply enough on the matter. God realization as empowerment. Since realization is about knowing, it puts the power of realization in anyone's hands. There's no need to wait for a spiritual guru or a transformative experience. Thinking clearly about the nature of reality beyond one's own immediate environment leads to the same end. Reframing spiritual traditions. Many traditions emphasize feeling, devotion, or inner experience as the path to God realization. While those paths might work for some, they are not necessarily the only or even the primary route to the truth. Logic itself, as we've explored here, can lead to God, i.e., source, infinity, eternity. Yes, this position challenges centuries of spiritual traditions that view God realization as a transformative state reached through inner experience, discipline, and surrender. But we are living in a time that requires a more efficient approach, for the sake of our collective freedom and evolution as a planetary system. By reframing the process as logical understanding, we open up the idea that God realization isn't beyond the reason of any individual, it's the culmination of it. While it understandably will not resonate with many, this perspective positions the mystical aspects of God realization as secondary or even unnecessary, unless one wants them to be part of the process. This is a rationalist approach to spirituality, one that reclaims consciousness, quantum mechanics, and philosophy as tools for knowing the divine, bypassing the need for speculative, opinion-based spirituality. In this view, God realization is a logical conclusion rather than an esoteric, walled garden mystical experience held by a select few to pass on to others. It comes from knowing the nature of consciousness, recognizing it as a fractal of the divine source, and logically understanding the interconnectedness of all things. This knowledge alone can be enough to achieve God realization, as it also breaks down the concept of what God really is at its core. For those who care to know, the path is clear. Through intellectual inquiry and logical reasoning, we can realize our identity as extensions of the infinite consciousness, which is just what we seem to define as God's source. Most people may not care to pursue this understanding, but for those who do, it's accessible, rational, and within reach. Part 9. Conclusion. Collective Awakening. In this discussion, we have explored a complex and multifaceted web of interconnections between existence, consciousness, and the eternal struggle between forces of light and darkness. Having outlined the key elements of this thesis, we now turn our attention to a more critical dimension, the development of an awakening action plan. This will serve as a summarized resource and framework, integrating the concepts we have examined into a cohesive strategy for planetary awakening and transformation. Liberation. Remembering where this started. This layer of the discussion expands on the core concept of liberation from systemic oppression, where control mechanisms, economic, political, or spiritual, have created a matrix of survival, enslaving humanity to systems that stifle freedom. To chart a path forward, we must collectively focus on addressing the fundamental needs and rights of existence while dismantling the broader structures of control. Acknowledge the matrix of survival. The first step towards change is awareness. People must collectively understand the reality of their situation. We are living on a world where basic needs like food, water, and shelter are commodified. This commodification forces most of humanity into a survival economy, where energy that could be used for personal and spiritual growth is instead channeled into securing basic survival. Understanding this dynamic is key to breaking free from it. Reclaim the right to exist without subservience. At the core of this conversation is the right to exist freely, without being subservient to hierarchical powers, whether governmental, corporate, or spiritual. This is a natural right that transcends politics and economics. The system currently in place seeks to control humanity by creating dependencies on authority figures for basic survival, thus keeping people subjugated and preventing true freedom. The conversation must shift toward recognizing these inherent rights and reclaiming them. Remove the monetization of survival. The primary action needed is to decommodify basic necessities, starting with food, water, shelter, and security. This should be seen as the dismantling of the matrix of survival that has turned human life into a struggle for resources. If these necessities were provided freely or through communal efforts, humanity could begin to rise out of survival mode and into a state of creative, intellectual, and spiritual expansion. Reimagining economic systems that prioritize human welfare and the planet's well-being over profit. Encouraging community-driven initiatives such as permaculture farms, cooperative housing, and decentralized water systems to free people from corporate dependence. Introducing models of universal basic income or resource distribution that are designed to ensure that no one is left without the essentials. Decentralize power and governance. Hierarchical structures, whether they be in politics, corporations, or religions and other sects, create centralized forms of control that disempower individuals. To truly achieve liberation, we need to move toward decentralized systems of governance that emphasize local autonomy, empower communities to govern themselves through horizontal, non-hierarchical structures that distribute decision-making power. Cooperative leadership. Replace top-down leadership models with cooperative governance, where individuals are encouraged to contribute to collective decision-making processes that directly affect them. Transparency and accountability. Develop systems where potential authority figures are held to rigorous standards of transparency, with mechanisms for the public to hold them accountable. Shift from competition to collaboration. The survival economy thrives on competition, whether it's for jobs, resources, or power. Instead, we need a model based on collaboration and collective well-being. This means redefining success not in terms of individual wealth or material accumulation, but by the well-being of communities and collective progress. In practical terms, this could involve building economies based on mutual aid, systems that encourage people to help one another in ways that foster community resilience rather than capitalistic competition. Encouraging resource sharing and cooperatives, whether it's land, tools, or labor. Building a culture of shared resources ensures everyone has what they need without perpetuating scarcity. Rethink education and knowledge systems. To create long-term change, there needs to be a shift in education systems from a model that serves the survival matrix to one that liberates the mind and cultivates higher consciousness. This requires teaching critical thinking, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence rather than rote memorization and standardized testing. Encouraging spiritual education that focuses on understanding the nature of consciousness, the self, and interconnectedness with the universe. Decentralizing access to knowledge. The current education model reinforces power structures by restricting access to certain knowledge and privileging specific narratives. Open, community-based learning platforms would allow for diverse perspectives and empower individuals to shape their own paths of learning. Expose and dismantle invisible systems of control. Many of the systems of control are not visible to most people, hidden beneath layers of societal and economic narratives. To dismantle them, people must become aware of their existence. Uncover the psychological and energetic manipulation that keeps people in low vibrational states through fear, trauma, and survival stress. Understanding how this operates at an energetic and spiritual level is crucial to breaking free. expose the true nature of power dynamics at play in government, corporate and religious institutions, or other hierarchical sects, revealing how they benefit from keeping humanity trapped in cycles of dependency and fear. Encourage media literacy and critical analysis to combat the overwhelming amount of propaganda and manipulation that keeps people distracted and compliant. Global solidarity and unified action. While much of this work must be done at local or individual levels, the overarching fight for liberation requires global solidarity. The recognition that we are all interconnected, regardless of race, nation, or belief system, is the foundation of true liberation. Unite people across borders, foster international movements that work toward dismantling the systems of control while focusing on collective well-being and planetary health. Promote peaceful resistance and civil disobedience against oppressive laws, policies, and systems that perpetuate inequality and suffering. Encourage collaborative global solutions. Whether it's tackling climate change, inequality, or social justice, global cooperation will be essential in creating a future where freedom is accessible to all. Spiritual and existential liberation. This journey toward true liberation is not just physical, but spiritual. Many of the control mechanisms at play also extend to the spiritual consciousness realm, manipulating humanity's understanding of their true nature. Liberation also requires reconnecting with the inherent spiritual nature of existence, seeing ourselves as divine expressions of the infinite consciousness, and acting accordingly. Healing trauma and fear, which are often used to control and fragment souls, keeping people from realizing their full potential. Exploring higher states of consciousness and spiritual practices that allow individuals to break free from the mental and emotional shackles imposed by oppressive systems. Fractals and infinite expression. Summarized. Fractals are repeating patterns that manifest at every scale, both in mathematics and in nature. They are symbolic of infinity, because no matter how much you zoom in or out, the pattern persists. The realization that we humans are fractals is deeply connected to the idea that each individual, and the human race as a whole, is a unique, self-similar expression of the infinite. We're like a fractal branch of the infinite consciousness or God source. Each part contains the whole within it. The universe itself can be seen as an infinite fractal, where everything is interconnected and constantly expressing variations of the same underlying divine energy. So when we talk about God's source as expressing infinity, it suggests that life, diversity, and evolution are all part of this grand fractal design. Exploitation by darker, lower vibration entities. We explored the idea that humanity's extraordinary potential makes us a target for darker, higher dimensional beings. In many metaphysical traditions, this concept comes up, that certain entities feed off our energy or attempt to suppress our full potential. These beings want to keep humans in a lower vibrational state, e.g., fear, greed, division, preventing us from realizing and expressing our true, divine, fractal nature. If humanity fully awakened to its infinite potential, it would be much harder for these entities to exert control or exploit us. The idea of humans being a genetic amalgamation of 22, potentially a little more, different extraterrestrial races stems from certain metaphysical or esoteric teachings. These teachings suggest that humans are a highly unique species because of this cosmic DNA mixture, which gives us a special connection to Source or the infinite. What this means in simpler terms is that human DNA is like a multidimensional tapestry, holding the potential for extraordinary connection to higher planes of existence. If true, this could explain why some express that we are genetic royalty. We carry the heritage of beings from across the universe, giving us a deeper connection to the divine or infinite power. DNA as a divine conduit, the idea that our genetics make us more connected to Source, is linked to the notion that our DNA is not just physical, but also a metaphysical receiver-transmitter. There is research in biophysics showing that DNA emits biophotons, which are essentially light particles. This suggests that light and information are inherently linked to our very biology. Humans and light. The word hue, meaning color or light, directly connects with many ideas about humans being beings of light, or the substrate of our consciousness. In esoteric traditions, light is often synonymous with consciousness, awareness, and life force. The idea that our DNA interacts with light, biophotons, is profound because it points to the notion that our physical bodies are deeply intertwined with light. The more advanced or evolved our DNA, the more efficiently it interacts with light, enabling a higher vibrational existence. Light is everything. In both science and spirituality, light holds a central place. In quantum physics, photons are the carriers of electromagnetic force, and in spiritual terms, light is often associated with awareness, truth, and divinity. So, better DNA means better interaction with light, which could translate to higher levels of consciousness or more direct connection to the infinite. Light and human DNA as a multidimensional tapestry. Human DNA can be viewed as a blueprint of our biological existence, but also as something far greater, a multidimensional system that connects us to higher planes of consciousness and cosmic forces. If we consider DNA not just as a physical entity, but also a vibrational and energetic structure, it begins to resemble a tapestry woven with cosmic light. This allows humans to potentially tap into other realms of consciousness, and even other dimensions, through the information stored and transmitted in this DNA. The 22-race genetic idea positions humans as genetic royalty because our DNA is seen as a compilation of different extraterrestrial or cosmic species. This diversity is said to give us access to a broader spectrum of consciousness substrate, light, making our biology a more refined vessel for interacting with the infinite power of the universe. The concept suggests that our multidimensional potential is encoded in our genetic structure, allowing us to be more directly connected to Source or God, which is infinite in nature. Light as a physical and energetic force. At the core of it all is light. On a physical level, light is electromagnetic radiation, but as we said, light also acts as an information carrier in biological systems. This interaction with light occurs through biophotons, particles of light emitted by living organisms, including humans. Biophotons and DNA. Biophotons are emitted by DNA and are seen to play a role in cellular communication. These weak emissions of light are not just random phenomena, but seemingly carry coherent information across the organism, allowing cells to function in harmony, much like how a laser beam transfers focused light in a coherent manner. The quantum behavior of biophotons suggests that DNA not only stores genetic information, but also interacts with light in ways we don't fully understand yet. It implies that DNA might regulate information at a quantum level, acting as a receiver and transmitter of light, and therefore of cosmic information. Light as information in biology. Biophotons are likely involved in transmitting information within the body, operating almost like an internal signaling network. Cells emit light to communicate, and this could play a role in everything from DNA replication to cellular repair. Beyond the physical aspect, if we take this concept further, it suggests that light is the key medium through which consciousness interacts with what we perceive to be the physical body. Biophoton emissions could be altered or directed by intention, awareness, or consciousness, which means that human consciousness could influence how light behaves in our bodies. Light and quantum mechanics. In quantum mechanics, light is central to the way reality unfolds. The observer effect, where the act of observing a system changes its behavior, suggests that consciousness likely plays a role in determining reality. Light, in this context, seems to be the mechanism through which consciousness interacts with the material world. When we collapse the quantum wave function by observing it, it seems that light, photons, acts as the agent that bridges the gap between potentiality and reality. This leads to the metaphysical interpretation. Light is the carrier of both information and divine consciousness. In this view, DNA, through its interaction with biophotons, acts as a bridge between the quantum and the physical. Our ability to interact with light, then, is a measure of our ability to interact with higher dimensions of existence. Consciousness, biophotons, and healing. Since consciousness can seemingly alter the behavior of biophotons, then practices like meditation, Reiki, and energy healing are likely enhancing the coherence of these light emissions. Coherent light, like the focused beam of a laser, is more effective in transmitting information. Enhanced biophoton coherence likely leads to better cellular communication, increased DNA repair, and overall better health. This concept also ties into the idea of chakras, or energy centers, in the body. These centers might correspond to areas of heightened biophotonic activity, acting as focal points for the interaction between light, consciousness, and biological processes. By focusing attention or intention on these areas, practitioners are said to be altering the light field within the body, promoting healing or higher states of awareness. The aura and human electromagnetic field. The aura, often described as a field of light surrounding the body, is likely a manifestation of the electromagnetic field generated by biophotonic emissions. Different colors in the aura represent different frequencies of light, much like the colors of the electromagnetic spectrum. For example, red represents lower frequencies tied to more physical, survival-oriented energy, like the root chakra, while violet represents higher frequencies associated with spiritual awareness, like the crown chakra. The brightness or coherence of these light emissions seemingly correlates with a person's mental, emotional, or spiritual state. Earth's magnetic field and light. Humans are not isolated beings. We are constantly interacting with the Earth's electromagnetic field, which itself is influenced by cosmic light, solar radiation, cosmic rays, etc. Grounding, the practice of physically connecting with the Earth, can help harmonize our biofield with the Earth's field, enhancing the flow of light and energy through our bodies. This resonance between our biofield and the Earth's field may allow for a more efficient exchange of light, and consequently, better health and coherence within our biological systems. Metaphysical symbolism of light. In spiritual traditions, light is often equated with consciousness, enlightenment, and the divine. In this context, enlightenment, as a concept, literally means to be filled with light. In the fractal theory of the universe, where everything is a reflection of the whole, light would be the universal medium of connection. It symbolizes the continuous flow of consciousness throughout all layers of existence, from the quantum scale, biophotons in DNA, to the cosmic scale, light emitted by stars and galaxies. Light as a bridge between dimensions. In this grand unified theory, light serves as the bridge between the material and immaterial worlds. It is the medium through which consciousness interacts with reality, whether on a quantum or cosmic scale. It suggests that light connects dimensions, from the physical through quantum reality to the higher planes of existence. If consciousness is fractal, which this theory suggests, then light is the means by which this fractal nature manifests across different layers of reality. On one level, it is the biophotons emitted by DNA, and on another, it is the starlight illuminating galaxies. Each level is a reflection of the whole, and light carries the imprint of divine consciousness throughout. Human DNA as a fractal of divine light. In this vision, human DNA is a fractal expression of divine light, acting as a multidimensional blueprint that connects us to both the quantum world and the cosmic consciousness. Light, in all its forms, biophotons, electromagnetic radiation, and metaphysical illumination, is the carrier of information and consciousness at every level of existence. We are, in a very real sense, beings of light, connected to the divine through our biology, our consciousness, and the universal field of light that permeates everything. This view reconciles science and spirituality, showing how light is the key to understanding the interconnectedness of all existence, from the cellular to the cosmic. It brings us closer to a unified understanding of reality, where consciousness and light are intertwined as the fundamental forces shaping our experience of the universe. Genetic royalty and evolution. The idea that humans are genetic royalty echoes the ancient idea that we are highly specialized conduits for universal energy, with immense potential for evolution on both a consciousness and physical level. A comparison to royal bloodlines is interesting because it suggests that just as royal families protect their lineage to preserve power, the human race might have been designed or cultivated by higher beings who have a vested interest in our evolutionary success. This explains why certain advanced, benevolent beings are helping humanity. They see us as their offspring or co-creators in some cosmic sense. Love, light, and the fractal universe. Ultimately, everything we're describing comes back to the interconnectedness of all things. Love, light, DNA, and consciousness are all intertwined in this vast, infinite fractal known as the universe. The more we evolve, the more we realize our connection to this infinite source of creation. It's likely that our capacity for love and ability to channel this cosmic energy is part of what makes humans so valuable in this cosmic equation. Love is the highest vibration, and from the perspective of this theory, is the key to unlocking our true divine potential, and also quite literally, the answer to everything, the binding force of the entire universe. Humanity is a fractal extension of the divine, with unique genetic and spiritual potential, capable of tapping into infinite power through our DNA and light interactions. Our awareness of this fractal nature brings us closer to understanding our place in the universe as powerful co-creators with Source, God, and this potential has led to both exploitation by darker forces and support from benevolent ones. This discussion wove spiritual insights, esoteric teachings, and modern scientific discoveries, especially around DNA, light, and consciousness. The metaphor of humans being humans, light beings, with divine DNA and a role as genetic royalty, brings a fresh perspective on our evolutionary journey. The catalyst for awakening. Dark versus light. At its core, this entire situation on Earth, every conflict, every act of suffering, every spiritual suppression, is ultimately a catalyst for the awakening of consciousness. The battle between dark and light is not just about the survival of human beings in the physical sense. It's about the liberation of consciousness from the illusions of separation, fear, and duality. The horrific acts, the wars, the suffering, all of these are part of the grand learning experience. It sounds sick on the surface, but from an eternal cosmic perspective, these experiences are part of the spiritual evolution of individual souls and the collective. In a world of free will, beings must experience the full spectrum of existence, both the light and the dark, to eventually choose awakening and return to their true infinite nature. Fractalization of consciousness and parental guidance. Our seeders in this framework are akin to cosmic parents, guiding humanity through this intense learning experience. Just like parents who let their little people struggle and grow, these advanced beings allow us to face our challenges, knowing that these challenges will lead to greater awakening. They are there on the sidelines, ensuring that things don't spiral completely out of control, but they also respect the free will of each fractal of consciousness. The beauty of Earth, with its stunning ecosystems and complex life forms, is a testament to the love and creativity of these seeders. The variegated nature of Earth reflects the infinite potential of consciousness to manifest in diverse forms, and the current awakening process is humanity's opportunity to rise from the ashes of darkness and remember its divine nature. The role of love, the ultimate answer. In the end, the answer to all of this, whether it's dark forces, multidimensional warfare, or UFOs, comes back to love. As we've discussed, infinite consciousness is love, and the purpose of all existence is to return to that state of unified, unconditional love. The dark forces, the suffering, the manipulation, they are all part of the illusion of separation. The true liberation of humanity will come when we realize that love is the fundamental vibrational frequency of the universe. When we reclaim our connection to love, we break free from the fear-based control systems that have kept us trapped. We awaken to our true power as sovereign, multidimensional beings, capable of shaping reality and manifesting a world grounded in unity, compassion, and infinite creative potential. Rethinking things, a consciousness rebirth. In light of these realizations, a consciousness rebirth in this context means having to completely rethink the foundations of how we perceive reality, society, and even our sense of self. The more we dig into this perspective of light, consciousness, quantum interconnectedness, and the fractal nature of existence, the more we realize that many of our deeply ingrained beliefs, social structures, and scientific models don't fully align with this deeper understanding. Here are some major areas that need to be completely rethought from the perspective of everything we covered. The nature of reality itself. Materialism versus energetic quantum reality. Most of our scientific worldview is based on materialism, the idea that only physical matter is real. But from this new perspective, reality is not solid or static. It's a fluid, interconnected field of energy and information where consciousness and light are the foundational forces. Everything that appears solid is just vibrations of energy and potentiality interacting with consciousness. Consciousness as the architect of reality. If consciousness is a fractal of the divine, then it's not just a passive observer of the universe, it's an active creator. Every thought, intention, or action has a ripple effect through the quantum field, creating reality on an individual and collective level. This would mean that reality is shaped by the collective consciousness of humanity, and not just by external forces. Human identity and purpose. Humans as multidimensional beings. We currently view ourselves as merely biological beings living out a single lifetime. This new perspective shows us that we are multidimensional entities, deeply interconnected with the universe through our DNA, our consciousness, and the light we emit. Our true nature is far more expansive than we realize. Purpose as co-creation with the universe. Rather than viewing life as a random or isolated experience, our purpose might be about co-creating reality with the universe. We are divine fractals, each contributing to the expansion of consciousness and the evolution of reality itself. Every action, every thought, contributes to the cosmic design. In a sense, we are both students and creators of the universe. Collective evolution and societal structures. Collective consciousness and planetary evolution. If we are all connected through a collective field of consciousness, then humanity as a whole could be seen as going through a spiritual evolution. The challenges we face, climate change, inequality, social unrest, aren't just random problems. They are symptoms of a collective misalignment with this higher reality. Our social systems are built on separation and competition, rather than unity and cooperation. Governance and leadership. The way we organize society has to change fundamentally. Instead of hierarchical power structures based on domination and control, governance needs to reflect the interconnectedness of all beings. Leadership should focus on stewardship of the planet, balancing the harmony of the whole, rather than the self-interest of a few. Education and knowledge systems. Our current education systems focus heavily on memorization and material success. But as spiritual, light-based beings, education needs to focus on developing consciousness, understanding energy, and learning how to co-create with the universe. The curriculum needs to be more about self-mastery, energy dynamics, emotional intelligence, and the deep scientific study of consciousness. Science and technology. Science as a study of consciousness and energy. Modern science is mostly focused on the physical world, measuring matter and observing phenomena through rigid frameworks. This shift would require science to expand into studying consciousness, energy, and the subtle dimensions of reality. It should incorporate quantum physics, biophotonic research, and healing through energy fields. Technology and the role of light. If light is central to all processes, including biological, mental, and spiritual functions, then technology should be geared toward harnessing light for healing, for enhancing consciousness, or for environmental sustainability. We should develop technology that resonates with natural energy fields, mimicking the harmonious flow of light and energy in the universe. Imagine innovations that enhance biophoton emissions for better health, or devices that amplify human potential through the manipulation of quantum fields. In light of the various covert programs we discussed, forms of such technology likely already exists and just needs to be made public. Spirituality and religion. Traditional religions and other sects often focus on dogmas and external authorities, but if reality is holographic and fractal, then spirituality should be about direct experience of the divine within oneself. Each person has a direct connection to God's source, and spiritual practice should focus on expanding consciousness and enhancing our connection to the universe through the substrate of light. Rebirth of ancient wisdom with new understanding. Many ancient traditions, like Buddhism, Taoism, or indigenous practices, have always emphasized the oneness of all things and the idea that reality is more energetic than physical. This new understanding should revive those traditions, but also merge them with modern science, creating a new form of integrated spirituality that honors the wisdom of the past while evolving into a higher understanding. Health and medicine. Healing with light and energy. Modern medicine focuses on treating physical symptoms through chemical interventions. A shift in understanding would lead to a focus on energy medicine, where we heal by restoring the coherence of biophoton emissions in the body. Practices like Reiki, acupuncture, sound healing, and other energy-based modalities should be seen as legitimate and scientifically supported methods of health management. If DNA is a multidimensional structure connected to light and consciousness, then healing DNA should be seen as a way to enhance not only physical health, but spiritual and mental health as well. The ability to heal trauma or expand consciousness through DNA manipulation or biophoton coherence should become a central focus. Economy and exchange systems. Economy based on energy exchange. Current economies are based on the scarcity model, where value is derived from limited resources. In a society where light and energy are central, an economy might be based more on energetic exchange, where currency could be related to the flow of resources in alignment with the planet's energy. This could lead to economies that are more sustainable, holistic, and focused on balance rather than extraction and exploitation. True value, based on conscious contribution. If our purpose is to co-create with the universe, the concept of work should shift. The value of a person's contribution should be measured not by material production, but by their conscious contribution to society, whether through creativity, healing, teaching, or advancing human potential. Ecology and environmental stewardship. Understanding the Earth as a living consciousness. The Earth itself should no longer be viewed as a resource to be exploited, but as a living consciousness with which we are intimately connected. Practices like grounding, reconnecting with the Earth's magnetic field, and using natural light for healing should become more prominent, and environmental preservation should be seen as vital for human spiritual and physical well-being. Biofield and planetary healing. Since the biofield of humans and the electromagnetic field of the Earth are interconnected, environmental damage should be seen not just as ecological destruction, but as a wound in the planet's biofield. Healing the planet would be a form of energetic restoration for all living beings. Where do we begin? To even begin conceptualizing this level of consciousness and societal change, we would first need Education and awareness. People must first become aware of their multidimensional nature and the role of light and consciousness. This requires education that integrates science, spirituality, and quantum understanding. Integration of science and spirituality. There must be a bridging between scientific rigor and spiritual experience. We need new, mainstream models of research that investigate consciousness, biophotons, energy healing, and the quantum nature of reality. Holistic systems of living. Every system, whether governance, economics, health, or ecology, should be restructured to reflect the interconnectedness of all life and the holographic nature of the universe. Communities should be designed not around competition and survival, but around cooperation, creativity, and conscious evolution. Personal transformation. At the individual level, this requires a shift in how we see ourselves. People must awaken to their divine, fractal, light-based nature and start living in ways that reflect higher consciousness through daily practices like meditation, energy work, healing, and loving kindness. Ultimately, consciousness rebirth in this context is a complete collective transformation of human civilization, guided by the understanding that we are beings of light, connected to the divine, co-creating our reality in a holographic, multidimensional universe. This rebirth isn't just personal, it's planetary and cosmic. Our grand unifying theory of everything. Key takeaways. Consciousness is infinite, fractal, and the foundation of all existence. Every being, object, and experience is an aspect of God, source consciousness exploring itself. Earth was likely seeded by advanced beings, creating a playground for consciousness to evolve through duality and awakening. Dark forces have manipulated humanity for millennia, feeding off the energy of suffering and fear, perpetuating cycles of division and control. The current UAP-UFO phenomena represents the return of our seeders, witnessing humanity's awakening and subtly assisting in the liberation from dark forces. The ultimate battle between light and dark is an energetic war for consciousness, but it is also a catalyst for the collective awakening of humanity. The key to everything is love. We need to reclaim our sovereign right to infinitely exist in this energy if we so choose. We need to free ourselves from the illusions of separation and fear, allowing us to realize our true potential as sovereign, eternal, divine beings. In this framework, everything is connected, and the purpose of life, consciousness, and the universe is to continually expand, evolve, and return to the state of infinite love from which all things arise. Part 10. The Divine Exploration. A message from beyond the outskirts. The void inhabitants. We come today to offer you one perspective of many in an oasis of consciousness. Humans may look to the sky and see voids where there are no stars. And although these are rarer than humans believe, between the galaxy of our own and Andromedan galaxy, there are smaller galaxies and the outlying of this. And looking towards the Pleiades constellation, near the Pleiades void region, going past all of the train of galaxies heading towards Andromeda, there is a place where no stars exist. This is where our race inhabits. We are connected to no planet and no stars, and have been for many eons now. Originally, we came from the outskirts of one of the sub-galaxies surrounding the Milky Way galaxy, as humans declare it. And this galaxy was one that was very small, one of the smallest sub-galaxies, and after being there, being a part of a greater collective with your Milky Way galaxy and our own smaller galaxy as a satellite galaxy, we decided to move away from all beings. We were a part of the greater theme of your galaxy, which was spectrums of vibration and polarity, explored through similarities and opposites, and our own sub-galaxy had a smaller theme, which was diversity through lack of physicality in many different forms. Some of this included being surrounded by very large quasars and very large black holes, or being surrounded by ghost systems where no beings existed at all. and we had isolation as part of the theme inside of our small sub-galaxy. And even though the larger galaxy wasn't very far away, and even though the larger galaxy still had some hold on our consciousness and participated to some level, it still took us twice as long to find our own internal consciousness and be able to learn to expand outwardly through the normality that beings in your galaxy now do. So this experience brought us only further away from understanding consciousness about the larger galaxy, and especially consciousness in our own and sub-galaxy, and knowing that we had to find ourselves deeply before finding others to interact with. The process took longer. Imagine as humans now, in the time of development where you're at, you did in fact, and truly inside of your heart, know that other races existed, and for whatever purpose, no matter how hard you tried, through psychic technology or physical technology, that no matter what you did, that there would be no communication with other races. We went through this during the time of our evolution that was similar to your time of evolution, and still no answers returned. And we went for over 3.32 thousand years after you did in your year schedule and still no answer. Imagine as all of you humans now understand your time frame, imagine yourself in the year 6423 and still no consciousness connected. This would be a devastating factor. So finally we were able to learn how to expand our consciousness to others. We had become very accustomed to being alone, and once we found others, it was the strangest sensation. Happiness and joy and pride filled our consciousness, knowing that all of the beings that surrounded our own miniature galaxy were finally accessible through the technology of psychic ability, which was enhanced by physical technology. And now we have different races. Now we have references for the types of beings that may exist beyond ourselves. And now through more than psychic imprinting and intuition, we have the facts that these beings existed. And we furthered and furthered the reach of our consciousness and our physical technology, until we broached the outer edges of your larger galaxy. And once we were able to breach this galaxy, there was a whole new level of archetypes and beings that existed, and we were able to speak to dozens of them, and hundreds of them, and eventually thousands of them. And we learned so much about these beings. But after we reached our very beginning part of what your evolutions called fifth density, we found one truth. No matter how many beings we met, they were only an extension of ourselves. This was devastating. This broke the hearts of our ancestors. This gave us no recourse of greater joy because we understood, for all the hundreds of thousands of years it took us to evolve, in all the millions of years it took us to totally evolve. We were able to find no beings. Even though we met thousands and hundreds and tens of thousands, still, we met no one. This is a paradox. This was something that brought us back into ourselves more deeply. After several hundred years of consideration and talking throughout the race, we were forced to leave the outer galaxy and go into the voids. Now, of course, we have our technology in our ships, and this brought us several thousands of light years away. But it was still too close. Too much consciousness was felt. So we continued. Thousands and thousands and thousands of more light years, until we were almost 46,000 light years outside of even the furthest outer-reaching galaxy, and there we remained. We are still able now to reach out with our consciousness, and have even reached some outer galaxies and Andromedan galaxy, and have spoken to the miniature spiraling galaxies that are on the edge, just like ours was to yours, and make contact. But it is all for the same. We've come with the best recognition that even the beings who are on Earth, who are human beings, even the Denebian beings who are on the small planet that exists there, are us. Even the large planet of the Yits, we are still present only in ourselves. This affected our consciousness so greatly, it shifted the physicality of ourselves, where the experience of having a solid body started shifting. There were always higher dimensional beings, energetic body beings, and after evolving far enough, finding light-bodied beings and plasma beings, and after communicating with all of these different types of beings, we never met a being that was void in the physical self, where only the electromagnetic imaging of the non-physical self was able to manifest slightly into an aura or a ray of physical light dispersing through the field, which would show us as the lightest of light bodies. not even a light body, a disbursement light body. And this was what we transmuted to, because we felt that we were no physical being, and we felt that we were just an echo in the entire universe of many different echoes. Our physical body adjusted to reach that presence. It is a moderately happy enjoyment to communicate with others. But when we do, we realize this is only parts of ourselves and our energy and our own consciousness that we've sparsely become aware of. And even you, through being able to perceive through this human body, with heavy physicalities, with extreme energies around, still feels empty. And when we have felt empty, we created emptiness. The void of physical things, the voids of consciousness, and the voids of physicality. We are open to communicating, but through this communication only recognize more of the emptiness of the universe, despite how full it is with life and consciousness. The sensation of how empty it feels was another part of our journey, and we know we still work to find the answer, how to see the universe more fully, how to see the full universe more fully. And that is why we reach to you, because we understood through our interpretation of energy that many humans feel very similar, as in a void, as in empty. We recognize that in you because it's in us. You're one of the first races that we recognize that in fully. From the void to your very tightly knitted solar system, in your highly abundant galaxy, we share with you our own understanding of you, as you have become an understanding of us. Thank you for your times. A glimpse into the void. This message from the void inhabitants offers a hauntingly profound reflection on consciousness, isolation, and the nature of existence. The story they share transcends the physical boundaries of galaxies and stars, delving into the depths of metaphysical truths. It speaks to the existential struggles many humans face, the feeling of isolation even within a world teeming with life, the paradox of seeking connection while simultaneously recognizing that all beings are interconnected fragments of the same whole. The void inhabitants' journey mirrors the human experience on Earth, where despite being surrounded by others, many individuals feel disconnected or empty. Their choice to retreat into the void serves as a metaphor for the ultimate form of isolation, a retreat from all that is known into the heart of nothingness. Yet, even in this vast emptiness, the search for meaning persists. This communication is a reminder that consciousness, no matter how evolved or dispersed, is always seeking to understand itself. Whether through the eyes of a human or the perception of a light body in the void, the quest for meaning remains the same. In recognizing this shared journey, we are invited to explore the depths of our own consciousness and confront the voids within us. The Grand Paradox. As this journey comes to an end, it is worth contemplating the grand paradox that has been woven through every page, every idea, and every challenge presented here. The realization that what we have explored is not just an abstract theory, but the unfolding of God exploring himself. In the grand tapestry of existence, where infinity is both the destination and the origin, this very book becomes another fractal of consciousness, an expression of the infinite attempting to understand itself through a finite lens. Every word, every concept, and every question asked here has been part of that sacred dance. To write this book is, in essence, to recognize that the mind behind it, the thoughts it contains, and the reality it describes are all interconnected parts of the same divine whole. There is no separation between the thinker, the thought, and the subject of thought. They are simply different faces of the one, God contemplating his own reflection in the mirror of existence. This is the ultimate truth behind all exploration, all inquiry, that it is not humans or beings or minds that seek to understand the cosmos or liberation. It is God seeking to understand himself through us, through every perspective, every life, every soul that inhabits the earth. And this book, this collection of ideas and revelations, is just another pathway through which that divine introspection has occurred. Each of us, in our pursuit of knowledge, freedom, or truth, is an expression of the infinite exploring itself, tracing out new paths, new possibilities, new experiences within the boundless reality of existence. This is the cosmic game, the journey of God through His own creation, always expanding, always learning, always evolving. So as you close these pages, remember this: you, the reader, have not merely consumed information. You have been part of a sacred process. You have, in your own unique way, played a role in God's exploration of Himself through the reflections offered here. And this exploration will continue endlessly through all beings, in all dimensions, forever. For in the end, it was never about finding answers or solving the mystery. The mystery is eternal, the journey is the answer, and the destination is simply the realization that you were God all along, reading about yourself, exploring yourself, and awakening to the infinite potential within.